And hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. And of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you'll find with an all-star cast each and every day. Real traders, educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show like ours that does have the education support and, of course, tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Orville and I'm Wilbur, and of course, we are the Wright brothers. We have an exciting, informative educational programming for you today, and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, to succeed in life, it does not matter how slowly you go, as long as you don't stop. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. And we got our good friend Johnny Hoagland with us. John, is your game plan ready?
Yes. Yeah, all checked up.
I'll check. Okay, how about the checklist?
The checklist is checked.
That's good. And your journal ready to go? Clean sheet of paper?
Yep. And a pen.
And a pen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Opening Call, and this is my good friend John Hoagland. Of course, your good friend too. Johnny, how are you today?
I'm doing good, Eddie. Ready for another trading week. Lots of good stuff coming up. So we will see what these markets have to offer.
Oh boy, yes. Starting out here, and hope everybody had a great weekend. Energized, ready to go. Like John said, we got a big week coming up here. And let's hit the news here. Let's get ready for the news. We got some quarterly results from big name U.S. companies this week. Outlooks for interest rates following a strong economic data in recent days. We did have Jerome Powell say that the Fed will take a prudent, I haven't heard that word in a while, prudent approach to possible rate cuts. While the Dow has shed 131 points, 0.4%, the S&P lost 15 points, 0.3%, and the NASDAQ dipped about 46.3% also. While the main averages closed in green on Friday, they were jacked up by the January labor market report that was far stronger than economists had initially anticipated. While the data pushed back the expected timeline for potential Federal Reserve interest rate cuts this year, it was placed an upward pressure on the U.S. Treasury yields. So let's keep an eye on those. They were still welcomed by many investors as a sign of resilience in the world's biggest economy. Also lifting prior session spikes, Meta and Amazon following the bumper earnings from the Facebook parent and e-commerce giant. Meta stock, in particular, had the largest one-day jump ever, the biggest ever, 20.3%, sending the social media firm's capitalization to $1.2 trillion. We did have Powell. Once again, that term prudent, the strong U.S. economy can give U.S. central bankers time to take the prudent approach to possible benchmark interest rate reductions. Now, if you were watching 60 Minutes last night, Jerome was on there. He starred on there. Powell added that he'd like to see data confirm that inflation, the major focus of aggressive series of the Fed policy tightening, has pushed the borrowing costs up to more than a 2-week high. And he wants to make sure that it is cooling back down to the Fed's stated 2% in a substantial way. So, Johnny, you got anything prudent for us?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning and this week, this morning at 8:45 p.m. Central Time, Chicago time, we've got the PMI composite final, 9 a.m., the ISM Services Index, 10:30, a 3-month and 6-month bill auction. Bostic speaks, reviewing the week. A lot of the economic information, it's a little bit thin this week, actually. We're going to see a lot of talking Feds throughout the week today, again, starting with Bostic today at 2 o'clock. And that's all I see on the schedule for now. They do have a tendency to pop up on the schedule somewhat unwarned. As far as tomorrow is concerned, we have 4 on the schedule. We've got there's a 4-week bill announcement A couple of other bill announcement. We have Meester, Kashkari, Collins, and Parker on the schedule to speak throughout the day tomorrow. There is a 3-year note auction tomorrow at noon Central Chicago time. Wednesday, mortgage applications as usual. International trade in goods and services at 7:30 a.m. Central Chicago time. EIA petroleum status report at 9:30 Central Chicago time as usual on Wednesdays. We also have 4 talking feds currently on the schedule as we speak. Thursday, we've got jobless clams as usual, wholesale inventories. It's a preliminary number. The EIA nat gas number, we've got only 1 talking fed on the schedule for Thursday, and nothing really on the schedule on Friday as far as economic numbers or talking feds, except for the Baker Hughes rig count. As far as earnings this morning, McDonald's, Caterpillar, both coming out. McDonald's missing on revenues, Cat beating in both earnings per share and revenues. And then the talk of the town this morning seems to be Estee Lauder. Estee Lauder had one of their biggest releases for their earnings, up considerably here this morning. So if you own any Estee Lauder stock, you're probably pretty happy. We have Vertex after the close today. VIX are already up a little bit this morning, 1421. Dollar index also up 104.34 last I checked. And the yield on the 10-year back comfortably above that 4% level at 4.125% so far this morning. So that's what we're looking for as far as earnings and releases today and through the week. It's Monday.
No.
Take your time. You got a lot of work to do this week. Don't bunch it all on the first day of the week here on Monday. I always tend to take it pretty easy on Mondays. Historically, it has not been my best trading day. So we'll see how the day plays out.
Ease into the week. Ease into the week. That's what you got to do. Dude, where's my crude? Well, I'm going to tell you, crude prices were volatile today as investors are eyeing the delayed timing of the possible Fed rate cut and the ongoing violence in the Middle East. U.S. crude traded 0.3% lower, while the Brent dropped 0.2%. Now, both of these benchmarks slipped at the end of the week due to the blockbuster U.S. jobs report, which pushed out expectations for rate reductions this year. Now, they're talking, in theory, an extended period of tighter financial conditions could weigh on demand on the world's biggest oil consumer. So, crude traders, let's get ready for that. Also, Grammys, a little bittersweet. Killer Mike, yes, that's his name, Killer Mike, was arrested at the Grammys. Jeez. After he won 3 Grammys, including his first in more than 2 decades. Well, congratulations. Put your hands behind you, and we're going to cuff you. Actually, he was escorted out in handcuffs by Los Angeles police after some joyous moments receiving his Grammys. The thing was, this stemmed from an altercation inside the arena around 4 p.m. He was booked on a misdemeanor. The rapper, whose real name is Michael Render, was released a little after 8 p.m. and scheduled to appear in court February 29th. Damn, it's kind of, pumped up, yes. And then we're going to take you down to the station. But anyway, it's a new week. Tip of the week. Top Step Traders tip of the week. What do you got for us, James? There it is. Network. Learn from others. Join trading communities. Forums. Share experiences. We do a lot of that here at TopstepTV. So if you are new, you're at the right place. And remember, ask questions. Don't hesitate to ask questions. Seek clarification, advice, feedback. Those that have the knowledge want to share it, and that's why we are here. Johnny, anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, pretty much everything I learned from trading, I learned from somebody else or from the suggestion of somebody else to read a specific book or consider a certain chart type or time frame or indicator. It's all in assimilating that information, picking the things that speak to you, and then continuing to improve as a trader. You are in the right place. If you want to network and learn from others, this is the best place to be. So you're in the right place.
Yes, TopstepTV. Well, speaking of that, let's get this going here. Let's share some knowledge. Let's swing over to the charts. And Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, as usual on Mondays, I like to start with the way far out charts. This is the weekly chart in the S&Ps. And after that breakout of a month-long area of balance, I mean, this is what we would kind of expect, right? We saw a move up and a consolidation. A break from that consolidation should bring continuation away from that consolidation. Exactly what we're seeing. Upside structure remains intact in the longer time frames. On the daily chart, we have another breakout on Friday of a shorter time frame area of balance. There's that month-long area of balance we were seeing on the weekly chart. A move to the upside, an area of balance, and a move up above and potential continuation to the upside. Everybody says the S&Ps are aiming for 5,000, and that seems to be what traders are focusing on. And when traders are focusing on a level, they have a tendency to make price go in that direction. Open interest continues to rise. Overall, we added another 6,800 estimated new contracts on Friday. Pullbacks have been consistently bought, even during the consolidation area here, even after the pullback that we saw last Wednesday. Buyers came in and continue to buy breaks. They continue to look at all of those breaks as buying opportunities. So again, the upside structure on the daily chart is also higher. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. What are we looking at for short time frame information this morning? I'm calling the overnight inventory pretty much flat. We did open a little bit higher, but all of this consolidation does a really good job over time of evening inventory. So I don't think that we have any really good overnight inventory with which to lean on. We're not going to be opening with a gap. We're not going to be opening with any sort of spikes on either side. We had a little bit of excess on both sides of the session yesterday, and we're opening really centrally located inside Friday's range and inside the value area, which usually tells me, all right, I can relax a little bit here this morning. I'm probably going to take the opening range trade just because I said I would, but I can relax a little bit this morning because the probabilities are we're probably going to see a better trade location or the best trade location of the day occur sometime after the open, maybe at one extremes of the initial balance or even perhaps later than that. So the market is opening largely in range and in value from Friday, indicating that there's little to no change in the perception of value of the E-mini S&Ps. The profile Friday, I should say, it's kind of a low excess high. We didn't have a whole bunch of excess on the high, kind of a low excess low as well. It was a double distribution trend day to the upside. And if we were going to be looking at the fair value gap, some people would call it, or the single TPOs, those are all the way down here. To be exact, the single TPOs go from 49.5275 down to 49.50 and a quarter. So just a small little area of potential opportunity at that level that takes us below the value area from yesterday. Be patient today. Again, little change in the perception of value. Value area low here, 49.55. A value area high up here, 49.95. That was last week's high, was 49.97.75. That purple line up there. We're looking for a measured move, perhaps up to around 50.80 if we do continue the move to the upside, but I'm not concerned really about market state change in any major form until we can see 48.82 fail to hold, and then secondary 48.30 fail to hold. Then I think maybe we'd be looking for opportunities to see this market pull back in a deeper fashion. But again, every time this market breaks, buyers come in and they just pick it up. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is telling a little bit of a different story. So instead of continuation above, well, I mean, we did see some consolidation in the S&Ps, but here's that month-long area of balance pushing higher, area of balance here. Now we've got another smaller area of balance up here. There's no question that the upside structure is still intact. We added 2,900 in open interest on Friday alone. but I think this kind of created a 2-week balance where we're seeing more of a continuation to the upside in the S&P than the Nasdaq. And here's how that looks on the daily chart. So here's that month-long consolidation. It wasn't really as vivid as the S&Ps. We broke out to the upside, but we haven't really become directional the same way the S&Ps have. We've become balanced. We couldn't take out the previous week's high on Friday. That failed. So we're looking more range bound in the Nasdaq than anything else in short time frame. Longer time frame, of course, the structure is still way to the upside. We did add 2,900 in open interest on Friday. Volume was pretty good. It was pretty good in the New York Stock Exchange, just below 4 billion trades shared on Friday. So we did see some volume. We see increases in open interest, and that's one thing in the auction process that says, yeah, this auction is doing pretty well in short time frame. Medium time frame, it's still kind of range bound. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So our weekly kickoff high did not change. We did have some play with weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. We have not yet in the Nasdaq. You can see basically range bound highs and range bound lows right here. So I'm in the day time frame. I'm kind of viewing those levels as potential opportunities as for trading at the extremes of the current area of balance. What about the overnight inventory? Overnight inventory, largely flat, largely even, no major overnight inventory. And again, opening inside value from Friday tells me maybe I can just sit on my hands a little bit here and wait for better trade opportunities as the day goes on. Now, Friday was a double distribution trend day to the upside with really a weak high up here. This triple top doesn't show signs of any excess. Triple tops can also be resistance levels. So we'll have to see if price gets there, how price gets treated at that level. We do break out and see some continuation, bring in some volume up there, then that weekly kickoff high, 17,950, could be a decent target. I know if a lot of folks are really focusing on that 18,000 level. And again, if traders are focusing on that, they have a tendency to bring price to that level. With no major economic news, some smaller but still large earnings this week, and a lot of talking Feds. Anything can happen. But again, because we're in range, in value, no overnight inventory, I'm probably going to sit on my hands here as well and look for opportunities as the day goes on. Better trade locations may happen, later as the day goes on. So let's take a quick look here at the crude. Here is the weekly chart. We've got a pretty decent trend line here. 1, 2, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 points of contact, including the overnight from last night on this trend line. Looking at, the bigger picture, we're putting in higher lows. Overall from here, we're putting in lower highs. This market should be building energy. And when we look at this daily chart, let's take a look. All right. So here we had a pennant triangle formation. We broke out to the upside. We're now back in that range. If we were to move this up here, now it's more of a symmetrical triangle formation, and we are ensconced directly between weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. With these trend lines close to those levels, those are going to be important things. Now, the one thing I pointed out on Friday that I think is extremely important in crude oil is since the beginning of the year, since January, the beginning of January 2nd, the market really hasn't moved all that much, but there has been an 11% increase in open interest in that period of time. Open interest, except for 4 or 5 trading days, has been increasing every day. That means to me that there is a lot of energy, there's a lot of opinion, there's a lot of things going on, and of course a lot of hedging going on in crude oil. But that increase in open interest in a short period of time indicates that when there is a change in market state, it is probably going to create a powerful move in either direction. If we start seeing the price continue to move lower on higher on a higher volume, this might be a big move. If we turn around and come all the way back to the high and break out of the high, that could also bring a big move. So I'm really focusing on weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low for any market state changes that may cause a lot of that new open interest to adjust inventory, and that can provide a big opportunity for us. Take a look at the 30. Let's get this scaled here so we can see it. All right, so here's weekly kickoff high low. The trend line on the top, the trend line on the bottom. We just, before the open here, tested the trend line at the bottom as well as weekly kickoff low, showing signs of rejection. The market has now opened. It has opened inside range and value from Friday. You know, what we're looking for is rejection of range from Friday to close the gap from Thursday to Friday to come back into this big area of value and perhaps take a look up there. You know, to me, the bigger opportunities today is if price comes back down to this weekly kickoff level and this trend line. And if there's any break of that, that could bring a big opportunity. Not saying that failure to do so and rotating back to the high end of this area of balance wouldn't be a big move. Okay, it'd be a 6-handle move here. That's pretty substantial. But you know, we have to see what the market offers. Looking at this level down here as a pretty good support level. If we hold it, the range bound rules say it could rotate to the high end of the area of balance. Let's take a quick look into the gold now and
Please.
see what we're seeing again on the daily. Lower highs, higher lows. This market continues to coil up. We did lose 10,000 in open interest on Friday. I don't think that we're seeing, as a matter of fact, I think that we're seeing a pretty decent loss in open interest since the beginning of the year. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of addition in open interest since the beginning of the year. So overall, the open interest in this market has been decreasing over time. Here's the daily chart. What does all that mean? Well, it means that this market is really seeking, thirsty for, and desiring new information. This market wants new information. Like it didn't get enough information last week. Last week was a good trading week. There were some decent opportunities. But when I think there is a decision to be made, I think there's a lot of money on the sidelines in the gold market that is going to pile into one direction or the other when there is a change in the market state. And I think we may be kind of at risk of doing that here today with our play with the weekly kickoff low. Again, this is the daily chart, higher lows, lower highs. Breaking out from this could provide decent opportunity. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So overnight inventory ended up being pretty short. We opened with a gap. We've been unable to close that gap. That's one nuance that says we're looking for opportunities for movement in the downside, continuation perhaps. Now we're showing perhaps some acceptance through time below that weekly kickoff low. If we can't reject down here, there's a lot of money, I think, again, ready to come into this market, one direction or another. If we break this level and we bring in new business, this again could be a pretty substantial move in that direction. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And don't forget to pray for peace. Let's have a good trading day and a great trading week. Looking forward to it. Thanks again for spending your time with us.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. Coming up, fast markets. Of course, shoulder tap. We got power players, Andre, myself, and Carson T. Bonnie's going to join Jack with TopQuiz, 11:45 Central. Group coaching, Robert and JD. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie and Johnny at Hoag. And, of course, Power Hour with Andre, Jack, and we're bringing back DannysTrades from Friday. So stick around. Like I said, all-star crew. We'll be right back. We're going to go grab another coffee. Stick around for Fast Markets.
Welcome to Fast Markets. Welcome to TopstepTV. We got the original, the OGs. We got Michael Patak in the house. We got Eddie Horn, and we got John Hoagland in the house. What's up, boys?
What up?
What's up, man? How we feeling? How we feeling today?
All right.
All right.
Exactly how I'm feeling. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. We got opening bell coming up here in a couple minutes. We got a big week. Last week was wild. This week should be even better. Yeah, John, what are we thinking for this opening day of the week so far?
Well, with the S&Ps and the NASDAQ opening inside range from yesterday and inside the value area from yesterday, my thought is usually, especially on a Monday, we're probably going to get better trade locations as the day goes on. I'm going to try and stay patient, probably going to take the opening range trade just because I said I was going to, and we'll see how that comes out. But, as far as, levels, I'm looking at last week's high in the NASDAQ and the S&P. I'm looking at a couple of trend lines. Let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ here. I mean, the NASDAQ, there's no overnight inventory. The market didn't move last night.
John, a little heads up. It's 78% long on the S&P. So when you take that opening call, I'm just going to give you that heads up that there's a strong bias.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
good team trade.
That's something to
Let's get our horses in the gates. We got seconds left. Should be opening up here any second.
Here we go.
See what's going to kick. Remember, we got a number here in about 15 minutes. We got two numbers. We got the we've got service PMI and composite PMI, big numbers.
Okay. Big week for inflation, fellas. A lot of data coming out this week.
Yeah. Who watched the 60 minutes last night with yes or no in here? You guys heard?
Yeah.
Knew he was going to be on.
Prudent.
Powell was on last night in 60 minutes. So,
yeah,
all right.
It was.
Markets are opening.
Right, we are on. And here they come spinning out of the turn.
It always feels like that when the opening bell rings.
It does. And then you want to get in there and just start ripping
Patience. We still got to talk about last power hour, Michael. We'll get to that at some point today.
Oh, yeah, that was awesome.
That was
fun. We'll talk about it later, though.
Yeah, we will.
John, levels that you have that you're looking at?
As far as, they're all kind of far away. Just because we're in the middle of the range here, I want to focus on the NASDAQ for you, Michael. Last week's high was kind of a weak high as far as profile is concerned. There's 3 even highs at the end of the day here. That's just where buyers ran out, I guess, and sellers took over on that push back to the downside you guys caught on fast power hour at the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
But as far as levels are concerned, I'm looking at last week's high. Our overnight high in the NASDAQ would be something that would be interesting early on in the session. That's 17,739 quarter. Our overnight low was 17,664 even. And those are really the kind of closest levels that we can look at in short time frame for day traders. For me, that kind of mean anything. All right, we're getting a little bit of a move down here in the S&Ps. I missed the opening range trade.
Did I get in your way with the opening range trade, John?
Oh yeah.
Pardon?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you did.
In the way with did I really?
What's that?
Sorry. I got in the way of your opening. I know you wanted to do opening rate.
That's okay.
Range. Okay.
That's okay. If it comes back to it, I can get it.
Yeah. What's everybody looking at? All right.
I just caught a little run in gold here. I put a 5 lot on.
Damn, Eddie.
Off the bottom. I was really hesitant. I sort of tipped my foot in the water earlier. Had about a $50 winner just to see the range. But right now I'm flat. I'm up 352 on the day here, and I'm holding steady because I know a number's coming out.
There you go.
What do we got? What do we got here?
Sorry,
Eddie, what do we got here in 15? We got U.S. S&P service PMI. Is that the number? Then we got ISM. ISM at 9.
9 o'clock ISM.
Right. ISM. Goldsby speaking at 9 o'clock too. So we got some stuff today for a Monday. Let's be patient. Opportunity will come.
Yeah.
Let me ask what my goal was today.
I saw that. How do you answer that?
Stay patient, like the post-it note on my monitor. Step
Gotta get
1.
you back. Got to get you back to the Post-it notes, man. That's when you were trading like a baller. When you're with those Post-it notes, man.
Yeah. Broke it down. So just had my whole strategy on the Post-it notes.
There he ends up.
We got shortly 49.67.5. I'm not real pleased with it because it seems as though there's some pretty decent liquidity above and maybe a little bit below here as well. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's a big opening range. It's like 8 points, so I probably won't take the entire risk on this. The NASDAQ took out the high of the opening range.
Yeah, a 30-minute chart we haven't busted off of new of the 39. Yeah.
What was morning, Loki? What was that? What was tilt at, Michael, when you learned Hoag? What was tilt at? What is it at now?
Like 70% long.
Okay.
It was 78 flash, but here's the thing. There's quite a few people right now with open positions that are 75% long. They're getting long up. It was in the high 20s. Now it's in the low 30s. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the NASDAQ. But the S&P is the one I'm talking about on tilt, which is trading right here, right now at the 70s. And now 7% bias long. NASDAQ's only 60%. So not as many
no.
As much bias.
Still early.
Just a biased conversation, guys. Just bias. What are people's bias right now?
75% long S&Ps. But those, since we've been talking about it, I think even this entire year that the longs have been keep getting paid. They keep getting paid. NASDAQ has taken out the high of the opening range, so I'm going to get out of this opening range trade, even though technically it's still valid. But we did open right in the middle of value. The opening range trade on those days is usually something I'm not going to risk a lot because there's no change in the perception of value at that time. I think we'll see better trade locations as the day goes on. Looks like the NASDAQ is up around the overnight high. No, not even yet. Not even yet. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it is. Overnight high was 17,739 quarter. 17,739 quarter. So if we break out above it and we can't hold above it, that might be an opportunity for a cheap short. We just got right up to it, and that what might have been a cheap short there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Looking at gold here on the tilt, we're 80 long here.
Oh, shoot.
The gold. That's a
heavy one, right?
It's looking good. I mean, that's where I caught my winning trade here. But
hey, Eddie, what's front month in gold?
April.
April. Thank you.
Eddie, just remember that 2034 is weekly kickoff low. That's going to be kind of a pivotal level for us today.
All right, we're right there right now. 2034,
right there.
40, right there right now.
Ooh, Eddie's traded up, baby. I love it. Eddie's back trading it up. Let's go.
Yeah, how's it going? Eddie, you're buying, right? A 50K?
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, last week I hit my DLL. We had 150K sitting there, so I jumped on that. And right now I'm looking. I'm about halfway home. I got a $5,000 profit so far, so I'm being very easy here.
Wow, I love the transparency. That account happened. This is what happened in it. Blah blah blah, and I moved to this. Blah blah blah. So yeah, always guys ask what count they're in. Even if you're jumping in here, Joseph, and saying some influencer out there is up some amount of money or blah 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 blah. I was watching some Instagrams last night, and it was like I made $8,000 in this account today, and then it like. This account, this account's very vague. So that's what I'm saying. Make this account. What's that?
Jab, jab, jab. And that's what I did last week. Jab, jab, jab. Not looking to make anything huge. Very happy with just walking away with winning days, I
mean, coming out of the gate on that up $5,000 on that 150 account, that's nice.
I started that last week. Let's get that. I only made 352 today. But that was a continuation from last week.
Only's good.
Only's good. I like that.
Got it up there.
81% long in gold right now. 50-50 crude, 70% long in ES, and 50-50 NASDAQ for the most part.
I'd like to see what this number is going to do here.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Eddie. Keep us posted. Keep us posted over there.
Yeah. I'm hands off at trading. I'm going to be focusing on getting the number out for everybody here. So I'm not going to put anything on again here.
What do you tell them, Eddie, before we go into a number? What do you tell them? Be flat, right? Pull all your orders, be
Hey,
flat.
you know what? Yes. Check, double check, triple check your platform. Make sure that if you want a position on, fine. If you don't, better safe than sorry is what I think we all say that.
100%.
Make sure that you're flat. And if you got that Topstep X, it's got a nice little button that makes sure that you are flat, flatten all, cancel all, save your butt many times.
Yeah. Topstep X. How are we looking on public release, Michael? Topstep X. What do you think?
It's coming. I have a meeting this week on the what is it, the slow launch. It's going to go publicly, but it's only going to go like a certain amount of clip, so that we don't put ourselves in a one step, one rule.
It's coming, George. Give me Topstep X, man. It's coming.
Successful catastrophe, or we have just an influx of a bazillion people, and then they're having questions. The support gets overwhelmed, and then you get upset because you're not getting your support questions answered quickly. It's a snowball effect, so we got to control all that.
Smart.
It's a good problem, but it's also a problem I want to make not for you all to experience. So it's going to be released in February. So I don't have the exact date, but you're going to start to hear about it here soon. But just before the end of February, you'll start to enter your inbox, possibly.
Topstep's launching their own front end, man. Wow. Come a long way, man. It's incredible. It's incredible. From running around on the floor of the boarded trade with 3 different desks on 3 different sides of the room, Michael running around with his hair on fire, to now having their own front end. It's pretty damn amazing.
Yeah. I mean, when you're working with this group when you're working with a group that'll build you anything, you're like, build us anything, and here's all the things we want built, and it's being built. It's really cool.
You got 5 minutes, brothers and sisters of the trading world.
Amazing.
If I can answer Dr. Dax, he was asking, what's the data set? What's the size of the number of traders that are part of Tilt? We're talking, especially at this time of day, thousands.
Yeah, we're not ever going to tell you guys how many. There's thousands. I mean, Topstep's pretty big, and there's thousands. So, I mean, I learned in stat class that a sample size of 30 or greater, 30 or greater. Isn't that?
That's what we taught us to do.
Yeah,
that's what we learned in stat.
Statistically significant.
Yes,
can't we get more than 30?
And I can guarantee you that there are more than 30 open positions.
Yes,
there are more than 30. Yes. Stream title is funny. What is it? Oh, Power Hour. Yeah, that was a doozy, Michael.
I heard about
the Power Hour.
Power Hour was a doozy.
Yeah, Power Hour last Friday was fun.
More fun for some than others, but yeah, that was wild. All right, number coming up.
Yeah, we got about 3 minutes here. Number that I'm sort of focusing on is this PMI Service Purchasing Managers.
Okay.
See what we got coming out here. Got the prior PMI services 52.9. That was the expectation also, and the composite 52.3 prior, expectation 52.4. So it doesn't look like a big change, but somebody might turn the blender on and we might see some action.
Ooh. We just might.
All right, right now, bring it back to the screen. Bring it back to Topstep X, guys. We're gonna see how the dome performs in a wild market if it gets thin.
Putting it to the test. I like it.
On the spot.
On the spot. I like it. Something tells me we've tested this before. We're going to do this public, but let's do it for fun.
Andre, you get a little stage fright when you get on the spot, don't you?
Wow. Wow.
Is that what your girlfriend said? I don't know.
Oh, come on. It's too early.
Tell me about you do speech class or something. When you get on the stage.
Too early for that, dude.
Let's put that on Auto
Center. Oh, my God.
And we're going to see that run.
That's what I heard.
All right. There it is. Okay, we've got the dome on Auto Center right now.
Nice.
And be able to see it, Mammy. There it is. You got it on Auto Center also.
Remember, this is a smaller number.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
See if we can get a
I
whip
watched
here.
Oppenheimer this week, Michael. This weekend.
We'll talk about it during the number right
Yeah,
now.
I will.
All right, it's got
Look
about
at
a
the-
minute and a half.
Good, thank you. Look at the okay, so look at the dome. You got two domes. Guys, I call them domes. I don't even
I
like
know,
to call
man.
them
I can
domes.
tell you're confused.
I
It's called a
like
dome or
ladder.
a dome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually like to call them ladders. So everyone's like, it's a
Ladder.
dome. I'm like, whatever. Okay.
Depth of market.
Ladders. Ladders is what we've called this in 2002. 2002, when the ladders in my world just showed up in 2002. I started trading off ladders. And that's what you're seeing on the left and right. This is Topstep X. And just watch it. You'll see how it is digesting that data
Let's watch this.
I like
at
that
a
setup. That's a nice
at
setup.
a monster speed.
Wow.
So
Look how
Mac,
smooth
if
that
you're
thing
listening,
works.
let me know the speed at which we're digesting data.
Mac's listening already.
Num 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 num.
How smooth that thing is.
Also, if you're watching that dome, watch for big size. Usually we'll catch some size. Got about 30 seconds here.
Damn.
Okay, so it updates
20
times.
times.
It updates 20 times in 1 second. 20 times. So one, two, three, four, yeah, like a second. You know, like so that's very fast.
I remember Matt
20
saying it
times.
was very, fast as it could be.
Yeah,
Eddie, you count to 20 and I'll count to 1 second. We'll see which one you can fit them all.
Hold
in
on, we
by
got
1
10
second.
seconds here.
Hold on, Michael. Hold on.
Whoa, doggy. Whoa, doggy.
All right,
So
skip
web-based
then.
platform. That's amazing.
PMI coming out, 52.9 and 52 for the composite, 52.5 for the PMI services. So
Okay.
those services, anything 50 denotes no change since the previous month, while a level above 50 is an improvement. So below 50 indicates deterioration. So we are seeing a little deterioration
That's not good.
with that 52.5 and then the 52.0. So not really
Look
a
at that. Look how
blender
smooth
here.
that thing. Look how smooth X is moving.
It is. The markets aren't really moving too much either. And Dante, you're right. Next time we do this, guys, we'll put it next to another, or we'll put like 5 ladders up.
I like that.
You know,
That's a good challenge.
like with different platforms. We'll just see how they all respond, because it's just kind of it's good to know regardless. I'm not swaying you any direction except the direction that you're most
Yeah, you
confident.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I'm messing.
I want you to trader out there to trade whatever platform you're most comfortable with. Now, funding opportunity, I'll definitely sway you with to Topstep, because we're gonna try to help you out the best we can to get you in a better spot.
How about this? In 13 minutes, we got another major number coming out, non-manufacturing prices, ISM for January.
Wow.
So maybe we can.
Topstep
Also, we
X
do
challenge.
have the PMI, non-manufacturing PMI, top of the hour. So there's an opportunity.
If they can put it up, I'm down to see that.
Topstep X to the test on a Monday.
I can put up T4 right next to the S&P.
Wow.
Oh, gold running here.
Right.
Gold, yeah, gold's. Eddie, what's going on in gold? I'm watching it.
Yeah.
Rally here. We are up to 2038.70, getting very close here.
Little support there at 2034 weekly kickoff low.
Yeah, I got the VWAP at 2041.23 right now, and little pullback. I'm content. Right now. Missing a nice little rally like this, I'm fine with it. I'm not going to chase it.
Oh, you sure right now?
No, I've been out for a while.
Guys, kill his position.
That's on me. I didn't let him know.
I'm like, John, got a little rally going. Are you still short?
Any trades, Michael? Nothing popping.
No,
up there, right?
no. I have the word patience. Stay patient on my notebook. See, guys, notebook. I have
think we're turning over a new leaf, dude. I think that for last Friday sparked something in you.
Oh no, I was already patient. Last Friday, which is last Friday, at Power Hour, was a DannysTrades. I like this kid. He's a cool kid. He trades much differently than I do. But that day was all about me going with his trades and him coaching me. And I thought it was just a spectacular, enjoyable, exciting, fun time. Dude, it was just yeah. He's just coaching me through. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna take the risk on your trade. I'm gonna go with you. And he called this sell-off. Hold on to it, Michael. Hold on to it, Michael. Trust me, Michael. Michael, hold on to it. And then they just fell out of bed. It fell out of bed. Now, I had taken heat on it, but the point of the story is it was just like fun to trade with him. It was his trade. It wasn't mine, but I was taking the trade in my account. Call it, he was the lead account, and I was copying his account. But it was cool. It was cool. So if you guys get a chance, we might play the clip in here, or we might drop the link to the clip. Danny, good stuff. We're gonna have you on. Danny's coming on. He's a regular. So
yeah, when is DannysTrades back on to recap
this
that?
afternoon.
We got Danny
today.
Oh yeah, he sure is. Oh yeah, he'll be on Power
Hour.
Wow, here we go. Yes, with myself and Jack. DannysTrades,
Andre,
welcome back.
That trade on Friday was the opposite direction, but do you remember when we had that delta divergence and you and I both caught that pop at the end of the day?
Yes, similar.
It kind of reminded me of that, although we didn't get as excited, but it was still a hell of a trade.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Speaking of that, what's Delta at right now, John, just so we can kind of track throughout the day?
Delta in the S&Ps is negative 500.
Ooh, big, not a big number. Not a big
deal. The NASDAQ's a little more. It's minus 1,100 now. But it's congruent with direction, so that's probably not going to do much to help us right now.
Yep.
Yeah, the NAS is looking to it wasn't very heavy bias this morning on longs. And clearly, the buyers haven't come in. Short time frame buyers aren't coming in even yet. It's actually right now we're on our lows, and the bias is 65% short, which is odd, guys, because now we're on our lows of the day. Traders might be looking for a breakout to the downside because they're getting a short bias right around here at these levels in the NASDAQ. Right now, if you're listening and you're looking at it and you're not looking at Tilt, but you're listening to me, Tilt is getting heavier to the short side on NASDAQ. And it's heavier to the long side on S&P. That's just interesting to me because it means there's a bias in the S&P that's a little bit stronger long, and there's a bias a little bit stronger short in the NASDAQ. Usually those two products or those two markets or equities indexes will stay hand in hand, so to speak. You know, they're both long bias. They're both short bias. And then what percentage they are, you know, is what we always talk about. But this is kind of a little flip-flopper.
So, Michael, remember the overnight low in the NASDAQ, 17,664. 17,664.
Yep. John, do you think we're going to see 5,000 this week in the S&Ps?
I would say that there's probably pretty good odds. I mean, we know that traders are focusing on that level. Everybody wants to get there. And if that's the case, they have a tendency to make price go where they want it to.
Yes, they do. I think we got to 97s, 96s last Friday. I mean, we were like right there. We were sitting there staring at it. But then we turned around, came off almost. S&P's 5,000. I'll be damned. NASDAQ selling off here, guys.
Oh, looking at gold, still we've got on the tilt. Buyers are long here. Little pullback. I hope we didn't get stopped out, but tilt is still showing long. Sort of changed it on me here, and I lost it.
Crude oil is currently at a very important level.
Oh, can you talk about that, John?
7160 is weekly kickoff low. There's also a trend line that comes across there on a weekly chart. So if we continue to see time and volume below 7160, this could be a potentially big move. We talked about it on the opening call this morning. The open interest since the beginning of the year has increased in crude oil by 11%. There's only 4 or 5 days where we lost open interest. There is a lot, if you'll pardon the pun, of energy in crude oil right now.
Hey. Crude is selling off hard.
Well, this just coming over the wire. UBS expecting the U.S. Federal Reserve to cut interest rates at May versus their estimate of March. So I think we're starting to lean towards May a little bit more.
It's kind of what Paul was hinting at yesterday on the interview.
Yeah. Get on the bus.
Michael, you're watching 60 Minutes yesterday, Michael?
Yeah, I watched 60 Minutes and then Gilded Age because my wife and I watch Gilded Age every night. Yeah, no, it's I don't know. It's Jay Powell.
It was pretty just cookie cutter, I thought.
Lackluster, yeah.
Yeah, nothing too profound.
Is he wearing a dead t-shirt?
Every time I look at him, man, I think Deadhead. I can't stop thinking about that.
Oh, you know he is. Yeah.
Oh, they saw him. Yeah, he was at a show. Nothing wrong with it. It's just wild.
Really?
Oh, yeah, they got pictures of him in the crowd. Yeah, they got pictures of him in the crowd at the Dead show.
This is the guy that's... Well, you know what's really interesting is the 19 people that sit around the table, and they all, just like us, they talk shop on the economy, the pulse of the economy. We thought it was transitory, but then the more we looked at it, it wasn't transitory. It was blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, damn, it's just like us sitting around talking.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all skilled in their own lane, sitting at that table with them.
You know, 60 Minutes has been around since 1975.
Good show.
Longest running, continuously running program of any genre during American network primetime. Congratulations, 60 Minutes. And I'm going to give you the 5 minutes here.
5 minutes remaining.
All right, we got 5 minutes here, top of the hour.
We got Topstep X. We got Topstep X up here for the number.
No, but you know what, Topstep X, we're going to do that. We're going to do that one. We're going to put alert in there. We're going to get rid of all of our jobs here. Just put alert in here, in there that you'll be able to set. That'll be like 5 minutes remaining. We can do that. That'd be kind of cool. And then you can set your own. We have our whole risk tab center of it. So we're going to be doing a shot clock, trade clock. We're already working on that one.
That's pretty cool.
You know, credit goes to rips. Yeah.
You're going to set your shot clock too? Like,
I don't know.
5 minutes, 8 minutes.
I haven't even put myself in the game yet, let alone put a shot clock on me.
More like a penalty box, I guess, than a shot clock.
Nah.
I'm kidding. I'm
a good boy.
Shout out to Rips. 85% long in gold, Eddie.
Wow, moving it. Well, you know, we got that pullback in gold, but we got strong buyers here. Just pushing it back up again. 2039, we are just a little above last week's low and right below Friday's low. So I got a VWAP at 2041.21. So I'm waiting for that.
Eddie, back in the saddle trade in gold. Love it, man.
Giddy up. Giddy up.
Yeah, we need a fight song for you, Eddie. What's yours? What's John's? Play Johnny's when he gets into position, so just so everybody knows.
Like Kuma Sutra position or like a trading position?
Wow.
Oh, yeah. That'd work for either one, you know.
It'd work for either one.
Yeah, I mean, hey, whatever you're into, that's your thing.
Yep.
No shaming around here. Oh, I missed this force zone here. This is the OGs right here. You guys watching me down? Yeah.
Andy, what's up?
Andy cracks me up.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys in here. I can't wait to meet these guys in person too. I'll be like,
seriously, it'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be a blast. Yeah. Signing.
Can they come meet us in Vegas?
Babies.
Will there be time in Vegas if they want to come meet and say what's up, Michael?
Yeah, when we get the Vegas dates and all that down, we'll
cool.
We'll have that big ass powwow.
We can meet up for a night or so, happy hour or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, trader meetup or whatever we call it. Happy hour.
I want to meet the star. They want to meet Mr. Patak, the star.
I want to meet them. There's a lot of guys in here. I'm like, 100%.
I want to meet my boy Henry Max. Where'd he go? That's my boy.
Oh yeah,
He gone.
I think he's moved on to better
What
fields
about
and
ice?
dreams.
Goolsby. Yep.
All right.
A rooster there.
All right, 2 on the clock, 2 minutes. Remember, check your platforms. Make sure if you don't want a position on, or if you don't, check, double check, triple check.
Yeah, Hoop, you're definitely gonna get a video of me handing the $1,000 chip to Hoag. And guys, Hoag did a dry January. Kudos.
Yes, he did.
Kudos to
Bravo,
Johnny
buddy,
for doing
bravo.
that. All the whole
Good job, Johnny.
Yeah, the whole month. So yeah, there'll be a camera recording up until we get to the table when they say no cameras allowed, and then we'll probably back off, and then John will put it all on red. He'll always bet on black, and then we'll double down, and then he'll put it all. 13, isn't that the number?
That's what I won last week. Last time with
It hit
13.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, there's nothing no better feeling than your number hitting.
Yeah, very first bet.
It's the
Andre.
best feeling. It's amazing.
On roulette.
Did you walk away?
He just puts it on. 13.
Did you walk away, John?
Next thing,
yeah.
Well, it's one of my wife's lucky numbers.
Yeah.
8 and 13.
Of course.
Yes.
I put 20 on 8 and 20 on 13, and 13 hit. I'll never forget the look on the dealer's face. 13.
No
Like,
kidding.
what does that mean? He says, "You don't know what that means?" I said, "I know I won, but I don't know how much."
All right,
$720 on a $20 bet.
Nice.
nailed
30 seconds here, boys and girls.
Watch the dome. Look at the dome, the ladders. On the
What
left
else do they call
side,
that thing? Yeah.
on the left side, you're going to see the NASDAQ. You're going to see the gap between the bid and the offer because it's thin, because market makers and auto bots and all the
Nice.
automated
10
world
seconds.
of trading. There you go. 10 seconds. And then they'll flip it off and they'll
Looking at 52.
let it digest, let the market play the number, and they'll flip it back on. There you go.
Coming out at 53.4. They were looking at about a 52, coming out at 53.4. And take a look here. That's going to be the little higher than expected. 53.4. And that's going to mean that we've got, oopsie, here we go.
Yeah,
Higher
you
than
also keep an
expected
eye out.
is taken as positive bullish for the dollar.
Thank you.
So once again, a reading above 50 indicates a expanding. Anything below that is contracting. So we are expanding. Gold took a big hit. We just had just wiped out that nice little run we had.
Sure did. Hey, Eddie, also keep us posted if Goolsby, if you see any headlines out of Goolsby while he's supposed to start speaking, keep us posted. Eddie's on point today. S&P's breaking here.
Yeah, be watching Goolsby here. Anything over the wire.
You got it. Finally some action here. Look at this patience Michael's putting on today. I love it.
There's nothing.
How is it out there? There's nothing.
Look at the 30-minute chart. Hey guys, look at the Topstep X right there. Click the center. Who's on Topstep X chart is this? Center your NASDAQ. Click. There you go. That's what I have to do too. Click, because it moves so fast. I don't like it auto centering, but that's up to you.
Why?
On if that's what you want.
Why don't you like auto? Why don't you like auto center?
Because right now, watch it up. Watch how it moves. See right there.
Oh,
you can see certain levels that it moves up to, and then it comes down, and you see it breathe. You see it breathe.
I'm with you, Michael.
Yeah. So right, and then you just start to recognize what areas it's kind of like responding to price point level wise.
I see.
And you could be like, "Well, I see it on the chart, just the same." Yeah, sure, but like you have offers and bids and size and all that kind of stuff. To each its own. I mean, you don't have to use it.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
it's personal preference.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Marco, you get me with that comment every time too.
I sort of like to sort of use it as let it run. I mean, you got the two options,
Yeah.
Auto center or not. But if you want to find out if there's size up above, you got to sort of turn that auto center on. Otherwise, you're going to fight it.
Tight range.
I don't know. I just scroll up. There's different ways. See how much deeper? Like, NASDAQ is on the left on Topstep X.
Yeah.
Flip it to my screen, which I'm going to Topstep X. shortly, but flip it to my screen. You'll see that it doesn't go that deep. My bids and offers levels. So right there, see how I only go the red and the blue on mine only goes about 10 deep. See, I got a center just like I have to do it over there. I click the center. I'm going to do it again. Click the center and do it again. I just do this all day long. It's kind of fun. And then every now and then I accidentally hit the offer bid side and put a one lot on. All right, new lows coming.
Here we go.
So you go a lot deeper on Topstep X. That's just kind of the cool part about like getting the direct feed from the CME. You get much deeper. I think 100 points deep, ticks deep, even more. I get 10.
Level 2 sweet.
Gold tilt 70-30, 70% looking long here, even though we were
Here's
selling
the
off
overnight
here.
low in the NASDAQ,
Right.
Michael.
An overnight or weekend kickoff low here for gold, 2034. We just hit that down, Johnny.
Yeah. There it is, Michael. Overnight low.
Right here, right now, huh?
Yeah. We're already through it in the S&Ps, not in the NASDAQ.
What up, Isaac Rivera?
17,664. What's the chat?
Still selling off here. Ask what it is. What do we got? 50-50 in the tilt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we got some
Right.
folks
And
saying
S&P
there's a Topstep website issue, as in you're either not able to log in or it's down or something like that. I believe. Let me check. Our tech team's aware of the issue with the lag on Topstep.com, and we're working on it. We're working on a fix right now. Thank you all for your patience.
Any headlines, ID? Out of Goolsby?
Nothing yet
We're on
here.
it.
I'm still
Nothing
waiting. Goolsby, I think, is finishing his French toast.
Chicago guy. He's around here somewhere.
But here, you know what? You're just coming out here right now. Goolsby, I don't want to rule out March cut.
What?
So now he's going against the grain now.
What are you doing, dude? Why do we sell?
Yeah.
I'm going to buy it up.
Another spin.
I give up with these guys. I give up. What are they doing? What the hell are they doing?
He's like going to work and he's like, honey, what should I say? Say something like you're not ready to rule anything out.
See, the opposite of your boss.
If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all.
Don't say nothing at all. Right. He says that he needs to see some more data showing inflation progress.
God.
There you go. Okay. Goolsby, blah.
He's the last one. He's the last one. All stars have to line up. Everything, tea leaves and woozy woos, everything has to line up. Then okay, I'm in.
Yeah, don't
hey,
say
you see there?
bones.
We got the schedule out here for TopstepTV Day. We got opening call. We just had opening call. This is fast market. Shoulder tap coming up at 10:30 Central. 11 o'clock power players. TopQuiz 11:45. Group coaching at noon with Robert JD. Then we got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, 1 o'clock. Hogan Anne Marie. Followed by 2 o'clock Central Time, Power Hour, Jack, myself, and DannysTrades. Buckle up for that one. Got to
wow.
Recap
What's
last
nice,
Friday, but we got a jam-packed schedule today, so stay tuned. Bell the Bellers, shout out to you guys. You guys rule.
Yeah, just so you guys know, put the schedule back up there. The CT, we did the Chicago time. Some would say Central Time, but we tried to make it more about Chicago time. So up in the right corner, right below the live versus live is the time it is in Chicago. And then the schedule for those around the world. I know I've tuned in different spots. I'm like, okay, what time is it? It's right in the top right. And then here's your times for the rest of the day. Just so you guys
go. Cool.
follow along.
Nice.
Why do we do Chicago time, Andre?
That's where it all started. It's futures capital of the world.
Yes, sir.
I've been using it both. We've been saying both. Central time, Chicago time.
Hey,
We're Chicago proud, but not everyone knows Chicago time. So yes, technically Central time. Yes. But yes, Chicago is the capital futures of the world. John, is that because we're in the Midwest and it's just where all the grains and all the farm in the Midwest and all the train routes came through Chicago? Is that how it ended up being like that?
Chicago,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want the whole
capital.
story, I can tell you.
Well, I don't know if we get the whole. I don't know if we get it written right now, but just
Yeah,
in general, I think it's something like this. Our central
in
location.
1848, there are a couple of things happened that made Chicago the grain
Boy,
marketing center of the
We'll
world.
be at a sleep, John. 1848.
I know.
Here we go.
It was technology. Railroads came to Chicago, and
Right.
the Illinois-Michigan Canal was dug out. So that connected the Great Lakes with the Mississippi River. So all of those farmers around the Mississippi were able to get their grain to Chicago much easier. That's why it started in Chicago. That's where the Board of Trade started, basically on a street corner in 1848 in Chicago.
Unbelievable. Here we are.
And that's
today.
all. I won't put everybody to sleep.
No, that was the knowledge that we share.
100%.
And yeah, I honestly, John, I didn't know that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Paul remembers his teenage years. Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, come on.
Avery Ori, come on, man.
More so. We got some more so.
The one goes, the year was 1848. I was just a young boy.
It was a good year.
Milking my cow, my favorite cow. Hey, if we got 3,000 people watching here, Andre.
Yeah, we do. What does that mean, Eddie?
Oh my goodness! If you could, it is Monday, bright and early. I would love to have you at least give us a thumbs up here if you like what's going on. Please do, and if you notice, go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say attack instead of smash that like button, attack it. Attack the like button
with a vigor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't forget to subscribe. And you know what? What I found out too is if you click right below that, boy, we got so much information. Somebody did this up really nice. I didn't even notice it. We got when our schedule is. We've got links, trading glossary. A lot of the terms that we talk about. There's the link for that. Daily levels. There's the link for that. My goodness. Who did
really
this?
dialed this thing in? Yeah.
Buy this person lunch. Yes, very well done. Good job.
Speaking of good job, I'm pretty nervous right now. I got to pass a big test.
What kind of test?
Series 3.
Oh, really?
I gotta take it.
No kid.
I'm studying.
I didn't know this.
Well, I've always had my NFA registration, which put me as a broker, which I didn't have to do the Series 3. But now, a bunch of us here at Topstep are going to be getting our Series 3 just to be even more connected with the futures world. Even though we don't technically have to, we're all going to. We're trying to be ahead of the curve in the world of self-regulating ourselves. Yeah,
I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Smart.
Yeah, yes. Some big stuff might be coming out that we're doing, and some of the folks here are going to get Series 3'd up. You know what I mean? Joseph has his 55 and 63. Nice. Series 3 is.
When's the last time you took it?
Correct.
When's the last time you took a test, Patak?
Dude, that's my problem. That's my problem.
He's gonna say, when was the last time you buried your nose in a book and had to regurgitate shit later?
I can't do that. Now, if you put me on a sidewalk, you put me on a sidewalk and walk me down the street, and if I experience all that, I will remember it. It'll be transferred.
100%.
Like, all that's and a street smart kid. I can see it, understand it. But you put me in a book and say, "All right, read this now, regurgitate it, and answer this question." Like, what? Jam me up. So
my last test, they handed me a cup and told me to fill it. I guess I passed.
Oh shit! I accidentally just centered. Damn it! I accidentally just centered.
Yes. I'm not seeing much liquidity in ES, John, at all. There's some liquidity on the downside here. 49.55, there's 200 a lot on the bid, but that's...
Yeah, it's pretty thin. It doesn't seem like there's a whole... You got 300 down around, what, 49.50. There's nothing really sticking out. I was looking through the dome on Topstep X. There's 300 at 49.95, 200 at 5,000. That big fat round number everybody's thinking about. Down below, there was something last week down around 49.34, 33, something like that. There's 500 at 49.33 down below, but that's it. It's all twosie onesie. 48, 46 quarter. There's 251. There's the one sitting there waiting. You call that a wishing order. You're short and you wish that order would get filled.
Like a wish sandwich.
Yeah.
Remember what a wish sandwich is, John?
I do, yeah.
You wish you had a sandwich?
Two pieces of bread.
slices
You
of bread.
wish you had some meat.
You wish you had some meat.
Bow, bow, bow. Good old Blues Brothers. Yes, we're here from Chicago.
Yeah. And what Great Depression line did you hear that joke in?
We got some sellers here in S&P still, but we're going to be patient, guys. We are going to outweight this market. NASDAQ has seen some sell side action here. Gold still not doing much.
Did I tell you I accidentally went to center and I got long one and then I covered it right away? Yeah, I know. $70 mistake.
Winner? It's all right.
Yeah.
Get out
Jack,
of it.
that's what I thought he meant. Wishing one hand and blanking the other. That's what I thought they meant.
Well, Goolsby has some more comments here. I won't speculate on the potential for the 50 basis point cut. He also
50.
says, and they're talking about cooling, but his comment here, strong job data doesn't necessarily mean overheating. I don't know.
What's
think
going
it's
on,
more-
Goolsby? What are you doing?
More
dude?
confusing than he is. Yeah, I think that's
He's just got a great
Drinking
name.
all weekend.
Goolsby.
Austin Goolsby.
Austin Goolsby, right, mate?
Oh, It's like
Austin.
Austin Powers.
Scroovy baby.
Groovy, baby.
Oh,
Bloody hell.
bloody hell. It's groovy.
Well, the NASDAQ sold off.
Yeah, it's selling off. But
Now it's pausing, but now is it going to take another stair step down?
Stair step. Ooh.
sellers in crude. Nothing showing on tilt. It's more sellers in S&Ps and NASDAQ. Those who are short capture those
Pretty
profits. It's hard staying short in these equities lately, guys.
So shockingly, we have a lot of people in here that have taken some of these series tests. Series 3, 63, 55s. That's pretty cool, guys.
I wonder if it's any different than when they had it, when you had to have it on the trading floor.
I remember that test.
And with the trading floor, I just know I got like a 78% of them right, or 80. And it's a real estate, Illinois real estate test, the exact same day that I was taking the
New lows.
Chicago Board of Trade floor member test. I did them both the exact same day. Like Caesar degrees in my world, and I passed them both. I was a real estate agent. Yeah. I was a real estate agent, and I was a member of the Chicago Board of Trade on the exact same day. I was 24 years old.
Wow.
And that was the last. That was the last.
young
test
Michael
I took.
A young single Michael Patak with all his degrees, a couple bucks in his pocket.
Oh, so much
Wow.
potential. I got the real
Look.
estate.
Watch out, Chicago.
Yeah, I got the real estate one because I'm like, I'm going to be a trader. I'm going to make so much money trading here that I'm going to buy real estate and I'm going to get a disc or like, I don't have to pay a real estate commission.
Commission,
I'm going to get it. Yeah.
Smart. There you go.
New
There you
lows.
go. Very
New
well.
lows.
Yeah.
S&Ps.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Oh, it's
I
Michael.
passed 2 in one day.
All right.
He was walking out of there. Yeah. Get myself a pizza. Mm.
Young Michael Patak on the prowl. The streets of Chicago.
The streets of Chicago. That sounds horrible.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
You were running around. Here we go. New lows. 49.48s in S&Ps. Liquidity to the downside here. John's got me hunting for paper now, man. Completely changed the way I look at this ladder. We got 276 at 49.47. So there is some more liquidity to the downside. What price did you accidentally buy, Michael?
I bought 61s and instantly covered 57s, which was a great.
Yep.
That's why you don't hold on to a position that you accidentally got into.
No.
That's right. New lows. Wow. Sellers. Did he say something again, Eddie? Nothing.
You know what? There are comments here, but I mean, like I said, he's just spinning a web here. I've seen decidedly lighter lending markets over last year, he says, talking about inverted yield curve. So typically it's not applicable as a recession indicator. I mean, I guess you'd have to put this all together and figure out what he's trying to say.
What up, Dolby?
D-Time in the house.
D-Time. I think he's going to Colorado this week.
I think he's on his way now.
Okay.
Mm.
Man, new lows. We're on our lows.
Yeah, they're selling this off. When do we buy this dip? That's all I'm thinking right now. Is that bad? That's all I'm thinking right now.
I'm moving away from being contrarian all the time. So yeah, I'm trying to
the buyers come
out.
Well, I got a fear and greed index here. And what emotion is driving the market right now? And it's pointing highly in greed right now.
Oh, God, yeah. I'd say.
Yeah.
Like, it's like high level. Like, I mean,
Almost
everybody right now.
greed.
Yeah, everybody right. I don't know if it's extreme. Is that what you said?
Almost.
I mean, everybody's 401k is crushing it. Everybody's investments are crushing for the most part. I mean, unless you're still penny stock picking.
Everyone has to penny stock pick at one point.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Real quick, while we see the sellers here in the NASDAQ and S&Ps, we'll keep monitoring this. Let's go to Jack. Jack, what do you got?
Oh,
Jack.
Our man was on 60 Minutes last night, saying that he was wary of the Fed cutting too soon, which could be some of this sell-off. He reiterated that the March interest rate cut is unlikely and that the 2024 rate forecast probably hasn't changed dramatically, which makes it all the more interesting that our boy Goolsby has just come out and saying, don't take it off the table, guys.
Yeah. What is that?
March
Look at that.
Play.
Wow.
Look at that picture. That's Goolsby.
Go Goolsby. And then on a completely unrelated story, but still interesting, India has released a pigeon that they held in, would you call it custody that you hold an animal in? They held this pigeon for 8 months. They found it carrying some writing in Chinese. It seems that the most logical explanation is that it was actually flying a race in China and got lost, but glad to see the pigeon is free and doing pigeon things again.
Michael,
interrogating him.
Yeah,
dude, I was in a Chinese race. I ran a little bit longer than I did.
I think once you
tell it again, there, pigeon.
Once you take the note off of it, once you take the note from the pigeon, I'm not sure what else it can do to harm you. So this seemed a little overboard, but glad it all worked out.
Thank God.
They let it go and then got it.
There you go. Oh, Eddie. Eddie. Oh, man.
Eddie, you don't want PETA tuning in on this show.
We're going to get canceled. They're going to cancel us.
There's a tiger that wanted to eat it, so I chased it away.
There you go.
Thank you, Robert. 5 minutes. Yes. Just to recap a poll, have you taken a series test? 88% no, 6% series 7, 3% with the 3, and 1% with the series 65. Michael, you're going to be part of that 3%. 88% say no.
But Hoag is as well. I think Mick's taking it. Danny's taking it. Mac's taking it. You know what I'd say to you guys? You take it too. I got a $1,000 bet says that you can't pass, even though I want you to pass.
Wow.
Sounds like an
I
incentive.
could use a $1,000 chip.
We are all getting Topstep bonuses for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. So we will be doing this. This extra.
Thank you.
What we got?
It'll work.
How we looking in gold, Eddie?
You know what? I tell you,
Any problem?
the buyers sort of just fell asleep here. Right now, we're looking at 2035, just a little below last week's low. I'm hands off. I'm not seeing anything here, especially in the dome. Dome looks pretty even, but still buyers are a little long here. In the tilt, I was just watching the tilt here go by, and it sort of passed me by, but I don't know. Any gold traders out there? What's your position? You got a position on? Long, short? What are we looking at? Let's get some live feed here in the chat. I'm going to take a look. What do we got? Oh, there's...
Hey, Michael, how many markets you watching up there? You just watching NASDAQ and S&Ps, and what else you got on your screen? Anything? You got gold or crude up there at all?
Nope.
Just okay.
Nope.
Just
Unnecessary distraction. Unnecessary distraction.
What in terms of tilt? What are you watching in tilt?
I just same. I keep it. I do not want any new information in my brain. That's like
Fair enough.
Distract me, sway me, all that kind of stuff. So that I don't know. I keep it super simple. S&P, NASDAQ, S&P, NASDAQ. Put them next to each other. Watch the charts. 30-minute, 30-minute. Both. So those are next to each other, and then 5-minute, 5-minute. Simple moving averages. I put the VWAP on here since it's such a very popular indicator. I'd kind of like to know what everybody else is.
It is.
When the VWAP comes up to a certain level, everybody else is looking at the VWAP. So I put it up there. So other than that, and then volume profile.
What period? What you got? The 50-day, 200-day? What moving averages you got up there?
50-day, 100-day, 200-day. And I always learn the 50-day is like a speed bump. The 100-day is like a chain link fence that you can move through and come back. And then the 200-day is like the Great Wall of China. The big wall.
Where'd you get this from? You never told me this before. Where'd you get that one from? That's pretty good.
I got trained in the early days, guys. That's why you get a mentor. Yeah. That's why you get mentors and trading buddies. You learn a lot from each other. You pick up and
speed bump, chain link fence, and Great Wall of China. I'll be damned, Michael. It's pretty good.
You know what? That coincides with Topstep's tip of the week. You know,
what is it, Eddie? Tell us.
Seek advice, seek feedback.
Michael, we say that again.
There you go.
Say that one, Michael. Sorry, Eddie. Michael, say that one more time. People in chat, say it one more time.
The 50 period moving average is a speed bump. It's like it's there. You know, it can slow the market down. It could possibly get some folks to turn around and say, you know what, I'm going to not go over the speed bump. So, and then the 100 period moving average is like a chain link fence. It'll push through it, and then it can come bring you back, but it's a little looser, and you can kind of push through those. And then the Great Wall of China is a 200 period moving average. That's a huge ass wall. You got to hit on it, knock on it a lot of times before you really break through and hold on the other side of it. I don't know. I'm sure everybody here has everybody here has some ring-a-ding-ding line that worked for them. That one worked. That one worked for me, and then keep it super simple. The keep it simple, stupid line. I remember some of you it's very condescending. Like, who wants that negativity talk? KISS is keep it super simple. Okay, so it's 73% bias, 74%.
Might be about that time.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the tip of the week. Network and learn from others. Exactly what we're doing here. Oh, thank you, James. Definitely. Thank you, Robert.
Thanks, James. Mentors are a great thing to have. Yeah.
Yes.
I like to put trades on. We're going to be patient here. I know they tune in to watch us trade, but nothing's popping. Nothing's popping.
You know, I'm gonna put something on here. Let's get busy.
Let's get down to business.
Keep it simple, students.
Let's see what we got here. Gold. Okay. He's looking to put a gold trade on. Got the 5-minute here, looking like we've been barcoding a little bit. What's barcoding mean? Barcoding means we've been in a range. And on the chart, it kind of looks like a barcode. One candle next to the other over a certain period of time, about the same size, kind of starts looking and resembling a barcode. What do you got, Eddie?
I am long at 2036.
Nice.
In what market and what account?
Gold, 150K account. And I'm looking like around $300 here. See if I can pull that in.
Every day, dude. Every day.
Is what?
I spill coffee on myself every day. Just did it again on white. White.
Come on, stay focused. Stay focused.
It never ceases to amaze me. Every single day. In the car, I'll take a drink and I'll spill it. In here, I'll take a drink and I'll spill it.
Just don't spill it in your
Fair
computer.
enough. Fair enough, Travis, Chicago. Travis,
maybe you just drink hot water and eat beans. This way it won't stain anything.
I do on my way into work. I drink hot water. And just straight hot water on my way in. But then when I get almost here, I stop and pick up a coffee at my favorite place to get a coffee. And then somehow between that short drive and here and sitting down here every day, I tend to spill somewhere on my body.
Gravity sucks, you know?
I'm just gravitationally challenged myself.
Yeah.
All right, come on, baby. Come on.
Are we looking here? Are we looking?
Yeah.
I do as well, Mike. Yeah. I am wearing white, and I take this shirt off the second down the show because I got to go walk the dog, and I'm not getting mud on this thing.
Look at this, Andre. I'm wearing white, and I just had to dilute it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, you're not coding. You're not kidding. You really spilled. Good job, boss.
It was just like a little dot. These are like white, like these kind of like linen pants that my wife got me. And I'm like, okay, it's a little dot on there. And I'm like, I'm not taking them off right now. So I just poured a bunch of water on it. Water to dilute it. You can't see it now, but my whole leg is wet. So
you guys have no respect for how far after Labor Day it is, and you're still wearing that white.
Good call. Oh. Fashion faux pas, Michael.
I thought it was just
definitely looks like I needed to go to the bathroom, and I wouldn't leave my position. But hey, what if I'm not going to ask that poll? But I mean, like, we've been in positions before where you don't want to leave the screen, and it's, you know, never mind. I'm going to move on from that.
Really popping here. Eddie, you got stopped out.
I got stoppenzied. Yes.
Okay.
That's
okay. Manage the risk, though. Yeah, you're managing the risk.
Yeah.
All manageable losses.
Down 112.
All right. That's I consider that a scratch, but obviously you want to see the plus. And I'll repeat this. You know, sometimes you say he was up 112, and people kind of scoff at those numbers. Dolby Times told me this a couple weeks ago. It was you think being up $112 is not a lot, but there's always a trader out there that's down $1,500, $1,000 that would die to be up 112 on the day. So there's nothing. There's no shame in being up $100. It's a good day. It's a win day, like Mick says, and he'll be on here in shoulder tap. He's more impressed with a trader that can make $200 5 days in a row than a trader that can make $1,000 in one day. So
yeah,
we're all about base hits and singles here. We're all about base hits and singles here. I know what kinds of, sometimes we'll put on some big trades and try to catch a triple or a home run, but this is a longevity game, and the longer you're in this game, the more money you make. So that's kind of how we attack this thing. But yes, if you're up $100, don't scoff at it. There's a trader out there that's down a G that would do anything to be up that $100. So be proud of it. You won.
We have all been there. Yeah, we have all been there and just wish we were up or close to breaking even on the day because we're so deep in the hole. So never scoff at anybody.
There you go, Dolby.
I'm going to get long again here. Let's keep the party going.
I like it.
Long here at 2035.
Got an S&P's here, 49.47 3/4, 500 on the bid. 49.47 3/4, got 570 on the bid.
Oh, wow, that's pretty big.
It is pretty big. John, we don't see that kind of size very often.
No, especially the dome is actually pretty thin today. We're not seeing a lot of 200s on there. It's all in the 100s and the double digits.
It's gonna get
kind of a thin day.
This thing gets filled. Like, they get pulled or
there it goes.
They get filled or pulled. Anyone out there? I'm not watching time and sales. That got filled. I'm getting along with it.
I don't know if it did.
I don't know if it did either. I think Mike got pulled. It's pretty thin in the S&Ps, though.
Let's get busy.
They'd been sitting there for days thinking Mark Landers.
You wouldn't go eat pulled pork long here?
Pulled pork, baby. Dolby created a monster with that.
Oh, pulled
All
pork.
right. All right, got that back. Up 121 right now. So
how about that? Good job, Eddie.
Yeah.
Is this your screen right? Is this your screen right now? Smash the like button.
yes,
Look at that.
yes, it is.
Ooh,
Yes,
good
it
job,
is.
guys.
Yeah, you can see it. Let me see if can I move this?
Put that smash like button back up there, guys, because Eddie just had a good trade. So if you liked that,
Oh, look at that. Cool.
just smash it or attack it.
Right. Not looking for a lot. Just trying to get myself mindset back into positivity.
I like it.
And I'm up 121.
It's a win on the day.
Oh, thank you. Robert's Johnny on the spot. Good job.
Michael, what do we think?
up, dude?
What happened? All right, sounds good, Jack. I just saw your message. We'll do that. Yeah, we had a schedule change today, didn't we?
Okay.
Michael, smash the like button. I like that.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Who put that on there?
Yeah, good job,
That was
guys.
neat.
49.47. That I still don't know if that 500 like it fell, but usually when paper gets filled on those bids, we Dolby at the airport. What's up? Shout out to Dolby at the airport, getting ready to board a flight to beautiful Colorado.
There's another 600 on the bid. 49.45.50. I've got the time and sales up here. I can tell us if it actually trades out or not.
Did
If
the
they
other one trade?
cancel
Did
it,
the 500 lot trade?
Yeah, there's 628 on the bid at 49.45 half right now.
Yeah. Okay.
So I did put up a time and sales. So I'll be able to see if it trades out.
Thank you, John. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mike. Mike, he said I mentioned reset or filling out the goal form. Any word on that? That's for you. Filling it out is for you all, myself included, to fill out our goals. Topstep I'll make it a part of like our team to follow up with you all later this year on it, who filled it out. Guys, this was a form that we gave in January that you could fill out what your 2024 trading goals were. And then, but no, you're not going to get it just because you filled it out. You're going to get it. You're going to get something special from Topstep for filling it out when we follow up about, are you on track with this goal when we do the reminder. So that's that. It's really for you all to have some type of guiding light for 2024.
Yeah.
And writing down your goal, your trading goal is a pretty damn good way to have some type of guiding light.
It's not too late to fill that out either,
no.
just because it's early February. We can still have a lot of trading time left in this year. Definitely revisit those goals. Change your goals, adjust your goals. You can adapt your goals. I mean, your goals can change throughout the year, but it's good to have something that you're striving towards.
Yeah, hold it. So we'll put a little anchor in there for you and your trading career, 2024 trading career, to have some goal that anchors you to a direction. So if we could drop that link in there, I assume we're grabbing the link. We'll get the link.
You can find it.
And then you can put it in there. Maybe it's in June. We hit you guys up and say, hey, Tommy, you said you gave us this, and we'll drop in the goal that you said, are you on track with this? And oh, by the way, here's a reset to get you a clean slate. We'll probably do something like that. Don't hold me to that, but we're probably going to do. I don't see why that would be something that the rest of the team would say no to. But yeah, it helps remind you, and then it helps hopefully get you back on track with whatever we provide in there as a keep up the great work. Here's a little something.
Keep up good work.
Don't ask till then. Just fill it out. Or
Sailing the current front month for GC is April. GCJ April.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, we got a little pause here, guys. Let's Jack, what do you got over there? Hopefully you got something good, like maybe hot streaks or yesterday's best. What's up, Jack?
Hey, what's up, Dre? Yeah, hot streaks today. Mateo T and Joseph.
Ooh,
Did not
like the number
trade on
came back.
Friday.
Okay.
So today's top spot goes to Jeff H. And we had to add 2 names to the hot streaks list, which are Parmeshwar and Christina.
Wow.
What was the number? Yeah, it was like,
Nice,
we were
nice,
getting up to
nice.
26 or 25 or something last week. And now we're back down to 19.
Yeah, it was 24, 25, but they didn't trade yesterday. We're trying to vary it up a little
I like
bit.
it.
When next they trade, they very well could be back up here.
Respect.
And
Awesome.
as far
19 days in a row.
as
16.
I wish I could
yesterday's
do that.
best, look at this. I went in and edited the graphic so that it says Friday's best, lest people think that it was Sunday trades. So there we go.
Yes,
We got Michael B, 37K across 2 XFA accounts, and Ronald S. That's a familiar name. He's currently ranked number 3 among all Topstep funded traders.
Hell yes.
37
That is
grand.
awesome.
37 G's.
I mean, just the fact I like the Ronald S because Ronald S is pulled up to the very, very. Hey guys, anybody you see with the live next to their account, you got Rips that comes on here. He's live. DannysTrades, he's live.
Isaac.
I think he's still active live. I would have to find out.
Coda.
But live means
Mhm.
out of the thousands and thousands in the trading combine, there's a smaller percentage of those folks that'll get funded. Welcome to the industry. 95% of traders fail that are actively trading. That stat's pretty correct on the people that struggle, but there's that group that gets themselves into the 5% or 2% or whatever that success advancing on to the next level or taking money out of your account and all that kind of stuff. So thousands do that. XFA we have thousands, and then you have the smaller club of kind of the elite, the best ones here at Topstep is the live traders. It's just cool to see. It's cool to see that a live trader could be up there on that list too, because there's so many more
And
XFA.
one of them's in the chat. Parmeshwar is in the chat.
No
Good
way.
job, Parmeshwar.
Oh hell yeah!
Hey,
Very
hot
cool.
streak.
Oh,
Good job.
you made it. You're famous, Parmeshwar. You made it.
Schwartz, that is awesome. We got Isaac Rivera in here as well. He's a
Shout
live
out.
trader on the list.
New lows, NASDAQ. New lows, sellers.
Yeah, just caught a little reversal in my ideas. Caught a nice little winner here, a little $300 winner.
Eddie, low key, carving up the gold market right now.
Yeah, up 405 on the day.
More sellers. New lows at NASDAQ.
Haram's here. Isaac Rivera's here. We got traders in here, guys. It's and then you get to see the transparency, full transparency, pretty much of like, hey, how they're doing, all that kind of stuff. And of course, we always got to just focus on your own personal journey, but it's always good to know how other people are doing in the space that you're in. And yes, you can be a part of the 5% that succeed or the 1% or whatever there is. I know when I joined the space, I'm like, I don't care if there's a failure rate that high. I'm going to be at the high level. I read also really quickly that the NFL point something. It's like under 1% of all starting varsity high school football players ever make it to the pros. That's
You don't think you're going to be that? You think you're going to be that 0.1?
Yeah.
New sellers, more sellers, guys.
Yeah, NBA
Gold
is
selling
just
off.
so hard.
Gold selling off too here, Eddie.
Yeah, I caught it. Caught a little one. I'm fine.
Good.
I'm not going to chase it. No.
What's a tick value in gold?
What do you got here?
$10.
I believe it's $10.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. John knows everything.
New lows.
Go to John.
He sure does.
He's our top
John goes back
kiosk.
Yes, he is. All right. Did that order get filled, John? 45s? I was not watching in the S&Ps. That's 600 lot on the bid.
I'll tell you in a second, though.
All good. 49.41, new low S&Ps. See a pullback. Oh, boy, the NASDAQ, man, they are hammering the sucker.
When it went down
Gold
through
season.
45.
40.
Gold selling off here. Crude's trading sideways a little bit. I don't see anything on the headlines. Yep. When do the buyers come in? So terrified of being short.
No, Goolsby.
Wow.
He's done.
Okay. Well, here we go. We're off to the downside.
Yeah, he's done.
So Andre, when
Mike,
you were
Yeah,
talking
it
about
traded out. It traded out.
Filled. All right.
Yeah,
So
it got filled.
we've seen 500 get filled on 49.47 through orders bid. Now we saw 600 get filled on the 45 half bid. There's another 500 lot. Here we go. 39.
500.
Yeah, 500.
Yep.
So they're setting their bids. I don't know if they're short or if they're setting their longs. Who knows? It's impossible to tell. But it is of note that the paper has been on the downside. It's been on the bid.
Hey guys, let's watch
33 as
crosstalk real quick. We want to explain this one. You're talking about, you guys are talking about S&P. You're talking about right here, right now, 49.39 evens. The bid on that.
Right. Yes, there's a big size bid. We've seen this bids above it, 45s, 49.45 half. There was a 600 lot on the bid. That got filled. Above that, 49.47 in the order three quarters, 500 lot on that bid. That got filled. Kind of feels like they're setting their bid, setting their long, so to speak, in terms of sense, taking profits from their shorts, it feels like. But there's no way of telling. Just the size of the bid has been on the bids to the downside. John, what's Delta at ES, just so we can keep track of that?
Yeah, I want to watch this. I want to watch this trade out. 39.
Here we go. Filled.
It traded out.
What was that? 39s?
39 evens.
Okay.
49,
So we see
39 even.
1,500 left. 1,500 in paper filled the downside
traded
between
out.
39 and 47. Okay. So
Delta's negative 13,000 in the S&P.
Wow. Okay, so that's growing big time. It was at 848 about an hour ago. We were at minus 500 in the ES. Now we're down minus 13,000. That is, John, that's congruent with market direction, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so that's okay. So the shorts are happy right now. Market is breaking for them. We'll keep an eye on that. But the bids, the paper has been on the bid and has been getting filled. We'll see how the market reacts here over the course of the day. Tilt, nothing showing on tilt. 50-50 across the board between gold, crude, ES, and NASDAQ. Right. So new lows, though, we're breaking in at NASDAQ and S&Ps. Well, Delta keeps hitting bids and getting filled.
Andre, if I remember right, that huge bid, there was like 3,000 on the bid on Friday, well below where the market was. I believe it was down here around this 49.33, 34 level, and there's 600 to bid there at 49.33 right now.
Good stuff, John. Good stuff. Yeah, I remember that. Okay.
Looking at the Magnificent Seven, we got Apple up 0.46%, Microsoft down 1.12%, Google up nicely 1.54%, and NVIDIA up 3%. There's Tesla, Amazon down 1.67%. So it's a mixed batch here. Tesla getting hit pretty hard here, down almost 5%.
Tesla's getting hammered, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, some of the live funded traders that are here, guys, share in the chat what you guys are seeing. I have not traded today, besides that one accidental click to the center and bought 61s and sold 57s instantly. But would like to know what you all are thinking. Any of the funded traders in here? What are you guys thinking? I'm just trying to ask you guys, just kind of seeing what those at the funded level are, where their heads at.
Mm-hmm.
If you got anything, share it.
Yes, please do. John, yeah, okay, so back to that 3,000 lot. John, do we remember that price? Okay, there it is. Thank you, Jay Cook. 49.34 is where that 3,000 lot was. Dude, Jay Cook's always on.
There you go. Yeah, I knew it was in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it was. There was 3,000 lot. It is no longer there.
Who are the people in your neighborhood?
That might actually be the trader that's kind of buying them along the way down here. Could be.
Very good. Good call. Good stuff. Hey, Michael, you want to address that in the chat there, in the Slack?
What am I addressing?
I don't know. Talking about, we're aware of an issue with the site. Our team is on it. Thanks for your patience. We know, guys.
You got that.
We're working on it. Trust me, they're working their asses off behind the scenes. I can assure you that.
Yes.
It will be back up online shortly.
There is no need to worry. The support team is on it, and it will be fixed as soon as possible.
Yes, there will.
Very nice.
As soon as possible. Thank you, Zap.
I was thinking about getting along with paper, but no, it's just gotta wait.
Well, this
that
coming
out.
over the wire. U.S. Special Envoy to Yemen traveled to Gulf this week to discuss the de-escalation and trying to stop these attacks. Let's hope they're successful.
We did, yeah. There was talk of ceasefire last week that sent oil barreling down to the downside. Turned out that there's nothing official, but if you're trading crude out there, very sensitive to news, especially these times with the conflicts going on in the Middle East. So you got to be very nimble, agile. You got to be paying attention to the headline. It's John? We call it a very news-sensitive market, news-driven market.
Yeah,
Is that what we call that?
News-driven markets. News-driven.
How do you handle that? How do you handle a news-driven market in terms of entries, exits, managing a position? How do you attack something like that?
Well, I mean, if there's known news, you can choose to play or you can choose not to play. It's the unknown news that changes markets, sometimes instantly, which you can't plan for. All you can do is protect yourself. Andre, I was just going to point out in the S&Ps here, we're getting pretty close to that big wall of the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart, which lines up nicely with a previous trend line across these highs here.
What is that price, John? The 200?
The 200 session moving average is at 49.3530. Keep in mind, though, my good friend, that this is contrary to direction at this time in this time frame.
Yeah. Okay.
So it does give you the ability to limit risk, but it might be a low probability trade, which I have a tendency to like those.
Yeah. We're getting back. We're getting it back. But I appreciate that. 49.35 half. 200 session moving average in the S&Ps. What is no, we're good there. So something we'll keep an eye on. That could be the Great Wall, China, as Michael so eloquently put it earlier today.
Well, and below that level is where the buyers came in on Friday. We started to the downside on Friday, if you remember, and all we did was just barely close the gap to Thursday, and we rallied the rest of the day.
Sure did. Did we ever rally? Did we ever rally on Friday? New sellers coming in here in crude trading 71.45. And we'll see what do we got here. What do we got, Eddie?
Isaac has got a question for Nebraska. If the 49.45s can fall as resistance, we will make a run up. Could end up barcoding between 49.45 and 49.30 if we can break to the upside. I'm still bullish at this point. Well said.
All right, so
explanation.
49.45. 49.45 is where we're roughly at. This is S&P, a couple handles away from it, all the way to the 30s. So if he's saying that, that pretty much means he thinks he's going to sit down here for a bit, right? And we could barcode, which means kind of do some sideways action between these levels, which is still a pretty big range. 49.45s to 30s, 15 handles.
And
John, is that how you read it? How'd you read it? Thanks, Isaac.
If you want to look on the chart, on my charts here, this is the profile from today. Opening range still the high of the day. That short would have been good, but we are at risk of a failed downside auction. If we leave this and head back into the initial balance, which the initial balance low is 49.4275 for any amount of time, this could create a failed auction, which would be an opportunity for a move in the opposite direction. We've got to wait a little bit. We've got, what do we have? We have almost 8 minutes left in this time period before we can really see if we're going to show acceptance below the initial balance or rejection of the initial balance, the extension below the initial balance for a move back to the upside. So one thing that's tricky about using time. But yeah, we're at risk of kind of having a failed downside auction on the lows today. We'll keep an eye on that.
Speaking of a failed downside auction, crude just bounced off that. What was it 71.41, up 25 cents? Just, boy, it bounces off that pretty viciously as a failed downside auction. John, someone was asking about the delta. When we talk about delta, we should probably, I don't want to have to make you repeat this, but you know, people have questions. When we're looking at delta, what are we looking at? What does a negative 13,000 count mean in the S&Ps?
Okay, so and I have no problem repeating it. I mean, I think it's a really, and Andre, you've seen it in play when there's a divergence, how important that can be.
I learned it from you, man. I learned it from you. You're the best. I learned this from you. So you're learning it from the Godfather here. Go on.
And we, you know, there will be examples, and we will be able to take advantage of it. It just doesn't present itself that often, but when it does, it's something you certainly want to pay attention to.
Yeah.
So we can see right here, prices moving lower. Our more aggressive traders are using market orders to sell into bids. The delta, quite simply, is the number of contracts that trade on the offer by market orders. Every contract is +1 in delta, minus the number of contracts that trade on the bid using market order sells are negative delta. So we can look at this delta and we can say already about 12,700 contracts more have traded on the bid than on the offer. When you think about it, the traders using the market orders to enter the position are the aggressors. They're very aggressive. They are taking an action to enter the market. They're not just placing an offer and letting the market come to them. They are hitting the bid. They're hitting the bid. They're hitting the bid. They're giving up that edge. That's initiative, right? So you're seeing more aggressive sellers pushing price lower. When the opposite happens, if we were at negative 12,000 delta and price was moving higher over time, that can be an indication that there is another presence in the marketplace, possibly a longer time frame, deeper hands, bigger trader that is scooping up all of those sells, those sell market orders that the short time frame traders are using to get into those positions. Most of our short time frame traders, myself included, are usually going to be getting in using a market order. We're very short time frame. We don't want to miss it. For whatever reason, we use market orders, and the longer time frame is much more patient. They're less price sensitive, so they let the market come to them, and they let those short time frame traders fill them at a level until the short time frame traders won't sell it anymore, and then you'll have negative delta. Then the longer time frame traders will move those bids higher to attract short time frame market order sellers to hit them, and they'll scoop up everything they can there until they can't get anything else bought, and then they'll move those bids higher. So you have price moving higher against the more aggressive short time frame market orders sellers. And what ends up happening at the end of the day, or at some point during the day, is you end up with a large community of shorter time frame, weaker hands pea shooters like me, like us, way too short. And they know we're going to go home flat. So when that happens at the end of the day, sometimes after 2:30, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes doesn't happen, but it gives you that probability to say all of our time frame community, the traders that need or want to go home flat by the end of the day, are so short they're going to have to turn and cover those positions, and that's when you get those big pushes higher at the end of the day. And it works the opposite way either. If price is moving lower on increasingly higher delta, that's when we may say that there is a longer time frame seller in the market that has the short time frame pea shooters so long at the end of the day that they're going to turn around and head the market the other way because they want to go home flat, or they don't want to lose all their money so they can't buy their kids the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip.
Exactly. You never told me that last part, John.
I will repeat that ad nauseum until everybody understands what it is. And again, it's not something that we see every day. Might be something we don't see for a week, might be something we don't see for a month. But when we see it, it can create a wonderful trading opportunity, especially if you recognize it early. You get on the side of the longer time frame. You watch your direct competitors, your direct time frame getting shorter and shorter and shorter as the day goes on. You're going to kind of feel it. You can kind of rub your hands together and say, "Oh boy, this is a good one." Now, nothing has to happen, and anything can happen, ACH. But you're putting yourself in a position aligned with the longer time frame traders and against the shorter time frame P shooters that are getting shorter and shorter.
Damn.
As price continues to move higher. You know that they're going to have to get out at the end of the day. Boom, you get the pop at the end of the day. And Andre, we've seen this during group power hour. There was a period there. It seemed to be happening almost every day.
We were
And
getting
then
paid.
we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it since.
Yes, it seems like we see it more on down days, and we'll see then we do up days. But yeah, we were getting paid nicely on it. I'll say in December, that trade, 6 out of 8 days, something like that. We were getting paid nicely on it. John pointed out to me that lesson you guys just got. That's what he gave to me. Besides the GI Joe with the Kung Fu grip, he just added that to the lesson. That's a new one. But what he was saying about the short time frame traders having to get out at the end of the day, they got to be flat. Basically, you're trying to watch the setup and take the opposite side of that trade. But yeah, there we go. So we'll keep you posted on that. We'll, all the way into power hour. Last time we checked it was negative 13,000 delta on the S&Ps. So thank you for that, John. That was great stuff, man. Now, Michael, can you repeat that? Michael, can you repeat what he just said, Michael?
If need be.
Thank Isaac
Short.
too for that heads up.
Michael's in.
I'm short one. I've been
So-
short from 94s right here. 94.
Okay, cool. My bad. Work on your trade. I was just goofing with you.
No, it's kind of this is the first little rip higher. I had 10 handles in it, and now I'm back at right where I was entry.
Something.
But it did this little extension. It's been selling off all day. First little pop.
Below initial balance,
Community
you got a low volume node above you.
Yes.
Michael's sitting. I like it, Michael. We take some move to the downside here. Still can't. Oh, we're working on it, guys. We're working on it. I promise you. Let's take a look at tilt here. Gold 50-50. What's going on in gold, Eddie? Real quick, have we seen any movement?
You know what? It's been a tug of war, but now it seems like the buyers are taking a little control here right now. It's been back and forth here. I know that we've got close to our low. Right now, we're looking at 20.33, very close to the weekend kickoff low. And maybe if we get past that, we can maybe see some more buyers coming in. But I'm hands off right now. I didn't like that tug of war. It was back and forth.
Probably the best decision because in gold and crude, the market has been just kind of magnetized by weekly kickoff low, which means that there's very little decision making in longer time frames. The longer time frame is sitting on their hands. They haven't done anything yet, but if they do, it could provide a big move away from it. But it could stay there for the whole day or several days. You know, that's the thing. If it becomes magnetic, it becomes very hard to trade around. It's when it becomes directional away from it that it gives you good opportunities. So be careful because both the NASDAQ and crude are just barcoding right over weekly kickoff low. It's hands off for now.
Yeah. Good old Hob, hand on butt.
But we just want to give a quick shout out to Market Stalker D. We know she's feeling under the weather today. Get well soon, Deanna, and we'll be back on here. I bet she's still making some trades though, because traders, once a trader, always a trader. But get well soon, and we'll see you back on here Wednesday, hopefully, Deanna.
Great.
How we looking, Michael?
I covered it. I scratched it.
Oh no, no, it's all right. So what's called the dance?
I don't need that
you called the dance.
Andre.
It's the dance. No, it's the dance.
Fine.
My bad.
Yeah,
it's the dance.
Yeah,
we're doing the dance, the cha-cha, the two-step, the old. I don't know. Pick your pick.
A little chimichurri.
I got just. How about this special session? Boom, ladies' hour with Dee and Anne-Marie on Thursday. That's going to be awesome. It's about time, and we're pulling it off. So everyone tune in for that. It's going to be Fast Markets with myself, Hoag. How about this? Myself, MP Hoag, Anne-Marie, and Deanna. Wow, let's get it going. That's Thursday. Fast Markets. Thanks for the update, Danielle. Danielle's the best.
Wow.
In the background. Always keep us making our job super easy, making it look like these things are working by themselves. But no, people behind the scenes are working their asses off to make this stuff look smooth.
Yes, they
All
are.
Star Cast Monday through Friday.
Oh, that's what we bring it here at TopstepTV.
Give it our best college try.
Yeah, we sure do. C's get degrees, right, Michael?
They do. C's do get degrees.
It is very true.
Take your valedictorian ass out of here, Andre.
No, you ain't talking no valedictorian here, dude. I'm not a valedictorian by any means. My brother might be, not me, though. Nothing popping here. Kind of quiet day. 2 moves in the S&Ps, couple moves to the downside. Nothing that aggressive.
The S&Ps have set up a potential failed auction on the lows.
Okay.
There's the extension. We're back inside the initial balance. This, this could be a failed auction to the downside. Sellers backed off. Buyers took over. The market could rotate higher. NASDAQ's a little bit trickier because we didn't leave single TPOs, but we're still holding below the initial balance and that little low volume node that Michael was short just under. So you're going to see if we can get back inside the initial balance and hold before I'll look for anything for longs in the NASDAQ, I think.
Okay.
Chris Mingacci, I think I'm saying right. He's got a good day on the project and on the job site. Looks like he picked a good day because the markets aren't really doing too much. So, Chris, if you're listening right now, it is a good day to probably have stepped away and to hit the job site. So you can hit 2 birds with 1 stone. You can tune in, and you can not trade, and you can still follow the markets, and you can be entertained, and then you can have your day job, your primary income, and all that, wherever job site you're working on right now, get some work done. So, yeah, lots of birds, hitting lots of birds with that 1 stone.
Is that what we do? That's what we're doing here.
I like birds.
Eddie shot a pigeon earlier. Eddie shot a pigeon at this guy earlier.
Dinner, honey.
It was you, man. It wasn't me. You shot that sucker.
Well, Eddie, every time I say pull, I want you to shoot. Pull.
Shot that sucker. Right on this guy.
Clay pigeons, maybe.
Oh.
All right.
Oh.
Gotcha. Got
that
it.
sucker.
3 shots, Eddie. You don't need 1 shot, 1 kill. Usually that's what they say in the world of great shooters.
Yeah, and great traders, too.
Like Elvis
great
shooting
traders,
the TV there.
Yeah, right.
Like very much. Hidden Gem says he shot a woodpecker pecking at my house yesterday.
Woodpecker? Shot at a woodpecker? Those things are chill. I guess he's pecking on your house.
Casey says, close your window. Sounds of Chicago are coming through your mic.
Chirac.
Oh, jeez.
Andre hates it when I say that. I just think it's kind of funny to call Chicago Chirac. There has been a couple times in the 17 years I lived in Chicago where I was like, holy bananas. Like during the COVID and the whole world was kind of like the whole world, the United States, like a lot of places were burning, the George Floyd stuff happened and all that kind of stuff. I downloaded the police scanner onto my phone because I'm just sitting at home. I'm like, holy cow, man. All I hear is cop cars running around, blah, blah, blah. This is like March, April, something like that of 2020. The police scanner like was lit up. Like every cop is calling for backup. Somebody took over a cop radio and started playing F the police, like on the thing, and they're saying move over to a different channel. You're listening to all this because you could pick up the police scanners. And I was like, oh my God, this city is like, that was a scary time as far as like, if you're in the police department in Chicago during that time, the whole city, and they were just ransacking, everything. The town was, remember Andre, they had all the bridges up in Chicago, so you couldn't come into town. Yeah.
Never seen like
so
that
you
before.
couldn't like literally, you couldn't cross the bridge into like the inner loop area, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had that scanner out too.
Snowplow truck.
Was...
So dead of summer. Dead of summer. They had every snowplow truck out with the big blades like that, all like you can't, not letting people drive cars or anything into the city because they were just trying to light it on fire. It was crazy.
Yes, it was. Hey, John, I think you called it. John, we call it the failed downside auction here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. I think you called that sucker. And all those paper orders, they got filled on the 500 lot on the 39s, 600 on the 45s, another 549, 47 in the S&Ps, all looking like great fills. I think Isaac referred to it. What did Isaac say in here? Hoag, you hit it spot on. All those liquidity blocks on the bid side were 500 plus. We're likely institutions entering positions, post meetings, and post numbers this lovely Monday morning. I think we were all onto that. Those are nice fills, and a couple days from now, they're probably going to be sitting in nice, very, very nice profits. But yeah, kind of saw that playing out. That's how you read market orders, guys. For out there, that's how you read the tape. That's how you read. You see what paper's doing. Paper is typically right for whatever reason. Paper's the big institutions with big size orders.
Right. Yeah, he did say going to be tightening his stop, Isaac, this trade, because the 49.45s holds as resistance. This thing's going to flush to the downside. However, I still think this will end up as a failed downside auction and run up. Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah, I mean, I would be looking for S&Ps maybe rotate all the way back up to a VWAP about 49.60.
49.60.
Because VWAP is it's got a downside hint to it, both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So there could be a decent pullback if you're looking for an exit for a long or potential possible even short there. It's going to still leave single TPOs from the first hour of trade.
Nice.
What's that?
The
Dow tilt is at 94 long.
Who?
Dow tilt? YM?
I'm not sure.
Is that right?
Maybe. I don't have YM up.
I don't have YM up either. We can take a look here.
It's a screamer. Yeah.
Wow, it is. Yeah, 94% long YM.
Yeah.
We're starting to see some heavy tilt long. Yeah, failed down. Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, it's getting a little. I'm gonna get a short one. This is where I would have been stopped out, Andre, when you laughed at me getting out of my.
I didn't laugh. I wasn't laughing at you. It was a good scratch. It was a good scratch.
I would have been stopped out because I had a 20 handle stop, which was I have short 94s and 14s just traded, so that would have been stopped out. And then now I'm short. I'm short right now where I would have been stopped out. How about that? Let's see it. Let's play with a little more patience today, this month.
Wow. YM 95% long. It's the highest I've ever seen a tilt.
Me too. Nice catch. How'd you spot that? Did you have all the tilt? Did someone point that out, or you got all the?
I'm just watching it. Yeah, they're here.
Yeah. So if you're talking about the day continuing to sell off, let's just talk about it. If the day is going to be a downtrend day, we're not even 2 hours into the open of the day, and this is the first little, you want to call it rip off the sell off.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of folks getting long around here, but it's staying firm. Like, part of me, this thing's firming up. So,
yes, it is.
But at the same time, if you're going to look at this as a continuation of the downside, then this would be an area, or any pop or rip higher is where you want to look to get in. I don't know if it's now or later or whenever. That's where you want to get short, because it's going to be to trend as your friend. Now you're playing the strategy of it's going to continue to sell off all day long. This is the first little rip higher, or whatever you want to call it, firming up and trying to show some strength. But I think it's going to continue to the downside, get short. That's what you would think if you wanted to play it from a short side today, because so far the trend is selling off all day. First at least hour and a half.
Yes, sir. 80% long in crude, 95% long in wow. So we are starting to see some biases show. You guys have been told
gold sitting about 70-30.
The last time, guys, what do you know? Our team has got our whole heads down there working on the tech issues. I assure you it will be back up and running shortly. They're busting their ass behind the scenes. Thanks for reminding us consistently in the chat. We're aware, and we are working on it, and everything will be good. But let's focus on these markets for the time being because we are moving here, and there's heavy tilt.
Thank you, Andre.
Yep. Busting our ass here. Michael, you took that short?
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Okay.
I would have been stopped out if I would have stayed in it, but now,
nice.
The strength is here thus far. I mean, because also like easily off of our lows.
Biases, yeah. All right, tilt's starting to show something. 77% long gold, or somebody's moving on me here. Crude 76% long, ES 77% long, Nasdaq 75% long. Everyone's long. YM 96% long. All right, we are
Andre.
Everyone's long. Everyone's mine. Yes, sir, Johnny.
We've peeled off about 4,000 of that negative delta on this pullback.
Kind of like they got squeezed a little bit, didn't they? So we're at like 9,000.
Yep. Boy, you are good.
Public math. Okay, so they got squeezed a little bit there. And they probably took that market higher.
John, you mentioned this, and a lot of us have a question about this. How do you know there's a squeeze by looking at delta?
Okay, so in the example we just talked about is when you have price divergence in delta. So if delta is increasingly negative as price continues to ratchet up through the day, that's in essence a signal or a possibility or a hypothesis that the negative delta against the direction is shorter time frame traders accumulating shorts on the way up. They're putting on more on trades. In other words, they shorted it here. They didn't get anything. Price moved higher. Now they're shorting it here again. Price moves higher. They're shorting it here again. When you see that divergence where the more aggressive traders are short, delta's negative 15,000 at the end of the day, but price has been ratcheting higher throughout the day. That's the divergence you're looking for. At the end of the day, that high price, the fact that most of those shorts are going to be sitting in losing positions, you're going to get that squeeze at the end of the day when they say that screw this, I don't want to lose anymore. I want to be flat by the end of the day. They turn buyers and they just scoop up everything they can. They jump over each other to try and get out of those positions. That's when you see those big late in the day moves after you see a divergence like that. And, there's no guarantees that that's going to happen. It increases the probability of something like that happening. So when there's a squeeze, like maybe we're seeing off the lows here. Remember, we had really negative delta and we had all those big buyers in the dome and the S&Ps, and they got filled. They just buried a bunch of short time frame momentum sellers selling into those bids, looking like the market's going to tank to the bottom of the earth. Well, guess what? As soon as those buyers were finished and the short time frame traders were too short, that starts to squeeze them as price continues to move higher. Those shorts at the bottom get squeezed, and they're the ones that are taking off a lot of that negative delta because they're not trying to squeeze out of those shorts by placing bids. They're hitting market order buy, buy. I'm losing money. I'm out. And that's where you get your squeezes.
That's right.
Thank you, John.
Hey, MP, you're back. Good. I'm glad you're back because we got something for you. Jack, what do we got? Step back number 2.
We have the top 10 funded traders.
Yo. All right.
All right, let's run down the 6 through 10 spot. We got Dakota, our very own Dakota, the slow market king, the Packer booster. A love-hate relationship.
Shareholder.
Other newcomers to the list include Michael B., who we saw earlier on Friday's Best. He had 37K, and that was enough to launch him up into 7th place there. Now, the moment that we have been waiting for, the top 5.
Wow.
Woo.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
What? Wait a minute. What?
Here at Topstep, We are nothing. We are nothing if not respectable to your personal choices and privacy. If you too would like to be anonymous, we cannot give you $123,000, but we can make your name anonymous.
I like anonymous.
To each his own on what you want to do, but like, just like be like, hey, I want to go by, like John. Don't put my life. There's like a billion of you out there, so like, I don't know, but we respect anybody who does not want their name.
I'm not saying it's this person. It's not, but occasionally we'll get requests from people whose name is being showed are like Steve C. And it's like, I don't want that shown. It's like, I don't think anyone knows who you are, Steve C. But
maybe. Yeah.
The mysterious trader is in first place. So congratulations.
I like
At least play the fun game a little bit. Like give yourself a username then. Like hey, don't call me by Michael P. Call me by
Roaring Kitty.
Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty. Call Hello Kitty. I'll go Hello Kitty.
I actually watched that movie, by the way. I watched Dumb Money, by the way. It wasn't that good.
No.
Danny Anonymous.
But hey, if you want to be anonymous, that's cool. I like the mystery man. That's Nancy Pelosi. That's good.
Hey, yeah, you know what? We come up with our own names, so we just call you Nancy Pelosi. Anonymous. Why can't we do that, Jack? Or is that still not respecting?
I like to see them.
We could. It might be a little confusing.
Did we get Nancy Pelosi talking about?
Everyone who's on top will be Nancy P.
Nancy P. That's pretty good.
What if Congress, the whole like White House has their own like leaderboard for all the stocks that they get into, and Nancy's always at the top of the list.
Well, I think she might be.
She probably has been for years.
Yeah. Hey, John, that downside failed auction, man. You nailed that one. Paper, man. Paper sitting in profits right now from 39, 45 half, and 49, 47 in the S&Ps. Nice trade, Paper. It always seems to work
This
out.
thing's staying strong. Like I got out of my shorts at 14, scratch, and then I got in at 22 because it's holding up here. It's super, super long biased right now, but the long bias is getting paid thus far.
Yes, it is. Yeah. It's just so hard to stay short in these equities, man. It's just always discount prices for these longs to come in. I don't even know why we really sold off based on what Goldsby was saying, but still, it's very hard to stay short. And John, for 40 years, what have the markets been doing? At least
eating shorts.
Eating shorts.
I mean,
when it does break,
people with short positions, not actual shorts.
Shorts. Michael likes short shorts.
I think they look great on men and women. Tell you the truth.
Oh,
you got great legs, Andre. You got to show them.
Calves. All right. We got 7 minutes left in Fast Markets. Gentlemen, I must say, this is an old school episode. We were very trader centric today. We were talking downside auctions. We were talking Delta. Michael was talking about his speed bump, chain link offense, and Great Wall of China. Man, this is old school stuff, dude. Eddie's making silent moves back there in gold. Hope you guys really appreciate it. This was an old school fast market session. I think it worked out pretty damn well.
When I say old, when we say old school, we're going back to September of 2023.
I mean, that's true. That's very true. That is true. September. We've come a long way, man.
Who here was on day one? What was day one?
Have you seen that? Have you seen the video they production made of us on day one? Have you seen that? To where we've it was on our 100th episode. I think you were in Canada. You need to see it.
Just deer in the headlights. We're all like
deer in the headlights, dude. Deer in the headlights. Jack. Oh, our heads were spinning, dude. But we've come a long way since then. But
you got a bunch of people that know trading, have been on the trading floor, or worked in trading desks, or blah blah blah, and then then been at Topstep. Next thing we're like, well, let's do a Topstep TV. Like, okay. Yeah, what do we do next? And then that's kind of what, but we all knew we had it planned out, and we had done dress rehearsal, and it wasn't foreign to us, but it was definitely it was incredible, like building the plane in the air type of feeling.
Yes, we were. But yeah, well, we gotta find that video. That movie was pretty cool. It's like, damn, you're sitting there calling Danny, and you and Danny Heisman are arguing if His name is Dan or Danny. It's like dumb shit we were saying in there.
Oh, Danny Hodgman, he's our guy. He got so busy that he couldn't come on here. He runs a big
Sling
piece
Oil
of Topstep or overseas. Why isn't Hodgman on here anymore? We let his ass go, Hodgman.
No, stop.
I was just talking to Danny about an hour before the markets opened this morning. Just with so much things that are happening in the landscape, Danny oversees like the compliance side of Topstep. We're really, again, this Series 3 stuff that we're really being serious about. We're trying to be leaders in the space as far as like doing the right thing and going on the right path in the funding world. So we've always been tried on the forefront of that. And Danny's really leading that. So Danny, kudos to all the work you do. Danny would be a blast to be on here all the time. He's just so busy. He runs a team and all that kind of stuff. So
yes.
Hodgman, we miss you, buddy.
Miss you, buddy, for watching.
Have a meeting with him today. Yeah.
He was at the Bulls game. He was at the Bulls game the other day. Couldn't get him up there. He didn't tell us he was coming. Like, he tells us last second, like, dude, tell us we could have got you up there. Like, I'm in the seat.
He's been struggling. He hasn't had hot water in his apartment that he's paying like $3,500 a month on.
No way.
Like, oh, yeah. All weekend.
Jeez.
And a weekend before. And I'm still short from 21s up here.
Yeah. Okay.
So, still feels like
rumor has it Danny's going to make a quick guest appearance soon.
Hey, asking you shall receive, audience. Get Hodgman back on here. He's been tooling around in those snowmobile. Actually, I don't even know if it's warm enough, if it's cold enough for snowmobile season this year.
It's warm everywhere.
Not in Wisconsin. Not in Wisconsin.
No, I saw the ice fishing huts have been taken down even in Minnesota. Oh, what do we got here? Crude selling off here a little bit, guys. I didn't see what the tilt was with the crude. 50-50 tilt, but we got sellers coming here. We are down about 30 cents in crude here in the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Boy, crude, I don't know how you guys trade that. It's so hard to stay in these positions.
It's magnetic to weekly kickoff low, man.
What's that level, John?
71.60.
71.60.
Here at gold. Yeah, weekend low.
Selling off to
2034.
It's like everything's moving together. Crude, magnetic. Gold. What is going? Yeah. Okay. Interesting trading day.
Up when this happens.
It will be. Yes. It's been kind of a slow Monday. We have seen some movement. Nothing crazy. Nothing you can't handle. A couple minutes left, guys. Real quick, just to tap on a shoulder tap coming up after this. Power players, TopQuiz. You guys know the schedule, man. We do it here every day on TopstepTV. Real trades for real traders with real P&Ls, real accounts. You get to see here and come face to face, so to speak, with the boss, the founder of this industry, the founder of this company, man. He's a trader. You saw him. He's talking. Still a kid. The guy still has his fastball. He's talking speed bumps, chain link fence, and Great Wall of China, Michael. I did not know you still had that in the bag, dude. I was impressed that you're still talking train like that. That was impressive, man.
I have all my old journals around here. Back in Chicago, I have a safe in my house, and I have a bunch of my old journals in there. I didn't bring them out here to Colorado when I moved.
Oh yeah, you don't need that right now.
No, it's been someday my boys ever get into trading or anything, be like, here you guys go. And they're like, Dad, it's all
thanks, Dad.
Apple Vision Pro now. I don't even put anything in a notebook anymore. Have you seen how many people are driving their cars with those Vision Pro things going on?
I've seen a lot of people doing weird. Someone was sitting courtside at a basketball game with them on, dude. I'm like, what's going on? I think they're making a joke out of it. Yeah, people too. Yeah, I sit on the subway with it. It's Michael. You got some. You got those things in your back in there somewhere. You had those goggles.
Oh
yeah. They're somewhere.
I bought them.
I'd say they're running what, like $3,500, right?
Yeah, man.
I would not wear it on the subway. No way.
Not. All right, guys. Right before. There we go. There's Michael got a pair. Patak got a pair of Apple Vision.
About 100. Like 50.
Oh, shit.
My wife's calling. Hold on. My wife's calling.
right. With that being said, thank you, Michael. As we reach the conclusion, real quick, the group coaching form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. Load them up. We'll get those questions answered at the noon hour. You guys, thanks for joining us. This is Old School Top Step. By old school, I mean, talk trading. John, Eddie, Michael, thank you guys. You guys know the schedule. I think we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Thanks, guys. Come on, here come the sellers.
Yeah, and
here come the sellers.
We're gonna go to 200 ticks. Okay, let's go.
Are you? You tell me when what level are you looking at right now?
Get on his level.
We're gonna sell all the way down.
Get on his level, bro.
We're just gonna go. Okay, just go, Michael. Just go.
Just go
until you make money more than $75. Where are you at right now?
Okay, more than. I'm at down $300.
Okay,
good. Yeah, let's go.
Keep holding. Keep holding. Keep holding. Don't stop. Okay, you're gonna go all the way down. Wow. Keep holding. Danny. I'm gonna make more than $4. Oh, keep holding, Michael. Keep holding, Michael. Keep holding.
Come on.
18K, 19, 20K. All right, sell half, Michael. Sell half.
Come on.
I got one on.
Okay, sell two.
Come on, let's go. I'm out. I'm up 800. That was
come on.
Yeah.
I sold it all. You're out. Come on.
Hey, let's fucking go.
You want to play with me?
Let's go.
Kick for tick.
Incredible.
Dude.
Oh my
God.
Let's never do it again. We are never doing that again. That was amazing.
That's why you sold poor.
I'm not doing that again. I'm not doing that again with Danny. Holy shit, your car, your Ferrari is fast, buddy.
Tell him, DannysTrades. Tell him, DannysTrades. Holy shit.
I told you the Big Short, baby. They ain't believing us. God,
come on.
Look at you.
We are never doing that again. We are never doing that again. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
I'm keep doing that every day I live stream, baby. Because that's just how we rock.
Holy.
Come on.
Oh, my God.
What'd you make on that?
You got to have some balls to just hold, Michael. I tell you.
What'd you make on that? What'd you make on that?
$20,875 now.
Oh, bravo. Bravo.
Yeah.
Welcome back for this special edition of Shoulder Tap. We're just going to mix it up a little bit. We'll get to take a step away for just a moment. So we have Ben, the risk manager, Ben. He's going to be doing something a little different. He's going to take a look at what happened at the end of the week last week on Thursday and Friday. So Ben, show is yours. The floor is yours. Take it away, my friend.
All right, Robert, I'm excited to do this segment with you. Normally Hoag's on here. I'm excited to get your perspective on things. And also this is my first appearance on a Monday. So I get to share my thoughts on Monday trading as well. And, I got into the desk this morning, sat down, started reviewing a lot of our funded accounts, funded traders. And I wasn't particularly happy with what I saw. A lot of Mondays shake out that way where people hit, their daily loss limit or take some losses. There's a whole lot of red on the boards this morning. And obviously we hate to see that. So I wanted to address that first and foremost, the way that people come into the markets on a Monday. I think a lot of that is passion. People, myself included, really enjoy trading. They really, the weekend is long sometimes. If you're passionate about trading, you want to get in, jump back in, the latest news over the weekend that may have affected things. And that urge to re-engage and participate in markets on a Monday morning oftentimes is really, really strong and overwhelming for some people. It prevents them from sticking to their plan, managing risk in a diligent way. And so, unfortunately saw quite a bit of that this morning. People getting stopped out. I was reminded of, I was listening to the audiobook, the book Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. Many of our traders are familiar with that. If you're not, I would highly recommend it. It's a great book on trading psychology, but there's an excerpt in there that has always stuck with me about position sizing in particular, because I know we feature a lot of our traders who trade really big size, put up $10,000 winning days, things of that nature. But when you're sizing up, you could think of it like, crossing the Grand Canyon, okay? And your position sizing is directly proportional to how wide that bridge is. Things can get really crazy out in, crossing the Grand Canyon over, through a bridge. And trading with a max position size, if you're trading 10 contracts or 15 contracts, that bridge is, essentially 1 foot wide. You've got no margin for error. The slightest breeze or, flutter and volatility can knock you right off, hit your daily loss limit, and you're done for the day. But if you're trading, a one contract position, you have a lot more room, to navigate, handle that trade, manage your position in a way that ultimately gets you across to the other side, which is the profit target that we're all trying to hit. So maybe just a few words of wisdom from the great Mark Douglas in that book. I love that quote specifically, and helps me keep grounded and centered in position sizing in particular, which I know can be a concern, and certainly was a concern for some of our funded traders who hit that daily loss limit awfully early this morning. So just wanted to speak to that briefly. Like Robert said, we're going to address some traders, some updates on traders that we featured at the end of last week. I'd like to start with Deanna. Deanna is a personality that everybody, most of the people that watch this show are going to be familiar with, and she's on multiple times a week with us. Great trader. These are statistics that we had for Deanna at the end of last week. She was in a 150K XFA that was called up to live. So that is in addition to the live account that she has. She has a live account with us where she's managing an account balance of approximately $23,000. And she was, we decided to call her XFA up because we saw excellent trading in that account as well. Trading crude oil is kind of what she's famous for on this program, as well as gold and the ES. So the XFA trading was fantastic. We saw 74% winning days out of her, 52% winning trades. And the big highlight from her was that low variance. And what I mean by low variance is there is not a lot of fluctuations in her P&L curve, meaning she has a very steady march up and to the right, which is what you want to see on any P&L chart. You want to see it moving steadily higher as time goes on without any really big fluctuations. Those big fluctuations, big drawdowns, especially with the rules that we have in place with the Topstep program and the risk parameters that you have to comply with, you can hit that daily loss limit relatively easy if you're oversizing, if you're doing kind of crazy things coming in, max long in the in the morning session, like I think a lot of our traders did today. But Deanna's been the picture of steady trading, and where she's at currently this morning. She's up some profit. She was up right before I got on, unrealized, around $1,000. I think the position she was in kind of moved against her a little bit. She's up around $300 right now if she remained there. But she was trading the crude oil very profitably, and she has her system. She shows up to work every day. She knows what she's looking for in crude oil or in gold or in the S&P 500 futures, and she trades that plan. She doesn't let the fact that it's Monday or jitters or any of those things impact the way that she's approaching the markets. Of course, she's not, superhero necessarily. We're all emotional beings. We're all humans, and we make mistakes, and Deanna's not exempt from that. But on a day in, day out basis, she's putting up very consistent trading, running at about a 1.4 to 1 reward to risk ratio. And when you're at a 52% winning trade win rate, that is going to yield consistent profits over time. And that's what we've seen from her in this account. So she's going to have the opportunity to move those funds into the live account. Deanna, I don't know if you've been in communication with our funding team yet. She did not take a payout on this XFA at any point when she was in it. So I'd highly recommend, paying yourself. You've certainly earned it out of this account. Take that $5,000 payout and do something nice with it, and keep trading well in that live account like you've been doing this morning, trading profitably in the crude oil and in gold as well. So good on Deanna. And Robert, does anything stick out here? Anything you'd like to comment on from Deanna's trading?
No, I really like what she's doing, and a couple quick things. A Monday isn't a Monday until you have a shoulder tap coming on, talking about some losses on Friday, but we had some really good trades on Friday with that power hour, as you saw on the break. It was really killing it. Deanna does a great job. She's been a crude trader for a long time. She knows what she's talking about, and those like myself who don't trade crude should take a look at it. And those who do trade crude should take a look at what Deanna has to offer. It's absolutely amazing. One thing, we do have the website back running up. Just an update. The website is seems to be stabilized and it's back up and running. And we move on, Ben.
That's excellent news. We've had a lot of influx of new business and new traders, and they're overloading our site. So I'm glad we got that back up and running. Everybody's good to go on a Monday morning. So we'll keep moving along. I've got some positive news. If we could talk about Ronald S. Pull up the trading card for Ronald S. So we'll recap what we talked about on Friday and provide an update as well. So Ronald has been struggling over a period of time where he got called up to a live account, took a really significant $45,000 payout, and then proceeded to hit his daily loss limit 5 days in a row immediately following that payout. So that's a really important piece, something I highlight over and over again, making sure that you're paying yourself. Topstep has a 50% payout cap unless you've hit that 30 profitable trading days. So we automatically, have that stop in place for you to make sure you still have an account balance to trade with. But that's why I highly encourage people to take the max payout. Ronald did so, cashing out $45,000 from his live account. And the other component to that is you never know when things are going to, sour. Market conditions change. Strategies have to be adjusted. There's periods of losing that you have to understand and accept as a part of this game. And Ronald has been going through one. Now, that said, when we came in on Friday, he was up a cool $11,000, I believe, at the time of our risk segment and at the beginning of shoulder tap. I mentioned I was going to call him. I saw he was up big money, wanted to make sure he locked that in. That was the first call that I placed as soon as I left shoulder tap. Ronald thankfully picked up. We had an excellent conversation about where his head has been at. He's a competitive person by nature that he shared with me and wants to be at the top of the leaderboards. He wants to be putting up big numbers. He wants to be trading well and profitably for him and his family, as well as competing with his peers. So we had a good conversation about competing in trading. And I know that's kind of a topical conversation right now in the trading space, but trading truly is a you versus you game. And it's important to remember that. It's easy to lose sight of it when you see someone like Ronald taking a $45,000 payout, when you see some of our other traders who maybe, even this morning I saw two traders up healthy 5-figure days. So those are always going to be out there. There's always going to be someone trading bigger than you, making more money than you, all of those things. And if you're chasing that, that's an easy way to blow out your account. So Ronald and I had a discussion about just, trading better than you did the previous day, right? Getting back on track, putting a winning trading streak together. And he agreed that it was time to shut it down that day. So Ronald ended up locking in a $15,000 winning day on Friday, essentially erasing the daily loss limits that he had hit 5 days in a row. So really proud of him for doing that in the middle of the day on Friday. I'm sure he probably would have continued trading, wanted to continue trading, but he did the mature thing and he decided to step away while he was up and up considerably. So all of that being said, he's down, hit his daily loss limit today, actually blew through it a little bit, which tells me slippage was involved. So back to that theme of, trading a little bit larger size, maybe not waiting for the best possible setup or the A+ setup, and certainly trading with larger size. So Ronald, you may be listening to this today. I hope you are. Just take a deep breath. There's a lot of week left in front of us. There's some more earnings, some news, there's things coming up. Those opportunities will continue to present themselves. You just got to make sure that you are ready and emotionally prepared to, not put on all of your bet size in one go, right? Sometimes the idea is correct, but your entry was maybe just a little too off the mark, or you got wicked through your stop loss, early on. Making sure that is something that Mick talks about a lot on this program. Making sure you've got enough bullets in the clip, so to speak. Enough shots to actually let that trade idea work out in your favor, even if you miss it on the first swing. So definitely just take a deep breath, take a reset, mentally that is, and continue trading well in that live account. I have no doubt Ronald will be back up nicely and profitable this week. So excited about that. I know that you've done some performance coaching in the past, Robert. Do you have any thoughts on that trajectory that we've seen from Ronald over the last week or so?
So, man, up and to the right is what you were talking about earlier. This is a 150K live account, folks, and Ronald he does it over again, day in, day out. And one thing that I noticed, Ben, when you were talking about this and going through these, in some of the large, when you see the top 10 funded traders with those nice large accounts, look at the average daily P&L. It's $298. So what they're doing is taking those small, consistent trades over and over and over again. And we see that time and time again, day after day, proof after proof. It is the small base hits, and you hear all the other coaches and on-air talent talking about those things day after day. Base hits win ball games. We simply cannot drive that hard enough, whether it be for anybody in Topstep that is behind the scenes, on air. Take the base hits. You see it all the time. You want to see an $8,000 day? Look at the day before. It's probably minus 8,500, right? Small hits. 43 trades a day, average trade of $300. He's a 150K live trader taking a $45,000 payout. That is your formula for success. I love these shoulder taps for the goods and the kudos and the corrections, and also the funded traders, and looking at these P&Ls and looking at that style up and to the right, day after day, base hits. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I love this segment too. It's such a blessing to get on here and talk to everybody about the performance of our traders, and this is real life. This is as real as it gets. Ronald having done so well, trading very well in his XFA, getting called up to live, blowing that live account up to a really, really large P&L, taking a $45,000 payout, and then being on a pretty rough losing streak over the last 7 or 8 days or so. So just trying to get him back on track, work with him. That's one of the benefits of being a live funded trader. You get to work with our risk team directly. We've got our phone lines connected to all our live traders, and just want to be available for them so that we can help grow that P&L and grow that account longer term. So thanks for that insight, Robert. We can move on ahead to Nicholas T. Let's pull up the trading card from Nicholas T if we could. So Nicholas, trading out of Dallas, my hometown, has been putting up really consistent, solid winning days. You see that average P&L of nearly $2,000. Trading the NASDAQ and crude oil. He's got 86% winning days and 80% winning trades. And that's not on a small sample size either. So he's gotten some really consistent profits on a day-to-day basis and even on a trade-to-trade basis. Took a total of $37,650 in payouts. This is across 3 accounts. So he's copy trading this 150K XFA across 3 accounts. And we decided to call him up to live. Now, there was, despite all of those positives, there was quite a bit of trepidation that the risk team had and that we had discussed when wanting to call up Nicholas T. One of the big things that probably stands out on this card that was a point of hesitation for us was the reward to risk ratio. He is risking 1 to make 0.4, to make a 4/10 of his risk. And that is, typically speaking, not the side of the reward to risk ratio that you want to be on. As a kind of recommendation from our risk team, we advise people to be at a 1-to-1 risk to reward or higher is ideal. But we've seen a lot of traders be at that 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio or slightly below and still have really consistent trading, consistent profits, and that's important. But 0.4 to 1 is pretty significant. That is, you have to make more than 2 winning trades to make up for 1 loser. So that's an uphill battle that he's fighting. He's doing it successfully. That's why we were ultimately willing to bring him up to the live accounts, but we needed to see a healthy body of work trading like that before we were willing to do so. So definitely something to keep in mind. I shared this with Hoag last week also. With a reward to risk ratio like that, you are at the mercy of that winning percentage, right? The winning percentage is completely driving the ship there. You don't have a lot of room for error. If you get on a cold streak, you're not there emotionally. You can really start to let those profits slip away relatively quickly. So even more so than for most traders, Nicholas has got to be 100% sharp mentally going into these types of trades so that he can continue to keep that winning percentage high and ultimately come out with a net profit given the volume of trades that he has to take to get there. So he takes profits when he sees it. I can't complain about that. I would recommend just using his statistics, using the statistics he provides, tracking his trades, journaling, using those statistics in a way that will lead you to better trading, right? Maybe pull that reward risk ratio up a little bit closer to a true 1-to-1. I think there's a lot of room for that in particular, where he can bring that up, and that's ultimately going to add significantly to his bottom line if he can get that a little more close to parity. So use statistics, monitor your trading. There's always room for improvement, and dial that in. Nicholas is very soon going to be in his live account, and that's something that he can speak with us on. With the risk management team, he can also reach out to our coaching staff, our excellent, hopefully soon to be award-winning coaching staff. I think they deserve an award. I know Coach Dakota has been highlighted a number of times and will be on soon for his excellent trading and his XFA. So quick shout out to Coach Dakota. But we've got an incredible staff at Topstep. We've got incredible resources to help dial in your trading even further, especially once you reach those funded levels. So shout outs to Nicholas. Loving what you're doing and representing for D-Town. Robert, do you have anything that sticks out to you on this trading card or anything you'd like to speak on?
Sure. Just real quick on this. I saw some comments in the chat. This is a replay. It is not a replay. This is live. It is February 5th, 10:54 a.m. Central Time. It's on the top right-hand side. We just needed to go through some of the cards that we had on Thursday and Friday due to some stuff we needed in preparation for today. So I just wanted to clear that up to make sure everybody's like, wait, is this a replay? No. Stick around. You're going to stick around for the bell to bell. So hang in there. What stands out with this card here, Ben? It's Nicholas is a scalper, right? And we can see a lot and talk a lot on the risk reward ratio stuff. That's great, but a standalone risk reward is null. A standalone winning percentage is null. Only in conjunction when you combine those two together. This gentleman here, Nicholas, has a less than 1-to-1, right? It's a 0.4, less than half of it. But he's winning 80% of his trades, 86% of his days. So you have to look at those too. We can talk 2-to-1 risk reward all the time, absolutely perfect, but you got to look at the other side. 2-to-1 risk reward is great, and you can still win your P&L even if you're on, I think it's 42% winning trades or something like that. This gentleman's a scalper. Nicholas, he's obviously, it's working for him. There's as many ways to trade as there are traders. This is his style. How can we say anything about this? 150K XFA, moved over to live, 14K balance, almost 15,000, taking out almost 40 grand in payouts, making $2,000 a day. How do we critique and say, well, yeah, but dude, you're not a 2-to-1 ratio, right? So we get that, but it cannot be single. That was my point of this, is it cannot be isolated as to winning ratio and risk reward ratio, or winning percentage and risk reward ratio. They do need to work in conjunction. It's not for everybody. He gets in his trade and he goes, dang it, I don't like it, pulls it. Sees another one, says, oh, I like this, pulls it. But if he does that 80% of the time, he's winning. That's just the way it is. There's just different ways to trade for each trader. Yeah, if he gets, like you said and alluded to, Ben, on the hot streak here, not the hot streak, the cold streak, if he gets into some of those days where he's kind of like, I'm just not quite feeling it, yeah, you can lose pretty quick because you need that high win rate due to that low risk reward ratio. So again, to close that up, just watch both of them at the same time. They're both in your trading panel, your trade report. They are both there. There's several items there, but don't take them in singularity. That's a great. I really like this card, even though there's a couple things I'm like, we could probably do a little better on. I just really like it. He's doing. How can you complain about that? Look at all of his numbers, right? Way to go, Nicholas!
Right.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's what you said is spot on, and it's really important to not look at either one in a vacuum. Those idioms of like, you want a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio, or you need greater than 50% win rate to be profitable, or that's the way to trade. The reality is there's 10,000 different ways to skin the cat, so to speak, right? To make money in the markets,
Right.
to extract money. You have to find the one that works for you, and there is a marriage between win rate and reward to risk ratio, right? Those two things have to communicate with each other. It needs to be a happy marriage. You need to understand, that's another really awesome part about trading, is that it's an exercise in self-discovery. You've got to understand who you are as a person. If you don't have the stomach for a lengthy losing streak, if that's just going to turn you upside down and you go on tilt and get angry and emotional, then you ought to look towards maybe more of Nicholas's style of trading, right? Looking at something that will yield a high winning percentage that maybe isn't even quite at a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You need to understand who you are and then contextualize that in your trading, right? So that you don't have those wild swings emotionally, that you don't deviate from your trading plan, and you can go day to day with I should say probably week to week is a better way of viewing it, but week to week you're coming out profitably. You're day trading profitably in the markets. That's a difficult prospect to achieve, but if you don't know who you are internally, if you don't know what you can and can't handle, it's going to be a rough go of it. So definitely do some introspection, figure out what works for you. And we've got some other trading cards that looks like we may not be able to get to today, but Karis D is an example, someone that has a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio, that she is doing really incredible things from a risk reward standpoint, but maybe not having the highest win rate. That's okay. That doesn't, it's not required to be profitable. So I saw Isaac R in the chat. He gave Nicholas a shout out too. I agree. It's a great trading card. So, and Isaac is a great trader himself. I believe we're having him a little bit on later in the week on TopstepTV. He'll be featured in doing some live trading with us. So shout out to you, Isaac. You're also killing it. And it was cool seeing all the funded traders we have in the chat communicating and chatting with us live. So
that was really great, Ben.
And Nick.
Yeah, that was really great, Ben, following up and seeing the chat and bringing up those cards from last week. That's super good. We'll have all the updated stuff coming in tomorrow with Shoulder Tap, because tomorrow Shoulder Tap is going to be Hoag would actually be sitting in my spot with Mick on screen, and that was a wonderful segment. Right now, we got to wrap it up for our next segment here. We have Power Players. Andre's going to be hosting that segment. He has Eddie and he has Carson T on the line getting ready to rock and roll. So we're just going to take a quick little break. Stay with us. We will be right back with Power Players.
Welcome back to Power Players. You know the man to the side, that's Eddie. You know myself, the man in the middle. Joining us today, the power player himself is Carson. Carson, welcome to TopstepTV. Welcome to Power Players. Thanks for joining us today, man. Before we get into these trades, the markets, we're starting to see a rebound here in S&Ps and the NASDAQ. But before we get into that, Carson, thank you for joining us first. Tell us a little bit about yourself, how you got into trading, how you found Topstep, and how your trading journey has been going. And tell us about yourself.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me, first of all. Well, it started in 2020 during COVID. I found myself out of a job. So, I was looking to make some money, and I came across a platform some people might know called IML. One of those MLM trading platforms that, people try to recruit you to, this and that. So at first I thought it was cool, wow, ways to make money. People have all this information on this platform. This is so cool. And then you kind of come to find out this is not really what it is. Yes, the platform's cool. You have all this information, all these educators on there. It's really great for somebody who's just starting out. But then again, you can find everything on these platforms on YouTube. A lot of people teach these things for free. So if you're one of those people who is in one of those MLMs, just know that you can probably find a lot of this information for free on YouTube. So basically, after I figured that out, I just started learning everything on YouTube myself. One of the huge educators I look up to was Doyle Exchange. He's actually who I learned my supply and demand strategy from. So big shout out to him. And over the years, I just started like everybody else. The first 1 or 2 years, you really take a beating in the market, and it does not feel good. But once you begin, like, here's my thoughts. Like, when I first started trading, you lose in the beginning, but in my mind, I'm like, okay, there's somebody on the other side of the market who's in the green, right? So I'm like, how do I put myself on that side? So what I began to do is just, study, practice, back test. I hopped from probably 3 or 4 different strategies till one actually stuck. And once I stuck with it and started, taking trades, demo, back testing, all that good stuff, I really started to like round out my strategy and start to make that system. Because if you want to be profitable in the markets, you have to have a system. You can't be, jumping from strategy to strategy to strategy every, few months or few weeks. It's not going to work. If you want to be profitable and you want to take good trades, you got to do what works for you, and you got to perfect it over and over again. I'm talking like, when I say perfect, like back test, like 500, 1,000 trades. You need big sample sizes to know how you're going to do with your strategy.
You're doing your homework, Carson. Definitely.
I did my homework. Trust me.
Awesome. Tell us about Carson. Tell us about your system. You said you've been through a bunch of systems. Tell us about your system, if you don't mind.
Okay, so I first started, with the basic support and resistance trading. Okay, like how everybody does. Something like you take a trade. You see, let's mark up this little resistance line up here. Some people, they'll take a trade off, a support or resistance line. Like, yeah, that works. But then again, like, support and resistance isn't really going to be consistent. If you're taking like, oh, it touches this resistance line, I'm going to sell. You gotta kind of have a little more, I would say, finesse to it. So what I started to do was I started to find these supply and demand zones. At first, let's see a good example. At first, my supply and demand zones were looking something like this right here.
All right.
A lot of people will mark up something like this, like it's the bottom of a move before a push up, or if it was a supply, it would be the top of a move before a move down. And what I found is that these zones were kind of inconsistent for me. So what I began to do was find what's called a high probability supply zone, which is what I learned from Doyle Exchange. Shout out to him. Let me find a good example. I have one trade on here. I think it was ES on Friday. here's the perfect example of a high probability supply zone. So if you guys are looking here, we have the consolidation, and then we have this clean move up, this big green bar here. So what makes this is a high probability is that if you look, let's find the arrow right here. All right, you see the move coming out of the zone. You see how there's no candles wicking back into the zone. It's just one clean move. All right, so something that's a not high probability is something like this right here.
Okay.
So you see my demand candle. So this is a demand candle right here. This would be a little the sell down before the push up, and this is the same thing, the sell down before the push up.
Right.
So what I found is that when price sells down and then we have the push out, but we have these candles like wicking in, like it's not a clean traffic outside the zone. That's where I started to filter the trades. So I noticed, I back tested this, when price came back into these high probability demand or supply zones, I was getting a lot cleaner price action there and was able to take a lot cleaner moves. So what I do for an entry is when price comes back into these supply zones, I'll just hop down onto the 1 minute, sometimes 30-second. Very rare I'll go onto the 30-second. It depends on how price is moving. And then I'll just simply look for a break of structure. So you could have entered like this, stop loss below the low. And then usually I'll go for a 1 to 2. So I just take it up for a 1 to 2. And then after a 1 to 1, I like to move my stop loss to break even. Pretty simple. It keeps me at about, I would say, 65 to 75% win rate. And if you guys know your risks or rewards and win rates, a 65, 70% win rate on a 1 to 2 is going to make you profitable.
Awesome. All good stuff. Hey, real quick, Eddie, I'm seeing that gold has been on the uptick here. Been rallying since the last 25, 30 minutes here. Were you able to catch any of that movement in there?
Yeah, I got a deuce and a half. I put up $250.
Nice.
I was a little I really didn't feel that there was a good move to the top side. It was like a cat and a mouse here most of the day, but it got above our weekly kickoff low, and I figured maybe the buyers, and I'm looking at my dome looked a little bit stronger, the DOM, the depth of market, and just caught a quick trade, 250, and I'm out, and now the market's pulling back slightly, but getting very close to my VWAP at 2040.10. So I'm a little hesitant to put another trade on.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you'll be patient and disciplined throughout the day. We've still got a lot of time left in the markets. About just under 4 hours left in the markets. Carson, have you taken any trades today? And if so, tell us about them.
I took this one trade this morning right here. You guys are staring at right now. And as you can see, I got stopped out by like 2 ticks and then the market just dropped. No, I was short here. I got in short here. So it was my setup, one of those supply areas. So price began to break lows right down here, and then we pulled back perfectly into this little my supply area. And then when we started to break here, I entered in the shorts right here, and then I put my stop loss above the high that tapped into the zone, and they decided to come just for me, you know?
I've been there, man. Eddie, we've been there,
what we think, right?
Yeah, man. They're stop button just me. Our 1 to 2 lots. Goldman's coming for our 1s and 2 lots, man. I know. I've been thinking about it all the time. It's super frustrating. I like your attitude, though. You have a good spirit about you. How do you deal with the frustration that comes with trade? When you do get stopped out, you do pick the right direction of the trade. You got short. The market did break, but you got stopped out 2 ticks. How do you handle something like that? How do you digest it? How do you keep it moving and preparing yourself for the next trade you're going to put on?
It's just, this is like one of the hardest parts of trading is people don't really understand. Like new people come in and they get in that mindset where they lose a trade, they want to make it back, they go in another trade, then they end up, blowing up. But like, you have to know what your strategy is, what your system is, and you say, hey, I take two losses on the day, I'm done for the day, or you gotta really get to know yourself and good ways to do that is you can actually read a couple books. I recommend Trading the Zone, Mark Douglas, The Mental Game of Trading, Jared Tendler. Also, Mark Douglas has The Disciplined Trader. All this stuff's on audiobooks too on the internet if you're not a big reader. But when it comes to like taking losses and, you know, not getting frustrated, it just takes time. Like there's no magical answer. Like you have to take a beating to know that, okay, like, you know, it is what it is. And you just wait for the next setup. Like I took this trade in the morning, I took a loss, and I have been waiting all day for a setup and still haven't seen anything yet.
What kind of setup are you looking
potentially right now I see that we have NQ pushing above the VWAP, so that's telling me that maybe we're going to see some buys. That is one thing that I incorporated in my strategy, is when price is below VWAP, I like sells, above buys, obviously. And I'll take sells just purely based on VWAP. So like if we can come back right now to VWAP, and you can kind of see we broke above here and we kind of tested a little bit, but if we can come back one more time and test again and then break the highs, this could be good to come take the overnight high from London session. That's one play I like to do kind of in the middle of the day, something like that happens. But right now we're just waiting.
See, you mentioned, you know, you're waiting. You've got a good game plan set. This is a great instance of a trader having patience and discipline. You know, you've got your game plan well managed, and looking for the opportunity, not just sort of throwing it out there to put something on. Now, let me ask you about risk. Now, how do you manage your risk in trades?
So on the combines, I like to slightly risk a little bit more because it gets you to the funded account faster. Now, if it's your first time doing a combine, I don't suggest that. But if you already have, you know, XFAs, you already have live accounts, I'll risk sometimes on 150K, I'll risk $1,000 on a trade. And, you know, that's a couple trades, and then you can get yourself in an XFA. But when it comes to the XFA, you got to start small. Like I risk no more than 500 on a trade. It's more like $350, $400 until you can make up that drawdown to the starting balance, and then maybe a little bit more. So I'd say like on 150K, you don't want to risk any more than $500 if you're first starting out. Because after that, you know, you take 1, 2, 3 losses, and it really starts to, you know, grind your gears in your head, and you're really thinking like, oh, I got to make this money back. I gotta pass this combine. Even if you're really like hesitant about putting on risk, just do like the micros, trade micros. Right. But as far as risk goes, I risk, you know, $500 or under per trade.
I like that. Very good.
It's well said, especially for those that are listening and watching and that are new to the trading combine. The thing is, you know, he says he risks $1,000. It's 1/3 of your DLL on the 150K. And I think that's very professional. You don't want to go over that. You don't want to go 2,000, 2,500, because, you know, Carson, like you said, we're only human and we want to get that back. And getting that back turns into revenge trading. Your emotions are going to hijack your account, and you're going to be reckless. So the thing is, you've got to really pay attention to what you're doing and check yourself. Ask yourself that question. Is this what I want to do? And you're doing it quite well. Your average P&L for a day, what's your average P&L on a day?
I would say between $500 and $1,000. Some days I'll have good days. Like one of my best days, maybe 4,000 in a day. I'm not trying to swing for the fences. I like my main, because like in the past, what I'll do is I'll get an XFA, get a payout, and then I'll blow the account on the next trading week. So like right now, my main focus is just stacking up the small wins, not trying to go for huge, big payouts. I just wanted to go little by little.
Right. Like we say, base hit. And then every once in a while, you're going to catch that market and you're going to hit that home run, you know, and that's the way to trade, and trade like a professional. You know, don't be reckless and wild and a gunslinger like a lot of traders, you know, like to categorize themselves. You know, you take what the market gives you, look for the next opportunity if there is one.
Yes, sir.
Let's see here. So we've got Andre, you're on mute.
My bad. I apologize. We got crude making new highs here. It's trading 72.80 to the upside with a tilt of, where is it? 73% to along with it. So hopefully you guys are capturing profits there. What else do we got? Gold or ES and NASDAQ are seeing a bounce. We keep just drifting higher here. Seems to be the theme. Anytime we sell off in equities, all the buyers do eventually come in. We did see those paper orders being filled, 500 on the 47s, 600 on the 45 halves, and they're talking ES here, 500 on the bid and 39. Those all got filled. Those are all in the money now. When we do see paper orders in the market, we'll continue to call them out. Jay Cook, my man in chat here, always calling them out as well. Eddie's doing a great job. So we'll keep you posted with that. Now, Carson, I want to say we'd like to plug your socials here. Tell us about your experience, trading online, and we'll plug them in here. Just tell us about how that's going for you.
It's going pretty good. Once I started with Forex, right? I got familiar with Forex, and then I started a little trading group over there. Had a business partner, and we grew our group. Couple hundred members, and then I just decided to sell my portion of the business to him. And then after that, for about a year, is when I started to get into futures, and then I really perfected my craft into futures. I kind of incorporated my supply and demand, see how that would work in futures, and it's all working out. So I decided to start doing YouTube, posting YouTube videos. I have a little Discord channel where I have people in there chat and send out some trade ideas and stuff like that here and there. And I'm also on Instagram as well. And everything is Carson Trades on all platforms.
Good stuff. We'll be sure to post that here in the chat for all the viewers. We appreciate you joining us here, Carson.
Thank you.
All right. Well, so I got to ask you this question. I asked a lot of our guests when they come on. What's your take of where the markets have been? You trade ES and NASDAQ, so you're an equities trader. What's your take on the markets and where the markets are going? Here in the next couple of weeks, days, months, whatever. What's your take on the markets and market state right now?
A lot of people ask this, and I see a lot of things on Twitter or Yahoo or whatever it is. And the thing is, like, we as traders and as everyday people, we cannot say the market's going to go here, the market's going to go there, the market's going to go where it wants to go. So a lot of people will be like, oh, I don't want to buy the market right now, it's so high. But then the market just rips higher, or or something like it was selling off this morning. Maybe somebody down at 17,650 on the NQ was like, oh, the market can't go lower, it can always go lower. So I think for the future, it's up in the air. We could sell off, we could buy up. That's my approach to the market every day. I don't go into the market thinking, oh, we're at such high point, maybe we'll have a huge sell off today.
Right.
I'm always willing to flip my bias, like on a dime. Like if I'm like, I log onto the charts in the morning and I see, looks like we're setting up for buys before the open, and then an open comes, and then the bias flips to sells. Like, I'm willing to take sells. So I think being able to flip your bias like that and not, be so hard-headed on thinking, oh, the market has to go here, it's going to go here, will really help a lot of people out there trading.
Yeah, I like the way you said that, because that's exactly what I did this morning. Like I mentioned, I've been trading gold, cat and mouse. Like right now, the sellers are taking over here right now. And just right under my VWAP, 2040, what is it, 09? I was a little hesitant to put another trade on. And that's why I took what the market gave me. And now we do see that the market is moving south again here in gold. But the question is, how far? It seemed like throughout the day, if you look at the trend, throughout the day here, sellers have been dominant. Buyers tried to come back here, but sellers just, once again, we had the number come out, sellers took over again. So I'm only looking for base hits. I'm not looking for anything more than that right now.
No, that's smart.
I like it.
S&P just broke south of VWAP here. It makes me look like stops went off. I'm not sure. If you look at the 5-minute chart here, it might be a good entry pullback here. I did take a long. Hope the boss ain't watching. I'm driving here. I took a long. We got a little volatility here. I took a long here, 49.58 quarter, but we'll manage that. We'll get back to this. But yeah, it's something just popped there in the S&P. Not exactly sure what. We'll keep an eye on some of the headlines.
Yeah, that was a big spike.
What was that? You guys seen anything of it?
Yeah, I saw the spike. That was a big. I was waiting for NQ to touch VWAP, but it didn't touch VWAP. I was going to take a long there, but it didn't.
Okay, yeah. So I took. I'm long
VWAP.
from 49.58 quarter here in the S&Ps. Looking like a pretty decent entry. We never know what can happen. Anyways, that being said, yeah, some pop there. I guess that's kind of the setups that we're looking for. When we see stuff like that. Carson, now tell us. You said it took 2 years. I would say 2 years of kind of learning, going through the school of hard knocks, if you will, in markets. Tell us what those first 2 years are like and how you're able to get, keep grinding, keep fighting through, the struggles. That is learning how to trade to where you are now, where you are a profitable trader. Tell us about those first 2 years, because the following 2 years much easier to explain. The first 2 years, though, how are you able to persevere and get through, the struggle?
A lot of it was just like filling my head with as much knowledge as possible. And a lot of trading psychology went into play too, because those first 2 years is like losing sucks, man. But like you see
it sure does, dude.
You see all these people on Instagram or these profitable traders, and you want to be like them, but some of them, yes, profitable, some of them, just marketing or whatever, but it can be done. So as long as 95% of traders lose, but there's those 5%, and you got to do what it takes to be those 5%, and doing what it takes, you have to study. Like when the first 2 years, I would be on the charts all day, like 12 hours.
Screen time, baby. Screen time.
12 watching the charts. Now, all I do is just trade the New York session and go about my day. I don't really back test at all anymore, because I know my strategy. I know when I see it. I know when those setups come, I'm going to take them. But a lot of it is just a lot of screen time, and a lot of trading psychology is definitely going to help you. And even demoing a lot is going to help you. But if you really want to master the trading psychology, I'm going to say you're going to have to open up a live account, whether it's $50, $100. You have to know what it feels like to actually lose your own money, because I can go on my Topstep practice account like I did this morning, and I slapped 5 contracts on a buy, and it felt like nothing, and I made $6,000 on the practice account. That feels like nothing. But if I were to go to my Express Funded, the emotions there, wanting to slap 5 contracts on your Express Funded account, it's not so easy. Yeah, you need to know what it's like, and you need to like feel what it's like to actually play with the real live money. And even like I said, even if it's $50, $100, go open up, a $100 account on TradeAway and trade micros, just to get the feel for it.
Right. Let me ask you, Carson, how important is emotional control in trading, and how do you maintain it? That's something that, we all have to ask ourselves, and sometimes it gets out of hand before we can sort of catch it.
A lot of it is just like taking a step back, especially like after a losing trade or a bad day or something. You just got to take a step back. You really got to, because like people don't realize that our brains were designed, thousands of years ago. So when our minds go into that fight or flight, when we lose a trade, it's like we're fighting off a saber-toothed tiger, and we get this thing called caveman brain, where your brain doesn't know what to do. Your brain's just, you're pumping full of cortisol. Your brain is going wild. And the only way to shut that off is just literally shut the computer. Like as soon as you have that feeling where you want to take another trade immediately after, or, you're losing and you're feeling that itch to get the money back, you just need to close the laptop. But if you can take a loss and you can just sit there and be like, okay, it was part of my plan. I took a loss. My win rate's this, I'm bound to lose trades. I'll just wait for another setup. You just really got to take a step back and persevere. I even have like a little rubber band on my wrist. So, if I make a bad decision, I'll just snap it and then on to the next moment. Yeah. My fiance actually put me onto that idea. So shout out to her.
I've heard that before.
But like your shot collar.
It's like, it's like exactly. It's like a shot collar. But if you just snap it, you're like, okay, I'm going to go into this next moment, clear mind. And if you can't do that, you just got to hop off and just let it be.
I like that.
Right.
Eddie, how we looking over there? And go. Oh, hey, crude. Sorry, real quick. Crude, keep buying up in crude. Trying 72.81. Bulls are in control in crude with a tilt of 63%. It was a bit longer. We were in the 70s last time we checked, so hopefully these people are able to capture some profits. Eddie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I was going to say NASDAQ, the who do we got here? The mini? The mini is like 70 long here, 28 short. Just watching the tilt here scrolling through right now, and just keeping an eye on that. But I was going to say, Carson, it's something where you can actually catch yourself before it gets out of hand. And I think that's the problem a lot of us have, is accepting a losing trade. I mean, gosh, you end the day with a losing trade. Maybe I can get back in there again. And I think that's what the problem is with a lot of traders. So now, let me ask you, you're mentoring a lot of people, and that was our top step tip of the week about reaching out, asking questions, finding out, needing help. What do your traders usually have issues with, or trading problems?
A lot of them will come to me, like if they're trading supply and demand, their zones will be marked up wrong, so I help them there. But when it comes to like you said, mentoring and being mentored, if you're new in the markets or you're trying to learn more, it's definitely going to be beneficial to get somebody who knows what they're doing, because that's just going to shorten the learning curve for you. It makes it a lot easier, because I know when I first started, I would have liked a solid mentor, but when I was in the IML, all the people there mostly were recruiting you to get their higher status in the company or whatever. But if you get a mentor, make sure they're a reputable one, and just make sure they have a good strategy, they have a good win rate. But when my people come to me and ask for help or whatever, I'm totally willing to help them with their strategy or emotions. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm so close to passing my challenge or passing my combine. I'll kind of talk them through it, because I know what it's like to be in that headspace. A lot of people, they'll, be up, let's say 6% on their combine, and then they'll lose 2 or 3%. And then, they're like, oh, I don't want to lose. It's like, dude, that's just part of the plan. Like, a lot of people need help with the mindset, I think, as well. And that just comes back to like
we're coming up to VWAP here in the NASDAQ. Hey, Carson, let's talk this. I appreciate it. Okay, so we're coming up to VWAP here in the NASDAQ. I got VWAP at 17,666. Ooh, triple sixes. What do you make of this? How do you play this when we're coming up to this? And we're seeing them. Damn, dude, I got out too early. Damn it. So how do you play this? Looks like we're breaking through to the upside of VWAP now. So tell us what you're thinking about. What's going through your mental as we see this market action going on right now?
So right now we're breaking above. Well, we already broke above VWAP. I wanted to get back in on the test right here, but price never really tested VWAP exactly. As you can see, there's a gap there. So don't want to jump the gun there, even though you might have got left behind, but there can always be another opportunity later. So right now I possibly want to see price. It could continue a little push up maybe, but then come back and test VWAP. That could be one thing. And then take a long there. Yeah, take the pullback entry there. But let's see what we're looking at right now. So yeah, there's no demand setup for me. This demand level is it's a low probability demand for me, because we didn't have the clean push out. We had it started to push out, but then it pulled back in, and then it pushed out. So something like that I wouldn't take. I can also look for these levels on the 5 minute. It's still not. But right now it is at a supply on the 5 minute. But this is where my strategy comes in to filter out these trades. So since we're above the VWAP right now and we're at a supply, I don't necessarily like to take these trades. The only time I will take a trade like this is when I learned it on a podcast, Chat for Traders. Lance Brightstein. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he was a 7-figure trader, 8-figure trader at Trillium. It's a prop trading in New York. But he mentioned something called a mean reverting trade. So think of like the VWAP as like a rubber band, right? And it's like the average price, right? That price wants to be at. So when we have price have a huge sell-off like this, and it's getting so overextended from the mean, from the average price that it needs to be at, we will tend to see price come back to it. So circling back to what I said, when I take trades that are against the VWAP, it's only those trades that are extremely, extremely overextended, like something down here. So if there was a demand level down here I could have taken, I probably would have taken this trade back towards the VWAP. But as of now, this is kind of in the 50% of the move we kind of made this morning. So I'm just waiting.
Got you. Well done. I will be patient. We are still. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. I mean, what we're doing is, we're passing opportunity that we're not too sure of. We're seeing the market moving in a direction where we want to go, and that's how I was seeing gold here today. It's moving in the direction I wanted to go, but I'm not too sure on it because there's a lot of wicks and pullbacks. Are we going to drop it off again? And right now we're seeing on your chart here, we got the sellers back in again. Now, let me ask you, when you put a trade on, do you move your time frame chart to see it a little bit better, or do you keep it at the one time frame that you're trading?
I'll trade off my entries are all always on the 1 minute or 30 seconds sometimes. And I'll just keep it on the 1 minute.
Okay.
A lot of people will look at the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the daily all together, and then all the way down to the 1 minute to determine their trade. But in the past, for me, that's kind of thrown off my bias a little bit and kind of made me second guess things where I'm like, oh, it's setting up on my 5 minute, but the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the daily looks like this. But that's like something you want to, incorporate. If you're swing trading, you want to obviously look at all the higher time frames. But in a scalp trade, like scalping just the daily market like this, the 1 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute, 15 minutes sometimes is the max I go up to, because I'm only in these trades for a max of, I would say, 30 minutes,
Yep.
Okay.
I usually like to be in a trade for less than 10 minutes, but sometimes we consolidate, then we move.
Absolutely. All right, we got NASDAQ here on the move, maybe hunting for closing in on settlement here to the upside. Broke through VWAP. Boy, S&P's also continuing to rally here. The bulls are in control. Buy every dip, man. That's all I'm doing from now on, just buying every dip. And I'm not ever getting short again. That's all I do is buy every dip. It's all, anytime we sell off, which is whatever. So let's take a look around. Why? Yeah, you brought up YM. He's been 95% long this entire time since you brought it up. I don't know what's going on over there, but we'll keep an eye on that. Crude 50-50.
Yeah.
Gold 68% long. S&P 61% long. NASDAQ 58% long as we rally. So hopefully you guys are able to capture those profits. We got about 8 minutes left here in Power Players. Thanks again for joining us, Carson. It's been really good. Eddie talked about some of the people you're mentoring, some of their early struggles. What are you seeing common, like with new traders now? Because I haven't worked with new traders a lot lately. What are you seeing? What are they learning easier than what maybe perhaps you learned when you first came into this game? Like what are they better at than you were when you first came into this game? Like what are you noticing from the new people that are news traders getting into this industry? Some of the common themes that you're noticing that you could pass along to the audience.
I'll see a lot of people like new traders like tend to. It seems easier for them to hold trades way longer. Like
really?
I'll have people send me a screenshot of like a 1 to 7 risk reward or something. But then again, they're sending you that one screenshot. How many times they lost before that? But a lot of people will tend to hold really, really long, and like kudos to them for doing that. But I think that's where the greed steps in and wanting to, capture more profits. Oh wow, NASDAQ is pushing up.
We are running here, guys.
Now. It is ripping. If you guys are in the longs.
Yeah, hold on, man. Just take that sucker to settle. I don't see why we would stop. I mean, first standard deviation above VWAP. Yeah, we were running here. Bulls are in control. I was long, man. It'd been nice if I stayed long. Yeah, we are running here. What a V-shaped balance. What do you got, Eddie?
Carson, if you got a position on, you're seeing this market run. Are you moving your stop to break even?
Yes. So after, let's say here's like kind of a a little example here. This would be against my trading plan if I were to take it under VWAP a buy. But let's say I got in the buy here at this demand zone. I would have waited for it to break this high here. Stop loss below the low here. So as soon as price reached a 1-to-1, I'll just move my stop loss to break even, and then I'll let the rest of the trade run for 1-to-2. And then after that, I'm out at a 1-to-2. There's been times though, or I'll get out at a 1-to-2, and I'll look back at the market and it goes up for, a 1-to-15. I'll look at the end of the day. But when it comes to that, I just kind of, shake it off, and I'm like, maybe I'll leave runners. That's something I think I want to incorporate once I get a very large balance in my XFA. I think I'll, throw on an extra contract and then close out my 1-to-2 and then leave that extra one running, see where it goes to the end of the day.
Okay.
If you let the runner go, so are you moving your stop up with that runner then, like a trailing stop, or are you keep it stop static? Let's talk about the strategy. Keep it at break even. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's smart.
So
what's your typical?
And as far as my typical target, sorry.
Yeah, typical target, typical trade size, typical risk reward.
Okay, so as far as my risk reward, I go for the 1-to-2. Stop loss break even 1-to-1. Like going back to what I said about a system, you got to have a system. You want to take the same thing every time. That's how you're going to get the consistent, win rate. Whatever your win rate is, that's how you get it to stay the same. You can't be going for a 1-to-2 one trade and then going for a 1-to-3 the next trade and a 1-to-4 and then a 1-to-1. It's going to mess your win rate up. Now, if you have a playbook and you have certain setups that go for a 1-to-3 and certain setups that go for a 1-to-4, then that's all right. But as far as leaving the runner and runner take profit, I'll usually go for like the London high or the London low. So wherever the market set the high or set the low during the London session. Mm-hmm. Or sometimes I'll go on a 1 hour. Let's see. I'll go on a 1 hour and I'll go for the highs and lows of like a range. So let's say we got in a short up here under VWAP or something. And I took my 1-to-2. Maybe I'll, target this low down here or this low down here, just somewhere where there's liquidity, where there's lots of liquidity, where the market has a chance of going.
Okay. Question.
We're rallying here, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Eddie. We are rallying here, guys.
Some good moves here.
Yeah, we are.
What advice would you give to somebody new to trading? Now, obviously, you're the mentor, and you've probably come across a lot of these people, a lot of these traders. But what advice, if somebody said, Carson, what do I need to focus on most?
Mm-hmm. Definitely your risk. You want to know exactly how much you risk on every trade. Because I remember going in, starting Forex, I did not really know that much about risk. I knew, one lot meant this, 2 lot meant this, but when you throw on a bigger position than intended to, and you lose more than intended to, you're going to feel some type of way. And then that's really going to mess with your head. So the big thing is getting to know your risk, getting to know exactly how much you're risking on each trade. That is a huge thing, because it doesn't only affect your profits, but it also affects your mind. Because if you enter a trade and you're like expecting to risk this much, and then you see after the trade plans out, you're like, oh, I lost $1,000. I was only supposed to lose, $650. That really messes with your head.
Yeah. It's
we are rallying here, guys. This rally is just this rally is very strong right now.
Watch the London highs. Watch the London highs. If price pokes these highs, sometimes we'll see immediate reverse.
Gotcha.
That's one strategy I'll incorporate too, is like liquidity grab. So if we have a range or a nice set of like equal lows, let's say price created equal lows like this in a range, and we trended up most of the day, but then we started to creep back down here. And then a lot of times you'll see them come and take out the low, and then just like that, straight back up. So that's one thing you guys can look out for if you're ever watching some setup like that.
Cool. All right, guys. All right. Well, Carson, I tell you, thank you very much for coming here, and I hope we can have you back here another time here. But it's time for a fun question. I like to, here at Power Players, ask our traders a fun question. I've got questions numbered from 1 to 20. Give me a number, and I'm going to ask you a question.
Let's do number 1.
Ooh. Number 1. Okay. What's the most adventurous thing you've ever done?
Most adventurous thing I've ever done was probably drop everything I had in California and move cross country to Georgia with my fiance.
It's pretty good.
What was that?
That's
like?
pretty good.
I mean, you dropped everything. Would you have a big garage sale, or did you just sort of throw it all in the garbage?
No, I left my family, my nieces, my nephews, everybody I knew, and we moved here about a month ago now. And It's been quite the change. California is a lot different than Georgia, but I'm liking it. I like the East Coast so far.
Awesome, man.
All the best,
Carson.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us today. That went by quick. It was good. You're really good at this. We're gonna have you back on for sure. You're really good. Good luck with your trading journey. We got your socials here pinned to the top of the chat, so be sure to go follow him, watch him trade. He obviously knows his stuff. He's putting in the screen time and making some bucks with it. Carson, thank you very much for joining us. Eddie, I don't know if I'll be seeing you today for the rest of the day, but we'll see you tomorrow. We got Top Quiz coming up tomorrow after this. Group coaching with Hoagland, JD. Oh, Eddie. Oh, my bad. Reading the wrong one here. We got Jack and Bonnie coming up next. Robert, JD with group coaching. Hoagland, Anne Marie. Eddie, it has been a pleasure. We'll see you in the chat. Keep trading up that gold. Keep us posted on the gold moves. And next up, we have Top Quiz. Yeah, it is. All right, so we'll keep us posted. Thanks again, Carson. We will see everyone later.
Thank you, guys.
Top Quiz coming up. Top Quiz coming up next.
See you guys.
Happy Monday, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. I'm Jack, joined by Top Quiz favorite Bonnie. Bonnie, you said you're a little tired, but how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Kind of lost my voice this past weekend. How was your weekend?
My weekend was just fine. Did a lot of childcare during the night. So I had a low-key weekend. Did you blow your voice out screaming at the Grammys or something?
I went to LA over the weekend, and we went to SoFi Stadium for a show. So was screaming a little too loud.
All right, we'll try and keep this as exciting as an EDM show. If this is your first time playing Top Quiz, there will be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 of them or 4 of them correct, you will be entered into a raffle to win one of 30 free resets. You can only win once per calendar week. The top 3 will also be awarded. You sign up by clicking that link and following the instructions. And also be sure to answer the questions as they appear on your device, because we are a little bit behind you here. So with that, we'll give a few more seconds for Dav the Trader to come in. Archer, Jack Mama. Yeah, maybe that's my mom. Ziggy Wiggy, Swarley. All right. We're going to get this started in a few seconds. Consider this your final warning. Are you ready, Bonnie?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. Let's go in 3, a 2, a 1. Let's go. Question number 1 is: what market mover made an appearance on 60 Minutes last night to discuss the economy? Was that individual Elon Musk, Bill Ackman, Jerome Powell, or Janet Yellen?
Is it Jerome Powell?
Well, I got to wait. There's a little bit time off the clock, but yes, Bonnie, you are correct. It is indeed our main man, Jerome Powell. 1 for 1, Bonnie. Good show.
Yay.
Let's see who else knew it. Desperate for reset. Solistimo, we've seen a few times. Coach J, what's up, Coach J? Chopopotamus and NQ to the moon. Some nice names today. Nothing really out of left field. Okay, question number 2. India recently released a, quote, Chinese spy from custody. This was notable because the agent in question was a 9-year-old girl, already dead, an AI program, or a pigeon.
Would it be a 9-year-old girl?
There may well be 9-year-old girl spies out there, like the Spy Kids. But we discussed this one a little bit earlier. It was, in fact, a pigeon that was released after 8 months in custody. I don't know how you get a pigeon to talk, but sounds pretty hairy. Who was paying attention this morning? We got Coach J. My old friend, Mike Hornhole. Spicy Starfish. More thirsty folks online. And Boo Black Ops. Okay. Here we go. Question number 3. If you lose 50% of your account, what percent return do you need on the remaining capital to get back to break even? Do you need to make 33%, 50%, 100%, or 200%?
I'm thinking.
No problem with thinking.
200%?
Up the right tree there. Yes, if you lose 50%, you need to double your money, i.e. make 100% to get back to break even. This is why it is not wise to risk large portions of your account. Not calling anyone out, just something we've seen from time to time. So who's the risk managers?
My brain is not working this morning, clearly.
No worries. No worries. We didn't have as many people as I thought going for 50%. All right. Coach J, my man, near the top. Still got some of the others there. Okay. You ready for this final question, Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay. Final question. Who won the Grammy last night for Album of the Year? Was it Miley Cyrus, Boy Genius, Taylor Swift, or Olivia Rodrigo?
It's either Taylor or Olivia, I feel like. Because she's the one that sang Driver License. I think it became big.
Who you going
Taylor
with?
Swift?
Yeah. And you know what? That's a non-trading question. I knew y'all would know it. It's I think we're all living in Taylor Swift's simulation. So yeah, of course she won Album of the Year. Let's see real quick who's on the podium. In third place, desperate for reset. Well, you're getting one today. Coach Jay. Good job, Coach Jay. And in the first place, Valentine's Day, around the corner. Glad to see Jack's Cornhole and Mikey 00 rounding out the bunch. All right. Well, I'll go tabulate those winners and get back to you. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up next, we got group coaching with Coach Robert and JD. Then we got Anne, Marie, and Hoag doing the strategy lab. And Power Hour today, I'm going to be pulling pork with the crew. It'll be Dolby, me, and DannysTrades. Should be interesting based on what we saw Friday. So stick around. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace out.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Group Coaching. I am JD. I'll be your host today, joined here by Coach Robert. I'm getting a little feedback from somewhere, so I'm going to just hand this over to Robert real quick while I figure out where this feedback is coming from. I will be right back, everyone.
Sounds good, JD. Thank you. And for the feedback, we really couldn't hear too much. Very, very, very faint in the background, but you get to it, my friend. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday and welcome to another session of group coaching. Thanks for sticking around with us. A lot of traders on here keeping those likes up. We really appreciate it. This is me. Just a quick little blurb there of me on the screen. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Just started off with some stocks in crypto in 2017 and switched over to futures in 2018. This month, with this February 5th, on the 14th, I'll be with Topstep for 2 years now, but was trading for several years before that as a full-time trader. And the approach that I take to the market is a very simple. It's called Occam's razor. It's typically means that the simplest explanation is usually the best. That's exactly how I look at the markets, how I look at trading. Simplicity. Michael Patak says that. Keep it super simple. That's what it is. If you've seen any of my stuff and any of the charts, we're going to see some more today, but that's what we're going to be looking at. Just for one more moment, we do have the obligatory Commodity Futures Trading Commission's disclaimer, CFTC. Briefly, this is that futures and Forex trading, as it says, contains substantial risk, can lose more than your initial investment. Past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results, in that what you're seeing here, TopstepTV, and specifically this session, is of my own opinion and is not to be taken for any type of investment or trading advice whatsoever. So hopefully JD has that all figured out. He will let me know. I'm going to pull up the Topstep X chart here to begin with. This is a 50K combine that I had listed. It was way back in December, but I took the first trades on it the other day on a power hour. I did take one trade today just to testing it out. These are Fibonacci bars. We're going to go through some of that here, and because there's a question there regarding them. But JD, let's take it away and see what the submissions are for today.
Sure thing. Thanks, Robert. I think we're all good for now. Let's
great.
jump right into it. First question comes from Jamie. Jamie wants to know, Coach Robert, what do you recommend doing when you have losing days and weeks?
Thank you, Jamie, for that question. It's going to depend on the trader itself, the trader themselves. I will give you my quick little 2-line personal, and then I'll give you some overall. Personally, I don't have losing days and losing weeks for the most part because everything is individual. Of course you lose. Of course you lose trades and days and weeks. Of course. But I don't look at it that way because it's no type of a trend. Everything that I do is a factor of one. I win a trade, I lose a trade. I don't say I lost 3 in a row or won 3 in a row. That's just the way I look at it. Now, on a more broader scale, losses are going to happen. You'll see that all the time. You'll hear that all the time, especially when Hoag is on talking about that psychology stuff and how to compose yourself. They're going to happen. Winning is going to happen too. You get hot streaks. You get cold streaks. See the hot streaks that we have on TopstepTV. We post those hot streaks up there. But then the next day you see one of those names gone. Doesn't mean they're on a cold streak. They just lost a hot streak. It's part of trading. How do you handle that? How do you recommend doing when you're if you're losing a lot? Take a break for one, if it's getting to you emotionally. 2, take a look at your strategy. You may have a really, really good strategy that worked awesome in January, but this is February. The market's different now. You may need to make a couple of adjustments. Not saying to throw it out with just trash it, but take a look at why those losses are happening, and take a look at why the winners are happening. If we only look at our losses, it's going to weigh on you for a while. It's going to beat you up. Think you're not that great. It's going to tap into that they were talking about the mammalian brain and that lizard brain. It will play a factor on you. So look at the wins also. Go back and map them out and see what you could do different. How could I take this loss that I had and turn it into a winner? What transpired? Was it me? Was it the market? Did I simply need to change the time frame? Did I depend too much on an indicator or not enough on another one? It's a very loaded question and a loaded answer because it really does depend. Okay, hopefully that does answer it. But if you have losing weeks, then yeah, you really need to step back, do something entirely opposite. If you're using a a TPO chart on a high, on a bigger time frame, and you're trading gold, look at a fast time frame and trade oil. Just really try to mix it up. Maybe even get off of a platform. There's like 18 platforms or so in Topstep that you can use. Switch it up a little bit. If you don't have a DOM on, maybe add one. If you had one and it was confusing you, maybe take it off. Just do something else to make it a little bit different than what you're currently doing. Hopefully that will negate some of those multiple days of or multiple weeks of losses. Hopefully that helps. So thanks for the question there, Jamie.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. And thank you, Jamie. Yeah, don't forget to check in on your trading journal also. We have a lot of great resources to teach you how to journal here at TopStep. Go right to our website, topstep.com, and just type in the search bar journaling. You're going to find a lot of great resources right there. Checking back in on your trading journal will also help you understand how you were feeling when you were putting on some of those trades, just like Robert was telling you. And it's good to check back in on that and, yeah, just reflect on how you were trading and trying to do better. That's all we can really say. Thanks, Jamie. Next question comes from Alexis. Alexis says, if you needed to completely overhaul your strategy when making the conversions from options to futures, where would you start? Sounds like Alexis is trying to switch asset classes and needs a few hinters on how to get started in futures. What do you think, Coach Robert?
Yeah, that's it's a pretty decent change, but it's not the end of the world. First of all, if you're trading options, and I'm going to speak on a light side of experience because I know a bit about them, but I'm by no means anywhere near even attempting to trade options. But what I do know is that we're going to remove some of the things in options when you go into futures, such as time decay and theta, the Greeks. There's a different structure, iron condors and butterflies, right? There's different ways of looking at things, inside the money, outside the money. I'm just throwing out some key terms. Again, I don't know a hell of a lot about it, but the good thing is that you already know trading. You already know candles. You already know time. You already know the markets. You already have something behind you can work with. Bring that piece of your knowledge into futures and then see how that matches with the instruments you're trading. Okay, it is going to be vastly different. So let's say you're trading options, SPY options or something, right? And you go to NASDAQ. But if you're trading those options and you go to oil, you trade those options, you go to the bonds. You trade those options and you go into currencies, futures currencies. Those are 4 different classes coming from options. So you're going to have to change depending on which one of those 4 you go into from your options trading. If you're looking at straight futures and you're going from options to futures, I would suggest something that's a little bit thicker market, like the ES or like the Russell or like the bond markets, where you're not going to get destroyed coming into it trying to figure out what's going on. You do have a practice account, thankfully. Use that practice account. And the platforms can be slightly different also, depending on what you're using. I know a lot of traders that traded options were using TOS, Think or Swim from TD Ameritrade. That's not part of the Topstep feature list, a platform list. So that's going to take some getting used to. But you can try the platforms. If you get into one of the, let's say you take a rhythmic data feed, there's multiple platforms you can choose along with that rhythmic data feed. And a lot of them have free trials that you can use also, just even outside on your own. Jump on and see what they look like, see what it feels like to you. It's not a hard choice, but it's a difficult, right? Going from options, it's just a different animal. It really is. I had that problem when I was going from penny stocks in crypto to futures. What I found was I'm going to be careful with my words here because it wasn't easier, but it was simpler. I found that futures just fit my style more. Trying to trade these penny stocks and these low cap stocks, pulling a 1 minute candle at the open, I was getting destroyed. And somebody in a group said, "Hey, take a look at futures. You can trade 23 hours a day. The costs are different. You don't have to worry if there's shorts available or not. The liquidity is there. It's based on indexes instead of a single stock. It just made a world of difference. And I would suggest doing the same coming from options. See what's close. See what fits your psyche, what fits your style, your personality, your character. Try them out. You have the practice account and then get into the combine once you figure it all out, and grab a coach and grab a buddy. There's a whole bunch of buddies in the Topstep Discord, and I'm certain you'll find a handful in there or many in there that have gone from futures into options into futures. Excuse me. I am on my 2nd cup of coffee, and I made a really bad mistake by putting in the high test instead of my usual light one. So I apologize. And chat, light it up, man. Keep an eye on me if I'm getting too off the cuff here and talking too quick. Let me hear it because I know I'm wired right now, and it's a good thing. I'm going to be on the next session too, so we're going to try to keep it under bay. JD, keep me in range too, man, buddy.
Everybody loves the energy, Robert. Just keep it up. You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
All right.
And yeah, if we could get someone to drop the Discord link into the chat, that would be great. All the coaches spend time in Discord, so yeah, jump in there, find a trading buddy, reach out to a trading coach. A lot of great resources in TopStep Discord. Next question comes from Frank S. I think we might have answered this one on Friday. It sounds pretty familiar, but Frank wants to know, I'm interested in using range versus timer tick charts. How do you determine the range to use for a particular instrument? Right now I'm trading crude oil and the E-mini S&P.
It's a good question, and we have I won't go a ton of time, but let me see. Let me pull up my quant tower because what you're looking at is a Topstep X, and I'll go through that. I did see the next question. We're going to go through that to a one further down. But for the changes of those, I did prep this because I did see that question. I'm going to use one instrument right now. This is the NQ. I know you said ES, but it's just set up on NQ. My apologies, or I can change it to ES. So you know what? The heck with it. Let's go to ES. You asked for it. Let's do it. This is the ES chart today. This is a range chart. And the major difference between ranges, even though they say at the top up here, can we see it on the screen? Yep. Even though they say these are 8 tick bars, 8 ticks is only the height. So 8 ticks in ES is 2 points. So every bar is 2 points from high to low. If this was an 8 tick chart, an actual tick chart, it's going to plot a candle every time 8 ticks a movement happens. So it might do 8 ticks all the way up, or it might do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. It's going to plot a candle right there. This will not plot a candle on a range chart until 8 ticks, technically 9, plots, and then the next candle is going to show up. Now, how do you define these differences? There's a little bit of guesswork to it. I'm using 8 because of the ES. It moves, it's 2 points at a time. I want to see a candle every time the ES moves up or down 2 points in total. That's what I want to look at. On NQ, I'm using 40 ticks or 10 points because it moves so far so fast. So I need to adjust and adapt to that. And let me show you. 8 tick on ES. I'm going to switch this to 40 ticks. And let's say I happen to be on an NQ chart and I just click it over to ES. Watch what happens. This red right here is the 30 minutes of the US Open. Okay? And then this is the rest of the day. Watch what happens. I'm going to go to 40 ticks right here. And 40 ticks, again, is 10 points. So it's not going to plot a candle until the market moves 10 points and a tick from top to bottom. And what do we have? We have like 5 candles plotted all day long. Why? Because the ES is a shorter range. You're only going to get, let's just say, 30, 40 point of movement from top to bottom each day. Or 50 point, 60 point looks like here from top to bottom. You're going to get 300 from NQ. So the swing's going to be different. You need to adjust your range chart for that. And since I really think logically and analytically, I like to keep those round numbers. Okay, I'm not going to use 6 ticks because that's 1.5 points. I'll use 8. Okay, on NQ, it's 40 ticks. Why? That is 10 points. I'm not going to use 42. That's 10 points and a half a point. It's just the way that my mind works. It's the way that I think. And the second part of that is this is 40 ticks, so we're looking at a 10-point bar on ES. Every candle is $500, right? It's $50 a point, 10 points, it's $500. I don't want to let this thing go against me for 2 candles to show that I'm wrong and be $1,000 in the hole. Okay, so that's where we choose these things. I'm just sharing what I learned. Take it or leave it. Give it a choice. See what works for you. Give it a chance. CL was the other one that I was asked. Look at this. This looks so much cleaner. That looks so much cleaner. Look for those consolidation areas and then take the run going the other direction. It's so much cleaner. Here's CL. Since you mentioned CL, I like to use 10 on CL. Why? Because we're going from 72.7 to 72.8, and that gives me a candle. We can see the structure in here. Once we see this quote unquote barcoding, that's a term. It's in the glossary on TopstepTV. Topstep.tv is a glossary there. It's there. I think the range bars show significantly better quote barcoding. Look at that section right there. Now, personally, do I know when this is going to go, if it's going to go up or down? I don't have a dang clue, and I'm absolutely horrible at that. But what I do know is right in this exact area, it did the same thing before it fell. Now it's going to do the same thing. Should I anticipate a fall? Possibly. So I'm going to have a short waiting under here. with a stop at the top. What if it just goes long and it finally breaks out this level? Well, I'm going to have a buy stop above it with my stop at the bottom. And since I'm using 10 ticks here, or 0.1 in the CL, I know exactly how much money I'm risking very easily by looking at the chart quickly, briefly, making a quick decision. So as we can see right here, once this broke out, if my stop was on the other side, we got a nice run going on there. And my sell stop down here just simply didn't get filled. Just close it and move on. That's all. I just think it makes it so much easier. Tick charts. Tick charts. Let's take and change it to an actual tick. This is range bars. Tick chart. I don't have any idea what it is a good one for crude oil, so let's take 100. Just for the heck of it. All right, well, that's what 100 tick charts look like, and this is what it looks like according to what we had highlighted for those range bars. Okay? Hopefully that makes a difference. Its ticks themselves are the throughput of the up and down tick movement, so this would have to have gone up and down 100 ticks, whereas the ticks on a range chart are just simply the size, the tick size from top to bottom, from high to low. Hopefully that helps.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the question, Frank. Moving on, Asif wants to know, I'm doing good on my trading, but I'm not sure the way I'm journaling my trades is good enough or not. My question is, what information should I include or exclude while journaling, and how can one use this information to improve performance? Thanks in advance. Coach Robert, what are your thoughts on journaling? Do you keep a journal?
I used to when I was... Yeah, so personally, again, I used to when I started out. I don't now because I've been at this for a little bit, and I don't change a style a hell of a lot, and mine's a lot of it's based on math. Training is emotional, and how do I take the emotion out of it? I just base it off of mathematics. That's how I handle it myself. That said, I am 100% in favor of journaling. Absolutely in favor of it. Especially if you're the type of person that it really plays to and really gets to you. You can go back, you can reflect on it, see what's going on. I simply look at the math and statistics, so that would be my quote journal. I do want to make a comment on here. I'm not sure I'm journaling my trades is good enough. If it's working for you, then it's good enough. We do have journals at Topstep that you can use. Most of the traders here do journaling. Highly in favor of it, highly recommended of it. So I don't know if it's good enough. I don't know if that would be the right thing. If it's good enough for you and it works for you, that's all you need. You may be a really strongly emotional driven person, so you're going to have a lot of those notes in there of how you were feeling during the day. What were you like the night before? What emotions did you carry on? Do you feel better or worse when you make a win or a loss? It should be the same. Excuse me. But what if you're an analytical person? You can be like, yeah, emotional side was, yep, good day. The analytical side was like, wow, the market moved X amount of points more than I thought it was. The volume was this much, blah, blah, blah. So it really depends on you as a person, you as a trader, as to how and what you're going to journal. But I would say that you do need those components of what the market was doing, your setups, how you use them, and how you felt about the way those trades went. It's not how the market or what the market did to you. It's all between the ears, right? It's how you feel about that. Because whether you're upset or not, market doesn't care, and it doesn't make any difference on what you're going to do with those trades. So, how can you use info? Yeah, so I think I answered all of those questions as far as what you can include. There is one. It looks like there's some posts on here in the chat from our wonderful mods who do a super job. For the links to the journal, and you can find that on TopstepTV also, and also Topstep.com in the Help Center. It does help.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, just a few other things you might want to include in a journal. Basic stuff. You could find all this on our website too. The date, obviously, the time that you took the trade, the instrument you were trading, a quick outline of the setup you took. Was it one of your A+ setups? Was it a minor setup? Record your stop loss or potential profit target, record whether or not the trade was successful, if you hit the stop or if you hit the profit target, then come back at the end of the day and reflect on it. We also have Hoag's emotional journal available to you. Maybe we can get Ahmad to, oh, we have it. It's been posted in the chat. Let me pin this for you real quick. go ahead and download the journal that we just pinned in the chat. Print it out, make some notes on it, make a few copies, check back in on it every day. There you go. Thanks for the question, Asif. And let's move on to Karen. Karen wants to know, how do you know if the low or high for the day has been put in and will reverse? Sounds like someone's trying to pick tops and bottoms.
Yeah,
but that's
what
a
it sounds
tricky
like.
that's a tricky question intraday. If we knew the answer to that, obviously, we probably wouldn't be here talking to you right now. Or if we knew how to figure that out while the markets were moving, it'd be a completely different story. But what are your thoughts on picking tops and bottoms, or assuming a top or bottom has been put in for the day?
Yeah, you don't. It's. I don't need to be short on it. You simply don't. We don't know if the high or the low. Look at the chart right now. This is looking at Nasdaq right now. Yeah, the high was put on. It looked like it was about 1138. Great. It comes up in the air. We're gonna have a breakout. Oh, we're gonna have a reversal. No idea. No idea. We can guess, we can speculate, we can assume, we can hypothesize, all of that. We just don't know. It's just probabilities. It's not even odds, because there's only odds are up and down, right? 50-50. Every single trade is an odd, 50-50. But the probabilities, that is something you need to determine for yourself intraday. Can we pick it? I don't know anybody that can, and if they could, please tell me. I'll put my life savings on my next trade listening to you. We don't have an answer for that. It's extremely hard. There are a couple things. I may be watching if the volume slows down, if it's hit that point multiple times. You look at a couple points of contact. It depends on the market, the time of day, the chart you're using, the chart time you're using, your strategy, your risk levels, and what you're comfortable with. There's a lot to it. So the really short answer, Karen, thanks for the question, but specifically, how do you know if it's a high or low? You don't. You don't. We know what the high is right now. I'm looking at the high right here, 17,722.5 on the NASDAQ. Yep, that's the high. Is it going to remain the high? Not a clue.
Thanks for the answer, Robert. And let's just check back in on the markets real quick. We have NASDAQ and the S&P just extended the range a little bit high. Not extended the range. They tested, got kind of close to the highs, but still trading inside value from Friday. We have crude oil extending the range higher, gold extending the range higher right now. That's a quick look at what's happening currently. Let's move on to our next question. Next is from Joe. Joe wants to know, are there any legends for Topstep X? Maybe a podcast or something to help get started. The pre-open with Coach Ray, he uses an average daily range and a channel indicator, but I can't seem to find them on Topstep X. Thanks for the help. Anyway, we could walk through just a quick, simple setup for Joe on Topstep X while we have it up.
Sure. Let me pull that up.
Maybe just a couple of examples of a few indicators.
Yeah. So specifically, maybe they can pull my my mugshot off of the screen here, so we can see the bottom of the screen momentarily while I'm talking through this. But what Coach Shea does, I believe Coach Ray. No, I thought it was Coach Jay. Excuse me. Coach Jay does use Quant Tower. Coach Ray, I do not know his main platform. But that being said, the indicators for Topstep X are right here. We have our list. So if he is using, what is it, an ADR, the average daily range? Let's see, is it on here? I don't see the average daily. I see an average true range. I see the average directional index. I don't see the daily range. So maybe he is not using it. And I don't want to put words in his mouth because I'm not sure what platform he is focusing on during those pre-market things. So hit him up in Discord and check with him there. So let's see, what do we have in here? We have our chart type on the top left hand side. Our chart instrument. We have a selection of time frames and other chart types we can use. We have them broken down to seconds. Here's your ticks. There's a variation. You can click the star next to them, so they will show up at the top that you can use your most popular. Here are seconds charts. Then we have minute charts, hour charts, and day charts. The star will put them up here. Across the top, we have the different types of chart appearances: bars, candles, hollow candles, area charts. These are some special types of actual candles, like Heikinashi's over here on the right-hand side. Renko I have up there as well. You can click back through them by putting the star for a favorite, and then you can just click right through them very quickly. Highlight something, go click on the chart, click on chart, and have them all set up ahead of time. We have a neat thing over here. that you can pick the way you want your chart layout. This I'm showing a chart on the left and a chart on the right. You want to split them top and bottom. You split them top and bottom by clicking on this. There they are. They're split top and bottom. Go back here. It's done. You can save it. Save your chart. Make a copy of it. Save a different layout. And then down the bottom here is something really cool. If you see my crosshair, it's going to show the price and time across both charts. Now, let's say one chart was NQ and the other ES, as an example. You'll see the time, so you'll see the vertical line, but obviously you're not going to see the price up and down since they're so far different. So just keep that in mind. The symbol itself, if I want to change one chart, let's say I have a quad view. Let's say I have 4 of them up there, and I have one as a, let's say, just make a 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, 30 minute. Well, if I chose the symbol and I change one chart, it's going to change them all from NQ, ES, gold, whatever. If I have the same symbol across all of them, but I want to change the interval, then it's going to change the interval across all of them. That would be the time frame right here. So 3 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. I can have multiple instruments and then click on, all right, what does everything look like? We have it over here on Topstep on Trading View. We have the main 4 instruments up there, and I want to change them all to a 15-minute chart. Click on 15. If my interval is the same, that will show that will change them all to the same interval. So that's pretty cool. The indicators themselves are here. You can search for them. You can scroll through them. Some of them will show on the top if they're part of the main chart pattern, like to do with candles, high and low, for example. And then some of them, like you see on my chart right here, called ADX, it's the average directional index, are part of the bottom section. It's just kind of a sub panel. Volume you can move up here. Volume can be down here. EMA crosses, obviously this stuff is going to be up the top. Ichimoku cloud, that's going to be on the chart itself. What else do we have? Oh yeah, and then all the drawing tools on the left hand side. So if I take a drawing and I just make a little circle over here, I have it synced up. So my drawing tool is from this side, and it will sync right here with this link button. It will link across all of them, so I can actually see when I make a change on one chart or drawing on one chart to the other chart. And it's actually pretty cool if you're using different setups. These are 2 3-minute charts right here. It's a 3-minute chart, candle on the left side, 3-minute chart, Heikin-Ashi, excuse me, 1 minute, my apologies. A 1-minute candle on the left, a 1-minute Heikin-Ashi on the right. Same time frame, so not too much different. But if I change to one on the right to say a tick chart, and I want to start highlighting some areas, I'll see what that looks like on time, because it's going to show the same drawings on each one of those charts. And of course, we have measurement tools, drawings. We can put our like, hey, we want to take a long position. We can actually figure out our risk and reward. When we have it set up ahead of time, you can mouse over. It shows, okay, I'm doing a 10.9. So it's a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, for example. It's really cool to sync them. It's come a long way. Doing a testing phase on these, it's just, Topstep X is the de facto standard. If you saw the show earlier today, you noticed how we were doing a comparison with how fast the DOMs and the ladder moving, how fast, this is the time and sales, but the DOM itself, how fast it moves, and it's quickly. I believe it's like 3 times a second. Casey would have to correct me on that, but I think it updates. It's 3, 4, 5 times a second. So you get the really, really fast intricate data. So if you're one of those traders that likes to watch these and see how the ticks are going to and from, back and forth, and making all these small moves, it's great to use that. It's super. There is more coming. And the last piece was podcasts or looking at the different legends and structure. The thing is, it's always changing. So we can have the basic pieces of it, and we'll put some of those videos together. But as we add features to them, we can continuously add on there. So bear with us on it. The full release out, I believe it's coming out. I'm not going to quote the time. I know that it's coming out very, very soon, and we will definitely have more information, more tutorials. But it's a fabulous, fabulous product. I'm a big quantile person. I've been using Topstep X here, especially when I'm coming on air like this, so we can all get used to it. We can all see it. We'll become more and more familiar with it, and hopefully it'll help bring our trades to the next level. You can see all the P&Ls down here. I have this all set up so you can see everything. My P&L, the current positions, what we've done. I don't use time and sales, but I wanted to have something flashy on the screen, to be completely honest. I have the order panel on this side over here, my current trades of the day down the bottom, and on the bottom left, it's a toggle between my positions. If I have any orders on, orders pending or previous, the trades that I took. This is actually this panel over here. Any quotes that you want to watch, I'm only looking at a couple instruments or mainly one or two at any time, so I don't need to have that in front of my face all the time. And then, of course, we do have the tilt. Are you still watching tilt? Yeah, let's click yes. So there's our a tilt, the infamous tilt that we hear about all the time and see about all the time. It's wonderful to see what our traders are doing inside of TopStep, and you can either go with the flow or you can reversion the flow. So that's entirely up to you. This is the layout I like to have. It's personal. All of these are modules based. You can just click anywhere on any of these plus signs, and it will come up with a different what is available. We can see I don't have the DOM over here, but if I want the DOM, I'm going to click on the DOM, drag it off to the side, and lo and behold, let's put the DOM on the farthest to the right, and there we go. There is our DOM. Okay, it is super good. I really like it. I really enjoy it. Hopefully, it gives a little bit more overview. JD, did we lose you again at the same time today? Of course, he can't. If we lost him, he can't answer me to say yes. We lost him, right? Okay, I don't hear JD right now. So what I will do, I will take the next question since we have the same here. This question comes from Eldis. In chat, look, tell me if I'm talking too fast. I just like getting through all these questions, and I move quick anyway. If it's too fast, let me know. I will back it down. How do we trade VWAP? Well, I'm going to pull up my little quant tower thing here. Let's put VWAP on the chart. Here's a little section. VWAP, I'll use a daily VWAP. It's going to show for 1 day. And it will begin calculating at the market open since it's a daily VWAP, and this is it right here. It's hard to see this line, but this is the market open. 5 p.m. Central Time last night. This here is the first 30 minutes of the U.S. market. So how do you trade VWAP? Well, that's a loaded question. You can do a VWAP reversion, trade when it crosses it, stay away from it when it's crossing over VWAP, like in this area right here. You can use the deviation bands, right? You can turn on the standard deviation bands, play the reversions of those, wait till it gets fully extended. I know Anne-Marie likes to do a lot of that stuff. So it's really depends on your style, what you're looking for. I personally think that it works better on some instruments than others. NQ VWAP at the start of the market is incredibly difficult because nothing's been structured yet. It's a volume weighted average price. So it's the average price over the entire day based the average of it, and it gives, if there's more volume in that particular time, it's going to give more weight. It's going to bend it a little bit quicker. So this is a standard VWAP starting at the market open the night before, the actual open of the futures market. However, you can anchor these at different points of the day. I want to say here is one right here. I'm going to shut that off. I will turn this one on. This anchors every hour. So this is going to give me it's going to reset the VWAP every hour. And this might be a good thing. This here is 9 a.m. Central Time. Right here, 9 a.m. Central. So this here would be a VWAP starting after that first 30 minutes of the U.S. market. Cool. Now it might give me a little better answer, a better idea. Well, what if we couple that with where it goes along with the daily? And we can change the colors too along with it. But here it is. Here's our full daily. We can see some divergence here. Might be an indication that we're going to continue to drop. Okay? Just keep that in mind that it is based on volume. So if you're watching an overnight VWAP, let me change the color of that so we can actually give you something to look at. I will change the overnight color and let's make it bright blue. There we go. So now we can see a little better. So my overnight VWAP is this light blue color, and the VWAP that's reset every hour is the yellow one. Look how messy it can get if it's just resetting every hour. It's not going to really tell us too much. But once the market gets moving and we actually have more volume and more structure coming in, we may be able to use that. What if we don't use the hourly? What if we put it on 4 hours? Let's see what the 4 hour looks like. See if it gives us, aha. So we can see our 4 hour, see how it reacted quicker? Because what we're doing, we're only taking the volume based on the last, volume and price based on the last 4 hours. And then it starts again right here. That might be something that you might want to take a look at. See how it dips down quicker and faster because it's only taking the volume and price from the last 4 hours, whereas the blue is taking volume and price from the entire overnight. If we look at the first 10 or so minutes of the US Open, there's more volume than the entire overnight session. That is really going to skew it. And here it is right here. We can see it. Look at that big skew dip. This is 4 hours long. Bam. Volume came in. It significantly changed it. What did it do to the overnight? Not a heck of a lot. Not until it caught up later on. So hopefully that gives you more ideas on VWAP. Maybe we can touch on that with Anne-Marie coming up next on the strategy lab. I'll actually be filling in for Hoag. So we'll see what she has to say about it. But that is my take on VWAP. The last thing I do want to say on VWAP is be careful of the cliches. Okay? Really, seriously, hear me out. There's a cliche that says only take shorts under VWAP or only take longs over VWAP. So let me ask you a question. If you follow that rule, only take shorts under VWAP. Well, this is under VWAP. Are you going to take a short right there? The market's already gone down. It has a lot of resistance areas. So just be careful with trying to set the hard and fast rule. Taking static information in a dynamically changing market. Can't say too much. Can't say enough about that. Do you want to do VWAP breaks? Go for it. But what are you going to use in conjunction with it? This is a volume-weighted average price. The average price with volume. What if you threw volume profile on the chart too, and you find out that right at that VWAP area is right where the most amount of volume has been traded at that given time? You may want to hang out and not just do a simple VWAP crossover trade because you're getting bound up. It may be getting bound up right in that area. So try to stay away from those. Like, only long over VWAP, only short under VWAP. Just be careful of that. I'm not telling you what to do. Just keep that in mind because static quotes like that are really tough in a dynamically changing market all day long. I think I heard JD coming back. Are you back, buddy?
I am here. That was a really great point you made, Robert, about using static signals to take trade setups. And if you ask 100 traders how they use the VWAP to trade, you're going to get 100 different answers. You know, some traders will use it as support and resistance. Like you said, some people only will be long above and short below. Some traders will use it as sort of a stop hunting guide. Once price gets through the VWAP, wait for that stop run and then fade the move. You know, there's literally hundreds of different ways to trade around the VWAP, and it is one of Anne-Marie's favorite tools. Also, she's in the chat. She also mentioned in the chat she'd like to talk about picking tops and bottoms during strategy lab. That was one of the questions we took just a little while ago. So be prepared for that too, Robert. Anne-Marie's coming in with some advice on picking tops and bottoms. All right. Thank you, Aldous, for the question. Let's move on to Nicholas. Nicholas says, good evening, coach. I feel bad inside. I'm a little stressed every time I'm trading. The problem is I can't control my gain if I win, probably because tomorrow I'll cash out at a loss. I think Robert's having, or Nicholas is having a little trouble maybe trying to control his behavior when he's having an emotional episode. What do you think about that?
I think that is true, and I'm going to really catch myself on this one, and I'm going to slow down, and hopefully, Nicholas, if you're watching, I'm going to look right at you in the camera and say, don't be stressed, man. Don't feel bad inside. Sorry. Trading is hard, okay? I will look right at you. It's not you. Everybody does this. Everybody goes through this. Take a break. I would hate to see, like, coming into a problem going by wins and losses, carrying that venom, that Hoag uses that word. I love that word. Carrying that venom to the next day. Let it go, man. It's not easy. But you got this. If you feel bad inside, oh, somebody got my camera back on again. I just said into the chat because I really want to talk to Nicholas here. Okay, it's back. So Nicholas, again, looking, take it easy. It's all of us. It's not just you. It's the market. This is trading. It's hard. You have a better chance of getting to Harvard than you do making a good trade. Okay? So hear me out, and everybody who's listening to this. It's an emotional game. Don't take it to heart. I'm being real right now, guys and traders and gals. Take your time with it. Research it. Do not take it personally. Don't take it to heart. Don't carry those feelings to the next day. try not to carry them overnight, and especially don't bring them into your personal life with your family. This is a job. You go to work and you have a bad day. Great. Okay. Hey, I dropped a hammer. It hit me in the toe. Great. Wrap it up. Go to work the next day. Tell your family about it the nighttime. Yeah, it sucks. It kind of hurts a little bit, but you know what? I'll be up in the morning. It's a new day. My toe feels better. It's a weird analogy, but listen, it's not easy, folks. But don't take it personally. You kind of got me there, like Nicholas. Just like that, you feel bad inside. You're getting stressed out. We all do. Okay, it is easier said than done, but take it easy, man. Take it easy. Don't let it bother you. It's part of the game. You ever go to school and you ever fail a test? It's not the end of the world. You study a little harder. Take it the next time. Okay? Seriously, I want to speak right into the camera for you and to everybody else watching. It's coming from my heart. It's not hard, but you'll get it. Take your time. Okay. Wow.
Thanks, Robert. That was very nice.
All right, guys.
And yeah, just remember, if trading was easy, everybody on the planet would be doing it, but they're not. So keep that in mind, and just try and make sure you're able to trade another day. Always trade for tomorrow, as MP likes to say around here. All right. Moving on. Next comes Trey Mack. Trey wants to know, what is your code of conduct regarding winning days? Do you utilize new capital or stop trading after a winning session? In my opinion, what Trey is asking is, you got a couple good winning trades on. Do you up your size or do you quit for the day? What's your take on that?
Yeah, it depends on your plan. If it says in your trading plan, we hammer this home too, getting yourself a plan coinciding with your journal. Does it say in your plan, if I'm up X amount, then up my size? If it does, then do that, and then track the results and see if that's working for you. There's not a hard and fast answer, hard and fast rule about it. I personally, again, I can only speak for myself personally, my opinion. I don't do any of that. I don't go, wow, I'm having a great day. I feel good. Let me go large in size and nail this market. Because you know what happens? The market changes. It slows down, flips around on me. And if I did good on a lot, did another trade, did another contract, then one contract, and I'm feeling above the world, and I put 5 on, I only have to lose one trade, 1/5 of the amount, and I waived all my gains. I'm not saying that's for every trader. I'm just giving my own personal opinion on this. If it's in your plan, go for it. Track it. Follow it, see if it worked, and make the adjustments as needed. It's really, really, really hard to say, man, I'm on a roll. Okay, well, are you on a roll because you were consistent? Maybe that's why you were on a roll, because you place your trade, your strategy is working really well. The market is agreeing with you, and you have a nice flow going on. Well, did that nice flow over the last 1, 2, 3, 5 days entail increasing your size every time you had good trades? If it did, then do it. Track it and make the adjustments. Good question.
Excellent question. Excellent answer. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Trey, for the question. Next is Mia. Mia asks, I found that many of my losses happen from trading during consolidation periods in the market. I get tricked into trading from impulse candles. What are some tips for avoiding this trap?
If you're trading consolidation periods, I'm assuming if you're getting trapped from trading those, I'm assuming, total assumption, that you're more of a trend trader. Because if you weren't, you have a consolidation, you'd be playing those ranges back and forth, right? There's what the market is going to consolidate, or it's going to go in one direction or the other. So this is my assumption that you're doing a trend. Now, it's really good that I did see that question, so I put this chart up in front of us now. If we want to switch over to the charts real quick on Topstep X, I have on the left-hand side a 1-minute regular chart, candle chart, and then on the right a 1-minute Heikin-Ashi chart. Heikin-Ashi is nothing but a mathematical formula that looks at the previous candles, open, high, low, and close, runs it through the Heikin-Ashi formula, which you can find online. Just Google Heikin-Ashi formula and it will come up. I do not recall that one off the top of my head, but it just averages things out, and it smoothens out the trend for longer term holds. Okay, excuse me. We can see on the right hand side, this is 1-minute candles. So we have what? This is 1203 to 1214 to 1216. So we have 1203 to 1216, 13 minutes worth of upward candles. I'm going to highlight that because remember earlier I had my green's locked. So I'm going to highlight the candle to this candle here. There we are. So ask yourself if you would have gone long at this point and held long. Once you saw this big red candle on the left-hand side, we can see it on the screen. Once we see this red candle on the left-hand side, it was a big wick, dropped all the way down and closed lower. You may say to yourself, hang on a second, I see some resistance over here. It wicked above it, dropped below it, closed lower. I'm getting the hell out of my trade. Well, if we look at that same exact spot on the right-hand side, it was still a green candle because it averaged it out. It ran it through the Fibonacci formula. It smoothed it out. So that may hold you in that trade a little bit longer. Okay? When do you see chop? Well, here's some chop right over here. Look at this mess. Let's highlight this. Look at that mess right there. Now, by looking at that mess, look at the same mess on the right-hand side. The Heiken will do that. You're still going to have dojis. You're still going to have candles red, green, red, green. But if the movement in the price action is going and continues, even though you have a longer wick and a closing red candle, if it doesn't, based on the Heiken-Ashi formula, if it doesn't change the narrative of the market, you're still going to get a green candle. Now, let me be clear that the low of these candles is not accurate. It is not. It is just simply going to place the low of the current candle, the one that just closed, halfway between the body of the previous candle. So this is not a true price. When you're going up, when you're in a long or an up candle, the high is the correct price. That's the only one that's correct. The high is the correct price. Okay? So that's what you can look at. Well, here we go. Look higher, higher, higher. Well, that's a little bit, but it's a green candle. That can hold on to that. In my thought, I would see this, if I were looking at this consolidation, we see a drop down, but this is typical. This is a noontime typical NQ price action. But all of a sudden, I see a push up, push down, closing lower right in this area. I may want to get the hell out of that trade, to be quite honest. I may want to just be like, nope. But on a longer time, on the Heiken-Ashi, it's going to keep you in there a little bit longer. How about the downside? We can look at this and draw this, say, well, is this going to be, are we breaking any trends on this? Possibly. Absolutely on this side. Now, what happens if it comes down to this area one more time? I'm going to highlight this section, right? And I'm going to clear the other two lines off. I'm going a little bit comprehensive on this, but I want to be clear. I want to make sure we're looking at the same thing. I'm a fan. If y'all notice, I'm a fan of looking at the market a little bit differently and seeing what it's telling me with a different eye. And I found this out from that earlier question. I said, hey, change it up, do a different strategy, different chart, different time frame, different indicators, mix it up if you're struggling. This is how I learned a lot of these things. Besides that, I'm pretty crazy hungry for knowledge. So let's look at this market. Let's say I'm entering in my trade here because I got a trend break. Can we see that? Yes, we can. But then I go and I say, well, hold on a second. Look at this area. It is right smack. I have it wick, 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 nothing going on. I have a rejection here. It may be bouncing off this support / resistance level from earlier, but guess what? The Heiken-Ashi kept me in that trade. It's the same time frame. It's still a 1 minute NASDAQ. What we're looking at is a different view of the formula, different formula view of the market. It's holding on to those trades a little longer. Super good for trends. Is it going to win all the time? Hell no. And get yourself a strategy on it. Here's a big down move right in this area over here, and then we have a green doji. Are you going to go long right because there's a green candle? I don't think so, especially it's a closed green doji. And this little doohickey I have down the bottom called ADX, that's the average directional index, that it doesn't tell you the trend, it tells you the strength of the current trend. When you coincide and you couple those two together, you can get some pretty good price action. Look at that. You're right here. This trend is up. The strength of the trend is up. It's not an upward direction, meaning this doesn't mean it's going up. It just means the trend is up right now, and it's a strong up, because this can be really high like this and be a downtrend like it is here. But once we see it starting to drop off and the trend starting to slow, maybe a time to look at some trades. Look at taking that particular trade off. Hopefully this makes sense. I know it's a little bit different, and you need some more room. You need a little more wiggle room, because you're going to have these spikes, right? It's not just going to be, hey, the top of the candle is here. You're going to have those wicks. So you have to be able to sustain those. Scale down, take it a little easy. And if you're, again, this person said that they're having trouble with the chop area, consolidation area, this may help you if you're a trend trader. I use range charts because it keeps me out of the chop. The candles are a certain height, and if they're stacking up next to each other, green, red this way, then green this way, then red that way, just don't trade. Let it go out the top or let it go out the bottom. That's what I like to do. If you're a trend trader, these hiking candles are pretty good. And watch what happens now if I take this and I'm just going to change it to a different time frame. So there we go. This is the NASDAQ 1 minute regular candle, but 3 minute Heikin-Ashi candle. Now, why would I do that? It's showing me the 1 minute chart of how things are bouncing around, but then it's showing me more of a trend, more of a same direction on a higher time frame with ease. Clearly, we can see this. We can see the strength of the trend coming in. It's right here at the bottom. The blue line is just a threshold line that I manually put on there, and that changes based on the chart time. So try to disregard the blue line right now, but look at the bottom of this, right where it starts to bend up. It says, okay, the strength of whatever trend it was on is turning. Well, great. This is bending up a little bit. Why don't I take a short when I see, 2 or 3 red candles? And when am I going to get rid of it? When the trend starts to slow down. So I would be entering here in this particular case. Here would be, let's just visualize, and this is hindsight, so take it with a grain of salt, folks. I'm just showing you can do this in real time also, and I'm going to be doing some of this trading too. And there's my exit. So I got into the trade once it showed it was increasing. I have larger candles. They're still red. I'm going to go short here. I'm going to keep that short. My trend turnaround didn't happen until here, so let's actually move this over a little bit more. And I'll actually be getting out a little bit because the high of this candle right here is the real price. So there's my trade. And what do I have? This is 592. So do the math. 680 to 592. That's a 90-point move on one entry. Now, what does that look like on a 1 minute chart? Oh, hell no. Look at that same area on a 1 minute regular candle chart. I'd be getting, as soon as this, I wouldn't even get in here, to be honest. I may be on this break right here, but as soon as this came back up, you're done. Breaking this right here, starts pulling up, you're done. So you're looking at a couple 20-point trades maybe, and this is an 80-point with no sweat. Okay? I know long-winded answer, but I really love showing these different things, these different ways of looking at the market. Maybe it'll speak to some other traders. Look, it's not nobody knows the holy grail. It's not the golden thing. It's just another way. Everybody's mind's a little different. Every trader's a little different. Give it a shot. Play around with it. That may help you out.
Yeah, for sure. There was a comment in the chat saying one man's chop is another man's treasure, and it's true. If you listen to Deanne in the morning during fast markets, every once in a while she'll talk about how markets only trade directionally 25 to 30% of the time. That means the other 70 to 75% of the time, their markets are ranging. So it could behoove you to have a strategy for ranging markets, having a breakout strategy, and having a strategy for when markets are trending. Look into all that. Thanks for the question, Mia. Appreciate it. Next, from Christopher. Christopher wants to know, what are your thoughts on invalid fair value gaps?
I don't know a lot about any of the ICT styles or concepts, I guess. I do know what a fair value gap is. I'm not sure what an invalid is. And I don't trade any type of ICT concept at all, with one exception, and that is the fair value gap. However, true to my form, you laugh at me if you want, I trade them the other way around, and I don't take them over 15 points. There it is. Okay, take your fair value gap. For those that don't know, it's just we can draw one. We'll draw one on the chart, and I'll make it really simple to see. Right here. I'm taking a big area, and I'll make this larger on the screen over here. Okay, so here it is. We have a low of this candle, a second candle, and then the high of this candle here. So there's your gap. Let me do it this way, right in between here, right? So this would be a fair value gap. Now, from my understanding of this is this is our fair value gap. We want the market to come up into this area so we can get this liquidity area so we can ride it back down again. I do the exact opposite, and I trade through them. I literally trade through the gap. We have another one right here to here and through the gap. Now, these are small. These are small. We're not going to get those big giant wins, but if you've heard or seen anything that I've done before, I'm not a big swinger. I'm not a big long trader. I'll take 10 5-point trades before we take a single 50-point trade. So this simply fits my style, and I just pulled this out of the blue, basic on it's a 1 minute chart. That's all. I'm looking at the chart, just kind of highlighting a few of them that I'm seeing. You're right there. Here's a short here. Great, there it is. Does it work all the time? Of course not. But there's one right there. We're not there yet. So, sorry about that. And there it is. So the actual fair value gap, I think I'm getting it correct, is that it's just a series of 3 candles. You have a low, another candle, and then a high. There's your gap. And then you go the other direction. You have a high, another candle push up, and the low of that, there's a gap between them. And I trade them small, find the small ones, and I only trade the opposite direction. I did have that set up on Quant Tower. So let me just here is a 3-minute chart. Again, if you know me, I like the 3 minutes, and I did make this little thing here about fair value gaps, and it does highlight them for me to make it really, really, really easy, simple. So you trade through it. This one hasn't been traded. This wicked right through it. This dropped through it. Again, I'm just throwing this out there, spitballing it out. That's what I know about them. If you know the exact reason, the exact terms, put it in the chat. Let somebody learn from you if you have more knowledge of them. But that is the extent of my knowledge on those, and that is how I look at these fair value gaps.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Robert. Thank you for the question, Christopher. With that, I think I'd love to take another question, but we're about a minute from time. Do you think you could answer one more real quick? You up for it?
Can answer that one at the bottom from Coach Jay, because he threw it out on Friday. It'll be a 1-line answer.
You got it. Coach Jay wants to know. What's that?
No, go ahead. I'm waiting for it.
Oh, got it. Coach Jay is asking, looking to make gains off of the charts as a competitive bodybuilder, what would be your suggestion to gain 10 pounds of muscle? Laugh out loud.
I was going to see if Coach Jay is watching, but I know he's watching. Dude, 10 pounds of muscle, it's going to take you a while, but eat a lot of food, overindulge your calories, clean food, drink a lot of water, and then push those heavy weights. That's what you got to do, man. And then good luck to you. I'll be happy to talk to you offline and get you some pounds on.
Yep, that's what the coaches all told us growing up. If you want to get stronger, you lift heavy stuff. That's it. All right. Thanks for joining us for group coaching. We'll be back again tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Coming up next, we have Robert joining Anne-Marie for another segment of Strategy Lab. They're going to be talking about picking highs and lows and maybe a little bit about the VWAP. After that, we have Andre, Jack, and Danny's Trades is coming back for another power hour. If you were here on Friday, you got some action. What an exciting way to close out the day. Maybe we'll get a similar experience with Danny's Trades again today. Pulling out the pulled pork, right? All right, everybody. With that, we are going to cut out. Stick around. We will be right back with Coach Robert, more of Coach Robert, and Anne-Marie coming up right next for Strategy Lab. Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Long time no see, right, folks? Coach Robert here with Anne Marie. We are a special edition of Strategy Lab. Strategy Lab is the same. Anne Marie is the same. Hoag had to step away for a bit, so I'm just going to jump in here, take his place, trying to host it. I will be watching the chat. Anne Marie has a couple of things to say. She watched the last session, going through some VWAP and also some discussions on picking, attempting to pick the highs and the lows of the day. So let's see what you have to say. Anne Marie, where would you like to start?
Well, I'd like to start by saying I'm very delightfully surprised that I get to spend some time with you and the folks here today, because we do trade fairly differently. So it's nice to jam together and go, hey, what are you thinking here? What are you thinking there? And it brings to mind the one thing that I think is really important as traders. If you come into contact with someone that trades differently to you, different mechanics, different flow, different setups, you'll be amazed at what you learn watching them go through their flow. There are a lot of things that our minds just will not naturally pick up. And so I love watching Robert and seeing how he uses the Fibonacci and seeing how he uses the Fibonacci's. Last week I watched you do that. Yeah. And so many different things. So the first thing I want to do is take a look at the NQ and the ES to see if we've got any trades setting up. And I suspect that we do, but we need to wait. So let's have a peek. I'm going to expand this one to full view. And so here's what we see for the last 1, 2, 3, 4 30-minute candlesticks. So that's almost 2 hours, right? 90 minutes really, because this one just started a few moments ago. We've been caught in this range. It's the same range that we sat in through the overnight. So my suspicion is that the traders are going to move from the bottom of this range expansion to the upper edge of the pre-market action, and then we'll see what happens. So any trades into the opening tick look like a pretty nice trade. So my thought is this: I would say, hey, listen, I want to get involved. If it comes into 685 or so, that's the close. And if you decided, hey, I want to go long on a market order, your stop is going to be a little bit wider, because this is the range of the entire formation. So long action coming up here into the 720 space. I have the rule of the no moron trade. So it either comes to me and I get it filled, or I let it go by me and it moves to the north. But if you're doing a market order, it's going to run right up into that edge. It's been jammed at the opening tick all morning in the NQ. So it does look like it's going to run into that zone. This is green. That's my linear regression slope. And everything else is upside. The overall formation is generally flat. So that means I'm likely to go from the bottom of the range to the top of the range. And so had I gone long at that instant, it would still be running up into that space. Take your profit. Don't let it run against you for long. All right, so that's the trade setting up there. The trade setting up in the ES looks like the following to me. The same sort of thing right on the inside of the congestion from overnight. The opening tick is all the way up here at the 49.72 zone. It's likely to try to push in there. Notice all these higher lows coming in. We've got green momentum, but dampening flow. So it will exhaust at the top there. We've got a volume formation here at 49.68 that says, hey, I'm collecting some price action there. So I suspect that that's what that trade does. So those are the two trades we're looking at in the meantime. And now we can jump into analysis and addressing some really good questions. Questions like, how do I pick tops and bottoms? You only pick.
You were listening. You were listening.
Yeah. You only pick tops and bottoms with 100% hindsight, because you never know whether the market is going to put in a top or put in a bottom. And so that's an unrealistic question to ask. The better question, so here's my philosophy on overall questions. When you ask a question, say to yourself, will knowing the answer to this help me trade better? And so if somebody says, how do I know how to pick tops and bottoms? That's only a hindsight mechanic, so it's completely impossible. You can't know with 100% certainty that something's a top or something's a bottom. But the beauty of the mechanics of the stretching with standard deviations helps you find out where the market is potentially exhausting. And so we're going to do it with the NQ because I love it so much. And we're going to choose the tick charts today. We're going to use a 1600 tick. So let me notice all the volume in a 1600 tick bar. They're all the same. Okay. It's not, all the volume is exactly the same. Every 1600 ticks, it moves. Price action, therefore, is isolated. And so you can look at something like this and you can go, wait a second, my price is, well, you can see it in a range here, holding a bottom. But look what happened this morning. All right. Two things that volatility bands, which is a VWAP band, two things that these bands do. Okay. They measure slope and direction, and they measure speed of motion. The faster a band expands, the faster the motion. And so when you look at a chart and you see it broadly expanding, your brain should go, ooh, price action's moving very quickly. So let's go to simple physics. Let's say you're riding in a car and you're driving at 60 miles an hour and you slam on the brakes. There is a length of time that it will take for your car to come to a full stop. It does not stop immediately. If I'm going at 5 miles an hour, however, and I slam on the brakes, it will stop almost immediately. So here's the takeaway. When these bands expand quickly, your brain should go, I better not step in front of any things moving downside in a hurry. I need to wait for them to slow down. So how does price action look when it's slowing down? First, it stops heading lower. Then it bounces into resistance. And then it pulls back. And if it's slowing down, it's going to make a higher low and continue to the north. That did not happen here. So you can go, okay, that is not my trade. I am not buying the bounce there because the chart is still moving to the north. So my favorite things to do are to say, what was the close of the prior day? What was the open of the prior day? And here they are. I have this one marked for that close. I have this one marked for the open. And so my thought is, you know what? I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to get in front of a trade long at this stage until I see it recovering the prior day's open. Now, here's something fantastic about volatility bands. When volatility bands look this way, you're going to see something super interesting. This is a 3. Let me open up this again and make sure it's a 3, not a 3.1. Nope, that's the wrong study. Whoops. Hang on 2 secs. Market's
It's nice that you're
out a little
showing
bit.
these and talking about the volatility while you're doing that you're talking about the volatility and how it's not just, hey, this is a standard deviation of 1, and this is 2, this is 1.5. You're combining the fact that momentum is a part of that equation also.
Oh.
And you combine that with directional movements, historical information like your tops and bottoms and closes and everything else, the speed at which not the fact that it's just opening, but the speed and the rate at which it's opening. And then if you want to throw that side panel in for the volume and see how much volume is coming in at those levels, it sounds like it's a pretty what did you say? Simple physics, Anne-Marie?
Yeah, it is. And it's the physics of motion. A lot of people will argue and they'll say to me, I don't know how you can use physics in here because we're looking at the motion of price and it's not going to be the same because of mass. Well, the size of an order is going to carry a mass. And so my thought is always, let's just think about how motion looks in the real world when you're trying to stop a freight train, right? You have to let the train slow down before you decide you're going to step in front of it. And so here's something really, really interesting. This is a 3.2 standard deviation band on the VWAP. I don't anchor VWAPs because I'm not smart enough to know which anchor is going to be the best anchor. I don't know how. And so because it's not a skill, because it's not in my bailiwick, I will say, you know what? I'm just going to do it like the regular folks, and I'm not going to worry about anything else. And so I will leave it anchored at the beginning of the day. So notice what happens. You can scalp trade and say to yourself, I think I'm going to pick a bottom here because it's expanded past my 3.2 standard deviations. And so when the rubber band expands, now listen, sometimes we've had 5 and 6 standard deviation moves. They've been frightening, but it's usually rare. 3.5 standard deviations, usually the most that we'll get. So when you see it coming into this 3.2 standard deviation, you can say, you know what? I'm going to take a reflexive trade right here on the bounce. If it loses it by 10 ticks, that's 2.5 points. If it loses it by 10 ticks, I'm out, right? And I'm going to try and trade it back into the 1 standard deviation, up through the 2.5 into the 1. Now, if it doesn't get into your 1, it's telling you a story. Rut-row is what you should think to yourself about holding that position, because it means if I can't get up over that 1, I am not looking in a trade that's going to give me good motion. So you can say to yourself, all right, well, that's not my long. Here's something else that happens. This happens with Bollinger Bands too. It walks the band. That means it hits the band. Let's say you try to do it again. It hits the band. You use your same 10-tick stop. As soon as it hits the band, you take the trade. Notice what happens. This bounces up and immediately collapses. It stops you out. When that happens, say to yourself, is there anything else telling me I've got downward motion? And you can see if you've got a MACD, if you've got any kind of resistance, momentum, you'll see it moving down. And I also have this linear regression curve that is also downward. So maybe after the second one, you go, I should probably be trading in the direction of the trend. And if you do that and you say, okay, I'm going to go short at the loss of this level, my stop is going to have to be somewhere up here. So I'm going to go small size, but then I'm going to stay short as long as it starts walking the band. Now notice what happens. See here, sideways, 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 sideways. The second it does that, you've got to trim some gains. It's telling you, imagine this, you're driving, that's a stoplight. That's a four-way where people are saying, I'm going to get on the ramp, and I'm either going to get on the ramp and head to the south, or I'm going to get on the ramp and push price to the north. You, as a trader, trading intraday, trying to make your money, you got to take some profit right there. So what's the takeaway here? The takeaway is that you've got to have your eyes on the chart and totally focused about what's happening. Ooh, this is an interesting standing order right here. How much is this? 161 at 17,602. All right, yeah, because you guys know that I have the dome. I have the dome sitting here. And so this stands out. It's very interesting, 602. Well, that's way down here. I'm thinking the chart is going to punch up to the north. Did it not fill me? Dang it. All right. So that should have filled right there at the base. I had it too far away. I was trying to be too cheap, but notice how it's continuing to bounce those higher lows. When your chart stops heading lower and it begins to break to the north, you can say to yourself, this might be my low for the day, but it might not. If I am thinking it's my low, I have to draw a line there and go, if it heads 10 ticks below, I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to get out. But you can take each of these as a guess, but the price action continuing will tell you if it's the low or not. So here, the low at 557, 556 was a really big number last week, 17,556. So that's super interesting that that came in and bounced off of that zone. And it literally has been running ever since then. Now it's trying to stall out in between, what is it? We're coming into the 230 reversal event. So the takeaway from, hey, can I find bottoms? Can I find tops? You can work at saying, listen, I'm stabilizing. It's not heading lower. I'm going to take the long here. But as soon as it loses your low, it tells you that you're wrong. So take the trade into resistance and realize if you're trying to pick a bottom and you're in a downward trend, you're always going to have flow that comes in and hits you and says, you know what? Nope, I'm going to try and go back down. Nope, I'm going to try and go back down. And that's what it's done this entire way.
That's really good analysis there. And I like how you explain not just, hey, this is my VWAP, but these are the bands. These are my levels. This is what I'm looking at. I'm using additional confluence tool as your linear regression. And you have all of this that you're looking at to form a hypothesis and say, this is what I feel and what I believe and what I think is going to happen. And if it doesn't, I'm 15 ticks away from a stop. You always have that structured, right? Yeah, I don't want to address something into the chat. We'll move on to that. When you're typing into the chat, not just into chat, but yourself, and you say things or think things pattern-wise, like double top, triple top, or this moving average, so to speak, you need to specify a little more criteria. For example, let's say I look at Anne-Marie right now and I say, hey, this is a triple top forming, or there's a head and shoulders, and she's like, I don't even see what you're talking about, Robert. This is dumb. I don't see this anywhere. Well, I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. She's on a 30 minute. Okay, you have to put it into context. That's the word I was looking for. Context. Put that into context. We appreciate all the stuff in the chat, everything in Discord, all of the feedback. I would just urge to say, let's put this into context. Okay. Hey, I have a triple top. We're going down. Well, are we? Because I'm looking at a chart and it hit it once. I'm on an hourly. You're on a 5 minute. So put it in context so everybody can see it and understand, right? Head and shoulders. I'm like, I don't see it. What are you talking about? Well, what was it? What time frame was it on? What chart are you looking at? What instrument are you looking at? First of all, so let's try to do that. This is a community. We really help. We really appreciate all this stuff. So let's just educate everyone. I'm not saying you're wrong, so please don't get it that way. I've done it myself. I said it earlier. I'm like, hey, look at VWAP. I'm like, yeah, but is it anchored somewhere, Robert? What chart are you looking at, right? So you have to be careful of that. And we love the fact that we have traders sharing and helping traders. That's what it's all about. Let's just have a little more context so we're clear in what we're representing. Head and shoulders, absolutely perfect. But what are you looking at? What chart? Like what instrument? What time frame? It's going to be different, especially if you're looking for somebody like my sorry butt that trades range bars. I'm like, we don't even have head and shoulders. What do you mean a triple top? There's no such thing. It's going to go up or down because the range stays in there, right? So try to just a little tip, a little hint. I just have to see them. I want to see what's going on, and I want to get the feedback. I'm like, I don't know what they're going to talk about. I'm sorry, I can't follow it. Anne Marie, that point being made that you do, the reason I thought that is you did a fabulous job of just being articulate and saying, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm looking for, but not being so concrete to saying the market will go up. I was listening very carefully. You said the market may go up, and it might not, so I'm 15 ticks away from it. And then, if this happens, we have a potential to do another long. I love that type of talk. It's fabulous. I listen to you with Hoag. Usually I'm on lunch break at that time, so it's really good to actually sit and hone in on these and focus on them. So we appreciate that. I'm learning a lot.
I appreciate you saying that. What size range bars do you use when you use them? Let's say on the NQ, if you were using.
40. I'm a round number logical person
40.
like you. 40 range. It just means 40 ticks from top to bottom, which means 10 points on NQ. It just makes it real easy. If I want to risk $200, I look one range bar back. 400, 2 range bars back. Makes it pretty simple.
Oh, nice. Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Well, the great thing is that no matter what instrument of your candlestick formations that you use, using a VWAP band and a volatility band, you're going to see the same behavior, because what price is actually doing is stopping moving in one direction and turning around and moving in another direction. And so the interesting thing about directional change from a vector space, well, I don't want to use that word, from any kind of motion, it means if you have a slope that's negative and it ends up being positive, it has to go through the number 0. And when you go through the number 0, all your candlesticks are going to sit sideways like this. They are. Now, it might be only 2 of them or 3 of them go sideways if you've got a big range like 40. But if you've got a smaller range like 20, you'll see a lot of them, and they'll all sit together. So realize that, oh, it's coming into our target. Very nice. If any of you took that trade, now's a space where you want to take some profit. It's coming right up into the first standard deviation band. It's sitting there. You can say, hey, I'm going to take half of my position off at full profit, and I'm going to let the other one see if it can move to the north. If not, the overall framework still says I'm a little sideways, so it would disturb me to hang on to it for too long. But it looks really pretty up there to take some good gains. So remember why we set it up. One, we were looking at sideways action. And let me move back to my tick charts. We were looking at sideways action. And we were looking at green momentum that said, you know what? These things are making higher lows. If it pulls back, I'm going long. And where should we stop? At the 1 standard deviation band. Really, when a VWAP's flat, that has a tendency to happen. You move from the 1 to, or -1 to 1, and then maybe back to the 0 line where the VWAP is, and then maybe back to -1. I have no idea what the chart is going to do. I'm just looking at it and saying, well, it reversed there, and it reversed there. So if it reverses right here, I could have another short. And if I'm wrong, you know what? I'm 20 ticks from a stop, and I've got myself another trade. Your goal is always to position in a space where you can look at it and go, if this thing goes bad on me, what's my risk? And just hang on to that and go backwards and position. But a lot of times we just are impatient, or we don't have an attention span that brings us right into focus. And that's, I mean, I have that as a problem very, very often. I know where I should go. I just
right. You said about your VWAP there that you're not anchoring it anywhere, and you did say the start of the market. Is that the start of like 5 p.m. Central the night before, or the market open U.S.? Okay. So I'm gonna throw something at you. Let's do a little math here. Let's do a physics on this. Okay. Let's say that you have that VWAP band starting from the night before. And we know VWAP is volume weighted average price, right? You have an average price, but it's taken the entire day from the previous night. But since it's weighted by volume, I specified in the last segment that the first 10 minutes of the U.S. market has more volume the entire time for the night before. So we're going to have a big skew. So I'm going to throw something at you here. And you don't have to do it on your chart, and maybe I'll do it on mine in a bit, and I'll screenshot it and send it to you. Let's take a look at 2 VWAPs. The same exact settings, but we start one at the market open the night before, and then we start one at the U.S. Open. And then we have our standard deviation bands, but what is the deviation between the 2 sets of deviation bands? Because one is going to react quicker than the other.
Here it
so
is
we
right
may
here.
have a little bit more insight. Yeah, we have to change the color of one of them, but you can see the react. Look at your red. Yeah, look at your red VWAP. See how the one that started sooner had a quicker reaction and it followed the bands down and the market down quicker, because we're taking volume into consideration only starting at the US market, which means every candle is going to have a increasingly significant more impact because it's the only volume we're using, instead of also including all of the volume from the previous night. I'm just thinking to do something like that, totally different. Now, the reason I say this is doing this coding and math stuff, I made us moving average, and I am not a moving average person because of the lag and all the stuff that you hear.
Right.
But what I did with this moving average, I made a funky one. And what it does, it looks back. It keeps doing divisions. Let's say we have a 20 period moving average. Well, it takes the 20 period and it gets the average of them. But it calculates the first the first 10 are the average of the whole 20, right? The second 10, as it gets closer to the current price, it exponentially increases it. And then it takes half of that, 5, and it exponentially increases it times 2. And then it takes the 2. So it has a really fast reaction to what is actually currently happening, although it's taking the average price over the same length of time. So if that makes sense. 20 period moving average, but it's taking the average of 10 and 10, and then the second 5, and then the 2.5, or 3 and 3 at that point, then the last 2. It's really, really interesting. It's not hard to do. To get a calculator, somebody can do it. But what it does is I'll tell you, especially using it with range bars, because it's all price action based. It's real time. It's not just where the candle is at time based. It just hugs it. You can look at that thing and go like, whoa. Now the bad part is you don't know what range you need, because you'll put it on a 20 and be like, what the hell am I looking at? You'll put it on a 30 and be like, it's hitting it every time it's coming out and tapping it. It might have to be a 14. That depends on market movement, but the fact that it takes the entire length of it and chops it up into sections and exponentially increases that average as it gets closer to the current price makes all the difference in the world. That's why it was interesting to see what that standard deviation bands were on 2 VWAPs starting at different times, and then watch a deviation between the deviations. Back to you, Anne-Marie.
That's quite interesting. My thought upon looking at it is that because I use the VWAP ribbons, it seems to be holding my VWAP at the open much better from a volatility band perspective. So for instance, if I hide this one, hang on, hide. Okay, so if I hide this, it shows it breaching this upper edge. It doesn't do a bad job underneath, but once it breaches here, it really shifts the entire motion. So
interesting.
My thought is, although that's an interesting position to look at, because I use the bands to tell me directional flow, it doesn't work in my wheelhouse of setups.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
find
we also have a
that
small sample size. This is just here right now, right today, and this may I don't know. I literally am just saying this right now because I saw those bands that you're using. I'm like, geez, I wonder if we took the VWAP and started it on two different spots, and then take a look at the deviation between the two different deviations, if that makes any sense. I have no idea. I just wanted to throw that out to you because I've never used it that way, but it had me think of that like weird moving average thing that I set up, and it's pretty interesting. I'd be curious to see what it looks like on a larger sample size. I may do that, and I'll share it out what the results are.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see it. What I do notice is that because I trade with and against the bands, they help me set up. So for instance, if I'm looking at this right now, if this were not so green, I would go, I might want to short that. Instead, it's staying up above this zone. And so really it could zoom right into this prior high if it keeps running, right? As opposed to just rotating over. So I like, because I use the band so much to go, hey, listen, you can short here, you can short here. If you shorted here, you'd be out of the shorts by now, and you'd maybe be considering some kind of long action on the first pullback to the space. So although it's an interesting anchor, it doesn't work inside of the particular strategy that I use, which I think is fantastic.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
I think that's super interesting. That's super interesting.
As we always say, sometimes the right thing to do is identify the wrong thing and don't do it, right?
Yeah, or identify the things that don't fit, right? I think that's why a lot of traders have trouble, because they try to put salad bar strategies together. Oh, I like what Robert does here. I like what Emery does here. I like what Hoag does here. I like what Andre does here. I like what Dakota does here. And they put it in there, and there's no synergy. And when there's
Hey, this is amazing. I love what you're doing here. It's a little different approach, and boy, when we look at certain things from different angles, it just makes all the sense in the world. Even if what I was saying before, the answer is kind of like, wow, this is amazing. Terrible for me. This is amazing. Never thought of that.
Exactly.
Awesome for me. A little bit different way to look and view. This is why when I come on here, I try to throw different things into the market. You saw me on Quant Tower Range Browse the other day, and now I'm on. This is not now. You can say on her screen, but I have the Topstep text chart up, and I have two different times showing a faster moving candle, 1 minute candle on one side, but then putting Hikanashi, which smooths out the trends on a higher time frame on the other side, just for different examples. Maybe it might, we can have, if there's 3,000 traders in the chat, 2,900 might say this is horrible, and then there might be 150 that says this is interesting, and the other 50 says I really love this. That's what we want to do. It's not the right or wrong. It's what's going to be best for you, right? This is why I love looking at this and love trading all these things. What else you got for us today in this strategy lab? You're talking about highs and lows and picking highs and shorting them or breakouts. You want to go down that route?
We could. What would you like to do here? I think, first of all, it feels like it's the time to shut these longs off. I don't know that they're going to run anymore, but I could be wrong. So the trades that we talked about when I first got here are likely complete, but they could continue. So the question might be, hey, if you're in a trade and it's looking great and you close it out, how do you want to look at getting back in if you see it continue to run? That's something that I think a lot of traders have trouble with. Certainly I do. And so let's take a look at this ES and what we'll do in order to see if there's room for it to run higher in the space. We'll go all the way down to, say, maybe a 3 minute, right? Let's have a peek. So here's our 3 minute
and I love
chart.
those off things too. You've probably heard that too, Anne Marie. The off cover. I'm really glad that you looked at the 3 minute. It just seems we are so bent on standards. 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, 30.
Yeah.
If you're going, and I don't know if you heard me before at one of the time, but I like to use the 3 minute on NQ because you get in just before those 5 minute rotations happen, right? And it's 3 minutes, so there's 20 candles an hour if you're doing 3 minute chart.
Yeah.
And on ES, I like the 6 minute because everybody's moving things around in the 5 minute, but it's a thicker market, so that may be a little early and you get punched out. So a 6 minute, it's a 10 candle rotation in a 60 minute hour. So those are two that I really like. Again, it's just, I don't like trading time to begin with, but if I'm going to, 3 for NQ, 6 for ES. And so I'm glad you said 3 minute over there because I'm with you. This is a brain tickle going on here. I love it.
All right, so here's what we actually just did. This is the first candlestick that we've had that actually breached the opening tick, right? And so when we take a look at the price action here, we can see that we've run straight through the opening tick and it's above that opening range candlestick that we have not seen all day. And it goes into the prior open at, that's our open, 49.76. And it's stalling out here. So the question is the following. What if I think this chart has got more action on it? Where do I position myself for long? So the big thing to look for is, what is everybody else looking at? You have to look back and go, what's nearby here? Close of a prior day, open of the current day, 9:30 open, prior day high, prior day's low. And what we see is this region right here around 49.72. Underneath that, we see 49.68, right? So there's 4 points here that this chart could pull into and also move up. All right? So that's what we're seeing on the real tight ones. What I like to do is make sure that my 30-minute chart is also telling me the same thing. I want to see where those opens and closes are. I want to see where heavy congestion sits, all those sorts of things, because I want to know what the other traders are doing. So if it were me, I would have a hard time getting long in here unless it came back to 49.72. And if it does, then great. If it doesn't, then I'm not going to chase this trade. Why? Here is heavy congestion. Here's the opening tick at 9:30. I have upward pressure from here. This is still bullish. It tells me my pullbacks are likely to give me buy zones from here. What we have a tendency to do as traders, if we get out too early looking at a trade, we just jump right back in and it makes our risk really wide. And so I have a deep concern about which direction this chart will go because my VWAP is actually flat, right? See how this is sort of sideways? This is sort of sideways. This is sort of sideways. So the upward pressure does not show me in any kind of really big expansion as opposed to, say, Friday's, which was a gigantic expansion that began to run. So I would say, you know what? I would wait for this to come into 49.72. And if it holds, I'm in great shape. I would make my stop probably somewhere around the heavy congestion. And then I would leave it there and just wait. If it doesn't cut for me, I'm okay. I'm not going to FOMO simply because I see it moving and I wish I had waited and not closed it earlier. That's just.
And you know what? Right. Yeah. Right. I'm right with you on this. And maybe they can flip to my chart real quick before we get back on yours, because I'm going to add exactly. We are very similar, and I'm going to show the differences, not the difference, the similarities between the two, just a different look at them. And you'll see the highlighted areas. That bar at the top, all I did was I looked to the left-hand side to see the consolidation area. These are range, right? So it's only going to plot whenever the market moves more than 2 points. This is how it's easy to see consolidation areas. We have a little bit of poke up. The blue line here is the open of the market. This is the U.S. Open, the red. We can see that once we get out of that U.S. Open, we never touched it. Close, 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 close. Once we finally get into the area, what do? Consolidate it again. So I'm right with you. That's your VWAP bands showing that leveling off. It was widening, and then right at that point, right around the same area you and I are both looking at, what's the bottom level? 49.72. Exactly what you were saying. We had the same answer, the same price levels, the same conclusions, looking at the market from different points of view.
Totally different.
That is what I love about trading. Keep an eye on that point of control, too. It's at 49.67 half, because we have a really heavy point of control there, really, really thick volume profile. So if I were to say something, I would say if this drives up, we'll be reaching somewhere around 49.80 half. If we go above that, we have a little bit of room to go to the upside. If we do, no idea if we're going to or not, but this is what stop losses are for. I just wanted to share the fact that we're looking at two different things, not two different things, but two different ways of looking at it and then coming up with the same answers, which is a beautiful thing. I love trading.
I know.
And throw in the chat what you saw too. If you're seeing it, if you see something different or something, throw it in there. Anne-Marie, we got about 5 minutes left and we got to jump in. So please share out what else you have on this particular trade. I know it's a little tough. We're right in consolidation area here, but wrap it up for the next maybe 5 minutes or so, and then we will move on to Power Hour, which we have Danny's Trades back again with that killer Friday afternoon with MP and the gang.
That was insane.
That's insane or what? I am still looking forward to that. I was going to step away for a minute, but I'm going to hang around. So go ahead. Share any last thoughts you have for the last 5 minutes here before we wrap this session up.
Okay, so my thought is that what's actually happening is that the chart's going to reject this area, and we've got a short building. And so let's take a tight look at things. So I'm going to go to maybe the 1600 tick. And I'm going to look for rejection. So I use a linear regression slope. It tells me the speed of motion. So if this is going down and that is going up, it means I've got a cross current. If I have a cross current, my new highs will likely retrace, and I could be having a rollover. So if I were sitting by myself moving this trade, when it came into that 30-minute formation that showed the topping, and we were sitting at the top of the edge of the pre-market action, I would be thinking about shorting here. It's just what I like to do. I love to trade the edges of formations. And so I would trade the short action there. And what I want to see it do is confirm lower, right? Now, here's the thing. This is green right here. So I'm going to have buyers that are going to try and push me out of the way on the longer time frame. So I'm going to go to that 3 minute here on the NQs. And what am I going to stare down? I'm going to look for a pattern that says, hang on, I want to stop heading higher and I want to break my support. And so that's what I'll be looking for. Have I stopped heading higher? Well, not really, right? I still tested here. Now this is moving higher. So this is still saying pullbacks or buy zones. If you're trying to scalp, you're going to be buying the congestion and getting out at the resistance area. But I have a suspicion that the price action is going to shift. Okay, so out of just pure curiosity, I'm going to shift this VWAP into the space that you talked about, saying the regular session, and I'm going to see what these bands look like.
Right.
Nope, they're still in the middle of where it is, but wow, is that fat. Okay, so
how is the confluence
really
between the
shift it.
two of them? The confluence
Yeah,
between, if you
they're
put
not.
both
There's
on,
not.
I'm just curious. Nothing? Okay.
Yeah, there's not good confluence at all in general. And so, there it is. So here's the thing. Notice, look, it's failed to hold higher. Has it broken support yet? Not really. Support is where the heavy congestion sits. And we look over to the left, resistance, resistance. It's still trying to bounce off of those zones. So everything still says pullbacks are by zones. Now we can look at this and go, all right, if it bounces and it fails to head higher here, then we've got ourselves a potential short. And so now we stalk it. We can go, all right, I'm going to try and take the short here at 39 to 40. Hopefully it comes in to get me, right? And my stop is going to be right there at the edge of these highs. So I have, there it is, right? So it pulls me in the trade, and now it's the short. Now I'm going to one standard deviation, and then the prior close, and then the VWAP area. But that's how I would set up that short. One, I have to see my curve of momentum shifting down, and then I will see price confirm that it's something shifting down. And so I have to wait for it to stop heading higher, to break support, bounce up, and then continue the fade. And so we'll see. Could it be that the buyers take over because there's so much bullish action? Absolutely. So my stop will be right up there on the edge. Easy peasy. I know what my risk is, and I know that coming into the support edge, going to give me the afternoon trade. So that's what I'm looking at.
That is excellent breakdown there. Appreciate it. I think one of the most important things, if not the most important, you knew where you were getting out if you were wrong. And
yes,
I don't know about
critical.
you, but I've been wrong a whole bunch in the market. I don't know what it is, but I'm certainly as long as you don't need to have the answer for it, but as long as you have an answer to if it happens. You may not even know why. It's like, well, what the heck did this just do this? How come this happened? You may not know, but you have a reason and you made a decision and you have an answer if it did not go the way you anticipated, because nobody knows, right? We don't guess the market.
Sure.
We speculate. That's all it is. And I love the way that you broke that down. And you can see it's so far as playing into it. Excuse me. Chat is loving it too. Wow. Anne-Marie, it's been super, been wonderful being on here with you. Finally, we chatted like once before in the past, but I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great. Great.
Yeah. Yes. For those asking about Hoag, yeah, he's doing fine. Just needed to jump in here for a little bit, but we all do this. We all play multiple roles here on TopstepTV. So we're all ready to jump in moments notice to help each other out. We have a couple backups for every person. So it's not a big deal. Everything's cool. So don't worry about that. We appreciate the concern. Secondly, Coach Dakota, our own Coach Dakota, 12K plus day to day. Just closed out his trade, said, I'm done for the day.
Amazing.
That needs a round of applause. And I don't know anything about that trade that he took. I don't know whether it was an overnight that this guy held all day long or if he got the bottom. I don't know. I don't care. Not that I don't care, but it doesn't matter. He is a beast. But the fact that he's in there, he stayed it. And if he's listening, I'm going to say, my man, how are you liking the overnight slow markets Nikkei trading versus trading days or the fast markets and power hour stuff? I would love to hear it back from you, how that's working in the chat. Anne-Marie, 2 minutes. Any last words you'd like to share in here, and we'll start rocking and rolling?
No, you know what? I'm going to put on my seatbelt and get ready for the end of the day. It's going to be super exciting. I can't wait.
Absolutely. Let's hope we have another repeat. Yeah, another
I
repeat for Friday.
know.
Again, it was a pleasure. You're a legend. I really appreciate it. I always learn a lot from everyone. Thank you for your time. Our viewers, thank you for your time as well. We have a lot watching. Again, we appreciate it. Hopefully we get an opportunity to get back on here with you at some point in the future. And coming up, thank you. Coming up, Power Hour. We have Andre. Andre's hosting that segment. He was here on Friday. I'm sure he's got something else to say. Everybody is still reeling for that. Jack will be stepping in also for this particular Power Hour. But the man of the hour, the man of the final 5 minutes is DannysTrades. He is going to be with us again. Cannot wait for that segment. And appreciate everybody for watching and listening to this. You had to stick with me for 2 hours today, and hopefully didn't burn your ear off. But thank you, Anne-Marie, one more time. Thank you very much. And with that, roll curtain, and we'll see you next time.
Take care.
welcome to everybody's favorite hour today. You know who it is. We got Jack there in the mountains and the man in the middle, DannysTrades. Everybody say hi to DannysTrades. DannysTrades, what is good? It's been a minute. No, I'm kidding. Saw you last Friday. How are things going, bro?
Man, 30K today.
Come on. Are you serious?
Man, I caught 400 ticks this morning.
400 ticks. Did you really?
Jack, I have it on video. Check out my Instagram.
Do you really? Did you get long?
I got short this morning.
Oh, that sell-off, huh?
I said it. Yep, I caught the whole thing. That sell-off.
Did you really?
So now we're about to catch the next big move.
That's full port then, right? That's pulled port then. Was it full?
That's the full port. Yes, sir.
All right, Jack. Well, we're in for a fun power hour, man. We have a lot of fun here, but we do take the trading seriously. Danny, you got to ask. Last Friday, man, that was some magic. How was the weekend? Did people see the video and see that action? What was the reaction you got from that?
People loved it. But to be honest, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm always like that, though. You know what I mean? Some people view it as gambling. Some people view it as fun. Some people love it. Some people hate it. I don't care. That's just the way I trade. I like the adrenaline rushes that I get. It's what I feel is gonna come, so that's what I do. And I don't care, bro. You gotta find a way to make money in the market. Can't always be so serious about it. My opinion, right? That's just the way I've been trading my whole life. Been used to.
Yeah, we have that disclaimer screen that goes up from time to time. Reminder that Power Hour is not financial advice. It is tradertainment. We will give you that. We'll do some 1 and 2 lot grinding, but I know that is not what Dan is into. But let's go. Are you flat right now?
I'm flat right now, yeah. Are you guys flat?
I'm flat. We'll be making some trades here going into the close. Okay, so tell us about the trade this morning. Was it just one trade? How many trades you put on today? And tell us about it. 15 lot, I assume?
3 trades today. First one, I went with 5 lots. Second one, I went with 15. And third one, I went up to all the way to 25 lots. So
25
the third
lots.
Well, that's because I just ended up adding to my position.
I see.
I was 15 lots, but I just kept we just kept dumping. So I just kept adding 5 and 5 and 5. At that point, it was more of okay, I'm just going to let this ride, and wherever my stop goes, then my break even, that's where it goes. But for the most part, this morning, I was just short the whole morning. I didn't take a single long, just short until, the bottom, all the way to that 4-hour zone. And that was about it. Besides that, didn't really do anything else. Right now, I don't know if you guys have seen QQQ, but QQQ hit a 45-minute zone. We started dumping from there, which was pretty interesting, right? We hit a 2-hour zone, started dumping from there. So now I'm just interested to see where price action is going to take us, right? If we continue to drop, or do we find our way back up and then continue our way up, right? So again, me personally, I always start my trades with very small size, right? Because again, a small size, right? You got to start small and then gradually increase your size, so personally, you can start your trades. I start my trades with maybe 10 to 15 cons and then move your way up as the trade is going into your direction, or at very key levels, right? So right now, again, I'm just paying to those important levels right now, important supply and demand zones, but also mixing this in with book map, paying attention to those. I know you use the DOM, right? You use the DOM. So
correct.
Paying attention to those key levels on the DOM, as for you, right? For me, it's book map. It's the same thing. Paying attention to see where those big orders. For right now, for example, taking a look at NQ. I love Power Hour, by the way. It's a Power Hour in the morning.
Hell yeah.
My favorite. The market moves a lot during these hours. But, kind of just going into this NQ, again, looks like it wants to target the maybe 17,750.
17,750?
Which
the
is
downside?
Yeah, upside. Right.
17,750. Oh, yes. Yeah, we're trading 18s right now. Yes, 750 upside. Yes, sir.
Yeah. 17,750. So maybe this is just a pullback. We did go on supply, but maybe this is just a pullback that's just going to take us at the end of the day to the upside and potentially break the highs, right? So if we don't get no break of structure to the downside, we could continue to move to the upside, right? Our job as traders is to be patient, right? And not and I told people this the other day. There's people say you got to stick to your plan, you got to follow your plan. So what does that really mean though? Follow your plan, right? Well, there's 3 types of plans, right? There's a size management plan, risk management plan, and then your charting plan, right? So you have what you're going to do on the charts, you have how you're going to size, and then you have your risk to reward, right? Risk to reward is completely invalidated if you don't have size management. You get what I'm saying? Like, let's say you have a plan that says, hey, if I lose 3 trades, then I'm done. But the thing is, that still could be a negative risk to reward, because at the end of the day, you could lose 3 trades and what? 1 winning trade and you're done. How big is that winning trade? You get what I'm saying, right? So
I get
at the end of the day, size matters. Size matters.
What's so funny, Danny?
Truer
Why you
words
laughing?
never spoken. We got a bit of a
Everyone
sell-off
tells me
here.
size matters, man. I've always been told that.
Yeah. Jack. Yes, Jack. Thank you. We got a sell off coming here, NASDAQ and S&Ps. I don't know what's triggered that. What else we got in the tilt? Nothing really showing in the tilt here. We do have a sell off coming up to the 200-day. 200-day in S&Ps, 200-day in the NASDAQ as well. Bounced right off of it. So we got a sell off coming. All right, hey Danny, for real quick, well, if you're gonna take oh man, my MHD in the house again. Good to see you, buddy. Hey, for those, I see we got some new viewers coming in here, probably because what they saw over the weekend from the clip. If you got a second, we'll watch these markets. If you got to trade, please trade. But tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got in trading, who you are, and who DannysTrades is.
Well, I'm a trader. I guess a lot of people know me as 47K, right? 47K, big viral trading video. But honestly, I'm just a trader that's been trading for about, ever since I got out of high school. I got myself into trading. It's been a journey, but I definitely found a passion here, farther than anything else that I've ever found a passion for, right? It's where I got it's just where my peace is at, I enjoy it. I enjoy learning it. I'm Mexican. I don't even think that matters, but right. I'm starting, I want to make a big change to the Latin community too, so I'm starting to trade in Spanish as well, for my people in Mexico.
Oh, nice.
So I just started my Spanish Discord as well. For the people in Spanish, I think Latin is one language that struggles a lot. To like my grandparents, they're Mexican. They don't speak no English, but they live here. They always want to learn, and it sucks to tell them, hey, it's hard to find someone in Spanish that's going to teach the way that these American communities teach. So, I just want the best for everyone, to be honest, right? And trading is very difficult, but with the right knowledge, education, it's very possible to achieve things that maybe you thought you could never achieve. It's all about believing in yourself. So that's who I am. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to, motivate people, show them that it's possible.
Awesome. Nice. And you're in California, right, Danny?
Yeah, I'm in Temecula.
All right.
By San Diego. Oh. Hurricane over here. I don't know how, but there's a hurricane over here right now.
There's a what?
There's like a storm right now.
8 inches of rain or something like that.
What is going on? What is going on right now? Unbelievable.
So all right. Now, obviously, we see that we're hitting this trend over here. It looks like we're going to break through it. I'm going to wait for a pullback. If we get the pullback, break of the trend, I will target and go short, and I'll target this area. All right. Personally, I'm going to keep everything tight. I'm not going to try and, I'm not going to try and go super heavy on this, to be honest.
Not like last Friday.
Yeah,
last Friday we got
right. We're right in the section right now, back into the thick part of the volume that's been done for today in the ES. I'll be looking at that. I'll be the square looking at the ES. I know you guys are slinging NQs around, but
Yeah.
I will be partying. Yeah, I mean, yes, as well. I'll leave the NQ party to Danny, but yes, I see the volume bubble here that we're stuck in right now. So no trades for the time being. We'll see if we can follow through to the downside. And S&Ps, that being said, crude 50-50, NASDAQ 50-50, nothing doing yet. We're only 12 minutes into this power hour. Gold, yeah, gold's still, all right, nothing's really moving. All right, Jason, what do you think in terms of setups? You're trying to get through, we're trying to get through this trend line you were talking about. And if we do, you'll see more room to the downside.
Yeah, I was saying I'm gonna be trading on my phone, but yeah, I think if we break this level and we start pulling back and hanging out around under 91, we'll see a big move to the downside. Why do I say that? Again, there's nothing really stopping us to the downside until maybe, honestly, there's really nothing stopping us to the downside. You know, I could say maybe the 70s, there could be something stopping us to the downside. But there's really not anything stopping us to the downside. So I think at the end of the day, we can get past all these levels over here. It's going to be pretty easy. There you go. Starting breaking down. I want to start getting the short here. I'm going to start getting the shorts here. Okay. So you just got a full pork. You know what I mean? You get stopped out. You get stopped out. Nothing you can do about it. So my entry here was, I heard that order filled.
Yeah. Is that you, Jack?
We broke. We're going to retest here. This is where I might add my full position. If we don't get that pullback in full position, then I'll end up getting out. We break above the trend. All right. So right now I'm just light. Like I said, nothing heavy. But right here, this is where we need to start falling down. Right.
What are you short from?
We can't get above that trend. If we get above that trend, that's bad. We need to get out. All right. So that's kind of where my head is at right now.
Okay.
We need to keep falling here.
Short.
Yeah.
I'm short 1 ES from 49.65.
Okay.
Danny, what are you short from?
I guess we're all short, right? Where I'm at right now, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so these guys got short.
Even my friend over here is short too.
Who? Who you got over there?
He's Spanish trader. I got a
Nice.
Spanish
I like
trader.
him. That's really cool what you're doing, man. That's really
short.
cool.
You know, we're all short.
Everyone's short. We're selling off right now. Talk to us, Danny.
I think as long as we don't get above the trend, we'll keep falling down. We got to target at least a 1-1 to make it make sense, right? Anything less than that is just you got to question yourself a little bit, you know? If you're going to have an 80 tick stop loss, you got to know if you hit that spot, right? And you have, let's say we're in 20 cons in this trade, right? Am I okay with losing that much money? Not today, because I've already had a great morning, right? But
here come the sellers. Coming up to VWAP. Come up to VWAP and S&P's VWAP and NASDAQ as well. So we got to break through that.
Drop, bro. Just let it drop. Let it drop.
All right, here we go.
Okay. All right, we're getting under it. All right. You know, just let it chew. Just let it chew. We're just gonna
go, Jack. Let's let it chew, Jack.
Obviously, it's a key level. I'm gonna be honest with you. It could bounce here.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm the type of person that takes risk. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm gonna go for the break because we're already under trend. We're already have the momentum coming to the downside. Book map looks freaking clean. We're probably gonna break under the 50s if we go to the 50s, which is
come on,
right here.
Let's do it.
Right, 153 ticks. My
Yep.
first target's gonna be 100 ticks. Okay.
Here we go.
If we can break under these levels, it's gonna be pretty solid.
What level? Give me some prices. What price? What price are you trying to break through in the?
All right, I'm trying to break under 100 ticks. 100 ticks, that's the TP, right? Because we have an 80 tick stop loss. You get what I'm saying? So it's more of a positive risk to reward. So 1-to-1 risk to reward. It's higher than a 1-to-1. That's what we want. You know, we want to maintain a 1-to-1. Right now we're at VWAP, and I'm letting everyone know in the chat we could bounce here. But if we break, guess what? We break hard, and we go farther than 100 ticks. You get what I'm saying? I might start adding into my position pretty soon here. Okay.
All
right. Because we are retesting. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Power hour, baby.
We'll see right now. I'm not gonna add just yet. I'm gonna wait.
Right.
And maybe if we break VWAP, I might just stay in the same position. Yeah, I'm not gonna add yet. I'm gonna stay
Not yet. Not
like
yet.
this.
Are you
Yeah,
do you need more confirmation to get through VWAP and then you add?
yeah,
Or do you,
no, I feel like, again, because VWAP is such a strong level, we could end up going back into the trend and then rejecting again. We can never break it above. So it wouldn't be smart for me to add right now. You know, like say I'm 5 cons right now, right? If I add right now and I add to 15 and I'm risking 80 ticks on 15 cons, it's dumb money, you know. It's a dumb play, right? Let me just wait till it gets down maybe to the trend, right? And then all that. Or at least get below VWAP. If we get below VWAP, then all that as well, right? So I got 2 levels where I add. Maybe at the trend, maybe at VWAP, right? But right now I stay light until I get that confirmation, you know?
Okay.
That VWAP level is a very key level we need to pay attention to and be careful as well. Look at QQQ, right? Same thing.
We got.
Once we break above it, the trade is invalid, right? We have to look for our next opportunity.
Nice, Jack. Oh.
Well, no, I took it off for a $90 loss. I want to put it back on, but like,
yeah,
you're gonna wait. I feel you. It's a.
A quick update on our man. Damn, we bounced right off VWAP. It's unbelievable how strong that is.
Yeah, VWAP
minus
is
15,000.
always the volume weighted average. So
yep,
it's always going to be the strongest level. You know what I mean? That's why I tell people, every time you're going to hold when we get to VWAP, just know you're always taking a risk at that level. Like, so you either decide to take profit or you decide to burn your position, right? And then get back in once we break it. So it's going to be depending on your risk. Like, do you want to risk that? Me, I don't personally, because I'm light, I don't really care. You know what I mean? But many others that trade heavy size, like right when they get in, they might need to care, right? Because most of the times, take a look, right? We come back and use VWAP as an important level. Why? Because it's the volume weighted moving average, right? So now we're coming back to trend here. Now we're going to drop. If we drop, right? If we break above, it becomes invalid. I'm not going to get more positions here just yet. I'm not very, you know, again, I'm going to stay my same size, stay small, right? I'm not going to try to go big just yet until I see us get below VWAP. I think VWAP, getting below VWAP will be my most confirmation. You see how we talked about that trend?
Yes. Can you still pull that up again on the chart here?
It's not that there's a trend there. Like, people think that we reject because there's a trend. We don't reject because of trend. We reject because there's important levels of supply and demand, not the boxes that we mark out. That's not real supply and demand. Those are just concepts, right? We're talking about orders in the market are coming in, right? Strong orders in the market. That's why these trends actually work. Not because somebody draws a random line on their chart and says, oh, shoot, we got a trend. Let's see it drop, right? No. It's all a misconception. This is why I have the ability to hold my trades and just react, right? Because I'm chilling. I know when you know your stuff, you get to live and to see another day in the market, right? When you don't, well, your account might go bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly. Jack, you're looking to get short again?
We're just...
Maybe. I'm just kind of feeling it out. It's not really doing anything at the moment. It did. I look at how it bounced right off of VWAP, and it's like...
crazy.
You know, it's like the lottery numbers. They look so obvious in retrospect.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They look so... Okay, Dan, you still got that short, huh?
Yeah, I'm still holding that short. Again, because I know my risk. I know my reward. You get what I'm saying? I know what I'm going to lose if I lose this position. And I'm totally okay with that. You get what I'm saying? But guess what? If I win and then I add to this, that's way better than than what I'm going to risk on this position. You know, I don't care about losing $2,000 on this trade, you know, because I've already made some decent profits on the day, right?
I like that.
I care more about the reward that I'm going to receive. Like, 'cause let's say maybe I am targeting 100 ticks, but 100 ticks hits. And guess what? If that momentum continues, I'm going to ride this all the way down. You know, I'm not going to be satisfied with 100 ticks. I'm going to say, you know what, guys, keep holding the whole position, ride it down to 200. right?
Yeah.
Now your risk to reward is way more than a 1 to 1, right? So maybe a 1 to 2, or 1 to 2.5, and so on. Right? That's kind of where my space is at. That's how I see the market.
Real quick, we got liquidity. Yeah, just got filled to the upside here in the S&P's 400 lots sitting at 49.67 quarter, I believe it was. We got some more liquidity upside here, sitting at 49.69, 400 on the offer. There is liquidity upside. See if that gets gobbled up. Hey, Danny, what's your biggest trade? Just out of curiosity, if you don't mind telling us, what's the biggest trade profit you've had on a trade?
On a single trade?
Yeah.
It's gonna be right now.
Right now?
That's
right
positive thinking.
I like that, Jack. That's what we bring here at
let's see.
Power
No,
Hour.
I'm just kidding. Honestly, earnings it sounds so dumb because that is scamming. You know what I mean? News has been my biggest wins. I'm keep it 100 with you guys. I like to play the news and maybe the earnings sometimes here and there. And those have given me great returns. Right. I've done scalps. I did a scalp the other day where I spent a lot of my day scalping, and I come out maybe like I don't know if you saw that video I posted, 52K, right?
Damn. Okay.
So I think
that's good. That's a good one.
I think that's probably my biggest win where I'm not like playing news or anything like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. But I've had some big gains. I don't think it's more about the gains. I think it's more about how many ticks you could catch, stuff like that. It comes down to that, in my opinion. Right?
Now, you playing news and futures or options, or how you doing that?
I play news in. I used to play news in options and then futures as well, like FOMC. I played FOMC in futures. But obviously, it's a big risk, that you take.
Oh yeah,
it's not smartest thing to do, but man, Wall Street Bet does it.
Wall Street Bet. I watched Dumb Money over the weekend. Yes, it was all about Wall Street Bets.
Yeah, man. Some of those guys became millionaires in a day. I'm just kidding. We do need that disclaimer here, man.
Yeah, I know it's. Oh,
James,
Power
we
Hour,
have that
man.
somewhere.
Yes, we do. Oh, speaking of which, yes, there it is.
Yeah,
there it
my
is.
stop right now on TradeOV is at exactly 25. Okay. And I have not added. I'm staying light on this position. I'm not adding more to it. There's no need for me. I don't have the confirmation to add more to it until we get under VWAP, right? If we get under VWAP, I might add more to it. But right now, again, the way the market is, I'm going to stay light on this, That's the way that I like to trade, right? I like to get that momentum for my positions, and then eventually I'll increase my size on them. But again, I'm staying light on this. I'm going to stay in my short, though, because I do feel like the shorts come in. But once we get above trend, it's over. And let's say we do get above trend, right? What am I going to do? How am I going to react? Well, if we get above trend, I wait for my next move, right? It's not an immediate reaction. Like, I'm not trying to look for the next trade, like, right away. I'm not rushing myself into the next trade. Like, it's fine. Like, one trade, nothing happens. You're good. I'm already seeing QQQ coming back and retesting that trend. Do we bounce or do we break below? What's going to happen, right? If we break above, again, we understood VWAP was a very important level. It bounced that VWAP. We're about to break trend on QQQ. We're about to break trend on NQ. Check it out. All right. Stop is about to get hit.
Okay.
Yeah, we're peaking above that volume bubble in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
VWAP, man. Unreal. It's okay.
Yeah,
So you manage
VWAP
your
is the
risk.
strongest level. I always tell people, dude, either take profits at VWAP or take the risk, because that's what it is.
Yeah. Well, it's a good entry too, right? It's a good entry.
Yeah, we broke above.
Like we just saw.
Yeah.
Liquidity got swept above. Yes, it did. All those orders at the upside and the S&Ps did get filled. Wouldn't be surprised if those orders that were getting long from what was it, 39s, 42s, and 47s, about the same size. Nice trade there. Okay, Danny. So all right, your risk was hit, or your stop was hit. What's your mentality now for the rest of the year? You're not going to necessarily jump into a trade. It's good risk management.
Jump into any trades. I'm just gonna wait.
Some people say, oh, he's gambling this, gambling that. If he was gambling, he would still be in this trade, right? The fact that your stop got hit, you closed out, whatever, manageable risk. People think,
took out my plan. You know what I mean? Number one, took out my plan. Again, I wasn't size big, so it's not something that's gonna really affect me. Maybe if I was in 20 calls on that trade, maybe I'd be a little freaked out.
Oh, what'd you have? What'd you have in that one? Was it 5 lot?
Yeah, I had a 5 lot on that.
Okay.
Now we move on to our next trade, right?
Yes, sir.
But I'm not in the rush to take a next trade. I'm just gonna wait to see what kind of levels hit, and if it appears, then it appears, and if it doesn't come out, then it doesn't come out, right? I'm not gonna rush myself, try to force my trade just to look good. I'm gonna take the trade if the trade is there. For example, that trade was there, right? We came down, it was working out. I told everyone at VWAP that we could bounce. At that point, it's your risk, right? So I knew what was going on. I had the plan, right? The right idea. We took the risk to try to increase that reward. It just didn't work out. And sometimes as a trader, that happens. There's nothing you can really do about it. I'm not gonna sit here and pout and feel bad for myself. Right? Oh my gosh, I lost the trade. What am I gonna do about it? Well, nothing. I'm just gonna continue to be a trader, continue to live my life as a trader, continue to do what I do, right? If a next trade appears for itself, then I will catch the next trade, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and cry about a losing trade, right?
No.
And try to gamble my way back for those wins. Okay, maybe it's a $2,000 loss. That's fine. I can afford that, right?
Yep.
Oh, now it's gonna be how I react to this next trade that I take right now, right? And if I take a trade immediately, that's when I like you saw on Monday, I took a losing trade in the beginning as well.
On Friday?
On Friday, yeah.
Did you? I don't remember that. I don't remember the losing trade. I just remember that winner.
I got stopped out on the short the first time.
Oh, that's right. But we broke at the end though.
Yeah, but I got back in. You get what I'm saying?
Got back in. I got you.
And I went in with
one loser,
size
one
on
winner.
that last time because I actually had the confirmation. You get what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to say. It's like losses, they're you can't avoid them. They're always gonna be there. Right? But what you can control are the emotions that you bring into your trading. I can control what I'm gonna do right now. I can control how I react to that loss. I mean, to me, it's not really a loss. It's just when you follow your plan and you stick to your rules and you follow what you had in mind, to me, it's not a loss. It's just the market didn't want to play out the way that you wanted it to, right?
Yes.
So I don't really I get bummed out when I take a loss and I know it was not part of my planning. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
More of,
All right.
Yeah. So
2:30.
Here we go.
2:30 coming up, Jack. What do we got?
Nothing huge. I'm not looking at the juice. What do you got in the juice? Andre?
I'm looking at the juice. Nothing has popped up yet. Should be any moment though. I'll let you know. I doubt it's gonna be much. Hey, DannysTrades, where do you get this confidence from that to really believe in yourself, taking a loser, no big deal? Where do you get this confidence from? Is it just like your success, screen time, the work you put in? Where's this confidence come from to not let a losing trade shake you?
I think when again, what I talk about, right? Size management, right? We talk about that a lot.
Yeah.
Knowing how to size your trades. You get what I'm saying? Because people sometimes they stick to the same size on every single trade. That for the long run, it's not going to work out. You always got to start here and then gradually increase. In accordance to what's happening, right?
Yes. Okay, here comes some sellers, Danny.
Again, we're still over that trend though, So I know we hit supply a short term, which is not very valid, but still we're even though the sellers came in right now, doesn't mean they're coming in forever, We're still above. We're still above. Again, we wanted to break out. We came into VWAP. We bounced up. We tried to retest. I didn't add here because we were above VWAP and the level was so strong. And I don't know if you guys saw Bookmap, but buyers were strong. I stayed in the same size because, again, didn't make sense for me to add. Because, again, sellers weren't strong, even when we came here, you know? So, didn't make sense to me. I ended up just in the same size. I got stopped out. Okay, it's fine. We move on to the next thing. Right now, yes, sellers are coming in, but again, we're just creating higher highs. So for me right now, it's the same thing, right? Are we gonna fill this imbalance to the top? Again, there's an order over there at the top. We talked about this last time. Do we want to go fill that top, or do we want to go fill that bottom? You know, we'll see.
So what do you feel about these next 15 minutes, right? I'm kind of thinking in my head I want to get closer to 250 before I pulled pork a trade, as Dolby is telling me to do in the comments here. But I
saw that. I saw that, Dolby.
Well, what do you guys feel?
I think there's still. I think it's hard being short equities. I think it's hard to be short. Every trade needs to be short lived, as we saw. We saw the sell off there, and we hit VWAP, and the buyers come in. We saw it this morning. We look at the charts.
I don't think sellers.
It's hard to stay short.
If we don't get back under this trend, we won't get short. You know what I mean? If we get back under the trend, we'll get short. Like I say, I always have to have two sides. You know, like one side I'll take short, one side I'll take long. Right? I got stopped out at 80 ticks. 5 cons, okay. Move on to the next thing, right? You know.
Hey, was it okay? Well, real quick, just update early market, MOC market on close and balance 195 million sell side, not that big. And then also update on Delta in the ES. Thank you, John. I saw minus 13,000. We'll still keep an eye on that. But yeah, Danny. So that trade was in the money at one point, correct? But you're targeting 100 ticks on the trade. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and I knew that VWAP could balance. I told you guys, right? I said VWAP we're probably gonna balance, but I'm the type of person that takes that risk, you know? Because if we would have broken VWAP, I would have added more, and I would have probably caught 200 ticks. You get what I'm saying? So 100%. For me, it's more worth the reward than the risk. You know, the risk is just it's so pointless to me. Like, all right, risk 80 ticks on 5 cons. I'll do that, you know? It's not a big deal, you know? But imagine breaking that and adding more to your position, right? You come out on top, you know? So
that's what it is. You're focused on the reward. I get it. You focus on the reward. It's a great way to look at it. The risk is what it is, but the reward is why we do this, I suppose, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, here we go. We got the buyers back in here. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Buyers are coming back in. Speaking of rewards, before we get to MOCs, we can show the top quiz winners. James, you have him back
Absolutely. And I will say I'm going to show Friday's winners as well because of all the excitement. I did not last week. So first up, Friday's winners.
Scared Danny away.
Danny Trades. Come back, Danny Trades.
Top quiz is intimidating.
There he is. All right.
Not the faint of heart.
I don't know why that happened.
It's all good.
So
what do you got, James?
It's all good. Friday's winners. Just doing my part to show the winners. And then here are today's.
What do we got? Dan Traders. Hey, you Danny Trades?
Yeah.
Were you in top quiz today?
I don't know who that is.
Some of you guys some of the top quiz players seriously need to go find Jesus or something. Some of these names.
Jesus. Oh, are they bad? Yeah, oh God. Yeah. Come on.
Let me see the names. Bonnie B. Mine, Coach J, desperate for reset.
We can read Danny Trades. We can read them.
Yeah. And you can talk about my cornhole all you want. That's okay.
Gosh,
but leave
so
the others
bad.
out of it.
Spunky.
Danny, we get it. Danny. Thank you, James.
Thanks for playing Top Quiz.
Yep.
See you tomorrow. Oh, shoot. All right, everybody. This is Power Hour at TopstepTV. We took one trade, pretty light. Let's get the fireworks cracking here. About 25 minutes left in the day. All right, Danny Trades. So we saw the buyers come in. S&Ps are looking to the upside. I know you trade NQ, so they kind of go hand in hand.
See, I have a feeling. I have a feeling we're gonna start pumping, man, above the highs towards the end of the day. I really do. I don't know why. You know, so
because that's been the way.
As long as we don't get under trend,
weeks.
You know, I'll take the longs. But if we get under trend, then my bias, I'm gonna make it disappear, right? But
yeah,
right now. Let's take a look at book map.
Yep. What do you got, book map? What are you looking for in book map? You're looking for orders, liquidity. What are you looking at? Tell the people what you're looking at in book map.
Yeah, imbalances pretty much, right?
Okay.
Forming the market. Yeah, there's a certain way to spot these, and by seeing these little order blocks, real order blocks, not no freaking rectangle colored in red.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, real order blocks in the market, and then seeing how they're moving their way up. Right, that's the way I kind of spot these on bookmap. So, yeah, I mean, if we get that, we'll take that trade potentially. So,
here's a question for you, Danny. Do you take second entries and traps? I'm not sure what that question means. What is that? What are traps? We'll move on. I don't know what that question means. I don't know what that means. Yeah, traps.
Like a bear trap.
I take second entries in like us.
Bear traps.
Bro, I inverse everybody.
You what? What'd you say?
How's that? I said I inverse what everyone thinks. How's that?
I like that.
Because everyone
order
loses,
block?
We win.
Yup. All right, there's Dolby. Dolby says, what's up? He was here on Friday. All right, we got some sellers coming in here. S&P seeing some action to the downside. All right, here we go. Power hour time, baby. Let's do this. All right, so you're looking to break this trend. Danny, what's the trend? What's the price we got to get through before you want to get short? Second entry that fails.
It's just watching here, right? Maybe we'll get through it here.
All right, then let's do it.
Here we go.
All right. I want to give the shorts a shot here, but
we don't force it, though.
You don't force it, exactly.
Okay, we're looking for price action to get through this. VWAP's going to be strong again. This is going to be tough. That's the problem with this short. This VWAP we keep bouncing off. We haven't been below in, oh boy, hours. So if we're going to go, we got to really go, like you're saying, Danny. So this is a tricky entry, tricky area right here.
Yeah, because again, I mean, we could go. Right.
It's hard for me to take a trade here when we're kind of near the volume point of control. VWAP just below. As Hoag would say,
this
diddling
is
in
the
the
part
middle.
where you would want to take short. If you're going to short, this is where you would short. 100%.
Why is that?
This is where you would short, right here. Right. But again, I'm not going to take it just yet, but this is where you would want to short if you're going to short. All right. I want to see us come back to this area first before I take the short. But this is where you would want to short, around this area here. All right. Target VWAP again. But like I said, I want to see what we're going to do first. Looks like we're already
sellers and
broke,
S&Ps. Yep, sellers and S&Ps.
Yeah.
NASDAQ coming up to 200 day.
All right, I got short 69.
Nice.
I'm gonna hold off very quick. I'm gonna see.
Okay.
Wants to do first. This is I'm not against your short though. I just don't think I want to take that risk just yet.
I'm keeping it tight. I'm just
smart,
loading up my
but
shots because I want to take it for a while if it goes.
Okay. And another one. Isaac Rivera, add another one, 68.5. Isaac Rivera in the house. Good to see you, man. I think we're going to have you on this week for sure. That was a lot of fun last week, or the 100th episode. Isaac, you're a star. We'll get you back on here. Traded up a little bit. So he's getting in. Everyone looks like they're kind of taking a peek to the downside.
I'm waiting, man. Like I said, dude, I think it's not a bad position, but, I'm not. Again, we got 20 minutes to market close. Let's see at least what happens in these 5 minutes. Then we can decide on what direction we want to take, right? All right, we're peaking that level.
I mean, last Friday was last second. Literally last 30 seconds of the day is
That's
where we
what
made our
has
money.
me kind of,
right?
hesitating on these shorts is I kind of want to see us, again, pay attention. We're forming those highs, stuff like that. So, again, the shorts, great level. Take it, right? But I'd rather have more confidence, especially if I'm going to go in a bigger position, right? I have more confidence once we break a key level than to react off it now. So I'm not going to take it. But
if Patak was here, would you take the trade?
I would wait for the longs to come in. If Patak was here.
Okay.
Someone asked why I'm sitting here staring. I'm just staring at the ladder, man.
He's locked in a trade. Yeah, he's locked in a trade. I'll do the talking while let these guys manage their trades.
Yep.
Yeah, they're locked in. Danny's thinking a lot. Jack is short already, trying to catch the move to the downside. So let him manage his trade. Like I said, it's all about trading here. More sellers coming in, now trading 67.5 in the S&Ps. All about trading here. Trading comes first. That's why, unfortunately, sometimes when you're kind of quote unquote driving a segment like this, I cannot trade because I need to let these guys trade, focus on the markets, and I'll do the show side of it. Danny's looking to get short. He still needs confirmation. Jack has got in. Maybe building up. And if it goes, it does go. But they're definitely it's a tricky area right now. But we're getting in there. It is 2:42 Central Time. Jack, how do you feeling?
How I feel? I feel fine. I don't have any risk on here, really. You know.
Good. Okay.
One contract. It's more the risk of being wrong and then being ridiculed.
Yeah, it's a different beast trading live on television. That's for sure. What's up, Dan?
That's
Tell him.
fine. Half these people don't.
What?
Oh,
half these people
love
what?
best.
What do you got, Danny? Half these people what?
All the haters, man, they don't even know how to trade, bro. They're just watching because all they want to do is hate.
Yep.
Every
Sometimes you
time
gotta
I
send
imagine
it, man.
a hater, I imagine some fat couch potato sitting there,
dude.
Figuring out how to trade. All right.
Well,
this is where I want to start
shame
getting long.
people's
I'm sorry. I want to start getting long. I really do want to start getting long. I think longs might pull up if we get above this level. I'm gonna start going long. Okay, guys.
Okay.
Don't hate me.
Okay.
Fair. I don't hate you.
All right.
And I love everyone out there. I love 80% of you. I think you all look great. Have you lost weight? You look good.
If we start getting above this level, I'm gonna start hitting the longs. Okay.
Okay.
17,708.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
No, I want to be
Hey, we got
respectful.
20.
I don't want to embarrass anybody.
No, it's all good. We almost got 2,900 people watching right now. Here, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. Go off the camera. We cannot thank you guys enough for being here. All the bell-to-bellers. We love it. We appreciate it. You are here for Power Hour on TopstepTV. Gonna see some fireworks here in the next 15 minutes. We think we got Jack being short in the money a little bit. Danny's looking to the upside. He was short earlier. Now he's looking to the upside. I'm not getting married to his bias.
Right now, yeah.
I know that. I'm saying, but you're looking to possibly get long to the upside here.
I'm
So what I'm saying is that you're not married to a bias. You're not stuck in your ways. You're being agile with the market. That's what we do here. That's professional. That's what professional traders do.
Maybe I'll just reverse this shit.
Yeah, Jack. Now we're trading.
Just keep.
tell him.
Yeah,
tell
reverse
him,
it, please, so I can have more confidence to go on the longs.
I'm taking the free trade right now. 1 second.
You know what? Do you ever just feel like?
Just got word from the boss. The boss is slammed right now. It's a Monday. He can probably jump on late Friday afternoons for Power Hour because he's got the week behind him. But it is a Monday afternoon. Boss is slammed. MP does say, "What's up, Danny?" He says, "Keep trading well." And keep trading well. And we're liking what you're doing.
Okay.
But he is
I
slammed
like
today.
what he does too. He got slammed, like smacked by the market.
No, slammed like he's got to run his company. Slammed
with work.
Busy meetings and stuff. Yeah, he's got work.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah, running a company does happen, you know. But he does say what's up and trade well.
All right, so
15 minutes.
This is gonna be tough, guys. Last 15 minutes of market. We want the little pump here. But again, we're so close to that trend line that if we break, we can fall pretty hard, you know. So this is where I'm just like very careful with my trades, right? If I go long right now, check this out. Oops, that's short. If I were to go, I mean, I guess it would be okay. But still, with this kind of pressure right now, I think it's better to wait it off until we get, clear indication that we're going to come up, right? And not break trend.
Jack, you still in? Jack, you still short?
Still in it. I've been trailing it. I almost I wasn't joking about doing the reversing.
All right. Here we go.
I may
14 minutes, guys. 14 minutes.
All right, I'm in longs, guys.
Okay.
I'm in longs.
I'm in
longs.
Flat.
I gotta go longs.
Jack is flat profit. That's some money in the bank right there. Well done, Jack. Did you reverse out? Nice.
Yes, I did.
All right, boy. All right, guys. All right, you guys are both long now. Here we go. Wow, nice
Trust me.
chart, Jack.
Better
Man.
be patient.
Yes.
Be,
Holy moly, Jack. Yo. All right, here we go.
I'm in full position too, by the way. Okay.
Pulled pork. Pulled pork.
Full pork. I'm full pork right now. I promise you.
Wow.
Full
Pulled pork, eh?
Okay.
Jack. McRib, Jason. Nice reverse, Jack. That was smooth.
Honestly, if we break this downside though, we start breaking like towards 30 trades, I'm gonna reconsider my position, okay?
Yeah.
Like 30, be tight. Let's see what.
I'm keeping it, super tight.
Right now, I'm gonna keep it at 65 ticks, hard stop loss.
Okay.
So 65 ticks. All right.
Plenty
It's a nice little guy.
Let me ask you something, guys. Is 65 ticks a lot to you guys?
I'm not saying. No, compared to what we see, I would say it's on the bigger side compared to what we see, right, Jack? We don't simply see that.
It is on 5-10 contracts. It would be for me, but yeah, I like to go for
okay, but
40
65 ticks is the hard stop loss, right? Then you have a mental. Right. Mental stop loss right now is, for me, it's sitting around maybe 30 ticks mentally, right?
Yes. What's mental stop loss when your unrealized P&L is just, what's the difference there, Danny?
Mental stop loss is, it's not hard, so there's no limit when you're sitting there. All right, it's just mental.
Oh, when you're done with the trade, you're out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here
All
we go.
It's 48. Gotta let this go beyond the.
It is 48.
MOC in about a minute and 15.
Okay.
Gotta give this a little bit of.
Okay, here we go. All right, DannysTrades, what are we thinking?
Same thing. I'm staying long. You know, might be my last trade of the day today.
That's okay.
But, you know, I'm gonna
profitable
stay
day
long
though, right?
Right now.
Profitable day.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna stay long. You know, I'm in 15 contracts right now, just to be completely transparent with everybody here. You know, so first trade I went 5. This trade I'm going 15. And
all right.
I'm staying tight in my position, right? If I lose the trade, I lose the trade.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Jack, do you got the number, or do you want me to holler it?
You can holler it, but I think the market will tell me. I just want to make sure that I don't.
Yes, they will.
Oh, the MOC.
Liquidity injection. Yeah. Like I said, last Friday, Danny, we saw the fireworks happen at Central Time, 2:59, 30 seconds, 2:59:30. Those last 30 seconds, we saw the huge sell-off. So we'll see how that plays out here. Wow, like that. There it is. There it is.
Oh, hold on.
There it is.
Be careful.
Some buyers
hold on.
Okay.
Be careful. Be careful. This is usually fake. Oh, man. All right, good.
There we go.
Come on. Here we go. There we
Here's
go.
Something.
1.9 billion buy side. Here come the buyers. Bulls, baby. Bulls, baby. And we'll see them. Yep, 1.9 billion buy side. There's your buyers. Liquidity injection. Here it comes.
Liquidity. Inject.
It's like expected gadget. Look. Go liquidity.
Go liquidity. Look at these buyers. Look at this shit, dude. Look
All right, free trade. Let's do it.
Hey, Nancy Pelosi, pump the market for me right now.
Stacking Pelosi.
We're stacking Pelosi's. Here we go. Power hour time, baby.
Hey,
here we
pump
go.
The market for me, Pelosi, right now.
NVIDIA calls. NVIDIA calls for everyone. The pulled pork's up. Watch, after all this, I'm going to scratch this trade when it comes back down.
You hear me?
Okay.
Stop to break even, and we're just going to write it. Okay?
Okay.
Pump the market for me, Pelosi. You just hit 50 tons.
It's California. This is You're a citizen.
Here
we go. Here we go.
I'm going to keep writing. I'm okay with putting my stop at break even. You know?
That's cool.
I'm just going to keep writing. I'm going to hold all my 15 cons, and now I'm just going to ride them. Okay?
Okay.
This is
Yes.
This is gonna be like the most pumped up scratch ever for me. This is totally gonna end up scratching. Come on,
Come on,
run.
Jack. Come on, Jack. We need Danny just called Pelosi and said buy it, start buying. I think we got it going. This is if that Pelosi that line's incredible, Danny.
Yeah,
Oh man,
that's why Patak needs to come back.
Patak's running a company right now, man. He'll be back. Trust me. He's a trader,
Man,
dude. At heart, he's a trader.
Patak
Let's
needs
watch
to
this market
be
stuff.
here right now.
Oh no.
He's calling you out, Michael.
All right.
He's calling you out. We got to manage this trade right now.
My stop loss at break. I put my stop loss at break even already. So I'm chilling. You know.
Cool.
If people want to take profit on that, they can. You know, I'm cool with it.
Nice.
Lame.
Oh no.
You did take profit on it.
I scratched it.
I'm not taking profit.
I just wanted
on
the
it.
free trade.
If it breaks even, it breaks even.
Yeah.
For me, so I'm cool with it. You know, I'm cool with letting this ride. Again,
That's
right now
why
my stop is at 06 right now. Yeah, so
I like
right
that though,
here.
Jack. Free trade, all upside.
Exactly.
Usually, like I have no problem holding them. I usually try and get into a position where like I can get
Well, I mean,
to
you
that
only want to
break-even
hold if
trade
you're
and just
up
let
on
it
the
run.
day. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You don't want to hold
Yeah.
if you're not up on the day. No, I mean, it really comes
7
down
minutes,
to it. This
boys.
is just how I like to see it.
Okay, 7 minutes. Here we go. Buyers
Bro,
coming.
I'm
No,
going for
yeah.
the big trade, bro. I'm going for the home run.
Who you talking to?
Right now.
Who you
Talking
talking
to
to,
you
Danny? You
guys.
talking to? Okay. I didn't know if you're talking to your buddy in the room
I'm
or talking to
like,
us.
see, that's the thing with me. This is how I trade. If I break
love
even
it.
on this trade, I'm okay with it. I don't care. You know what I mean? Because guess what? If I hit that 100 tick mark, yes, 5K is 5K. I understand that, right? But if I hit that, let's say where it's probably going to break even. It's fine. I'm not even tripping about it, right? But if I were to hit 150 ticks with 15 contracts, bro, that's heaven right there. You know what I mean? I'll find another trade. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. And let's be honest, this power hour, the market, there's been a little bit of movement, but nothing crazy just yet. We got 254, 5 minutes. Or 1 minute, we got another liquidity injection, and the fireworks really get going here.
Oh, there you go. Here we go. Here we go.
How about it?
That's why you hold. That's why you hold them, man. Dogecoin, Shiba.
James, disclaimer.
This is why you hold. Ain't no disclaimers in this, man. Everyone's their own person.
There it is. Good job.
They hold their positions and they want to, man.
Oh my God, dude. You're so good, dude. Oh, man.
I'm going to get stuck
All right.
out probably. So.
I got back in a little bit better. I'm
Guys, Jack. Can't keep a good man down right now.
I never add to my position. I'm staying in the same position.
Oh, I was flat.
Liquidity injection. You know who injected that? I did.
Yo, Pelosi too, man. You and Pelosi on line
Let's go. Come on.
There we go.
Hold.
Jeff Bezos. Call up.
Get a
What
keychain.
else we to call?
Get the balls dangle. Let's go, baby. Come on.
Dolby time in the chat. What up, Dolby?
All of you at Topstep a keychain of a ball sack so you guys can hold positions with me longer. You know?
Jesus. I love it, man.
Come on, man. We gotta break this high. 15 calls.
I got my free trade.
I told everyone, hold. I told you all, hold to 1706 stop loss. Come on. I'm gonna start scaling now once we touch this supply zone.
Okay. Here we go. Power hour, baby.
Once we touch the supply zone, I'm gonna sell half. Okay. We get stopped at break even. Okay. Come on, QQQ.
Wow.
Come on, it's Monday.
Yeah, it is Monday. That's a pretty good Monday power hour right now.
There you go.
What
First
up?
zone hit, guys. 100 ticks about to hit here with full position. Selling half now, guys. Selling half now. Boom. Just sold half. Ding, ding, ding.
Yo.
All right, guys. Have a good day. DannysTrades is out. No, just kidding.
No, you're not. You're not leaving. You're not done yet. Chill. We got 4 more minutes. Chill.
I still got half of my position. Holding very strong.
Okay.
Either way, I'm still happy, man. I'm still happy.
That was sweet.
Again, I lost 2K the first trade, and right now I sold already $3,000 something. So I'm still up 1,000 this session. Right?
Like that, dude.
Obviously, first trade I went very light. This one, if I sell right now, it'll be pretty nice, but I'm not going to. So I'm gonna wait.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep holding half of my position here.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. 3 minutes left.
Yep.
I'm gonna move my stop, guys, to 1708.75.
Flat.
And I sold half my position on top. If we hit that level right there, I'm just gonna sell it all. Okay.
Remember to hit your cancel all.
That's right.
I know.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
What I
Peace out, MPT. NPT.
71.
Right. Big numbers. Power hours growing in audience size, guys. You guys are doing great. Power hour. People in the power hour. Here we go.
All right, I'm back.
Woohoo! Jack's chopping it up today, baby. Get those trading juices flowing.
You got
Who you texting, Danny?
No, I'm managing my position on my phone.
You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
I'm trading on my phone, so I got to be on my phone. You feel me?
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. Whatever it takes.
I got people watching me all around me live.
All around the world, yeah.
So, no.
Like in a
person.
FaceTime call or something?
Oh, in the room.
No, like in person. Yeah, in the room.
Are they shy?
Watching a master. Are they shy? Come say hi.
They are shy. Yeah, they are shy.
Camera shy, huh? Oh, he's texting Nancy. All right, guys. We got 58, 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Here we go. Jack, are you still in?
I'm long one.
Okay, call Nancy Pelosi.
I told everyone full port, man.
No, don't.
Okay.
Wait, that's not what I meant to do.
Chopping around here. All right, close. 60 seconds. 60 seconds. My wife's boyfriend's name is Danny. Oh, here comes sellers. What is this? Boy, this is choppy. Boy, it's hard to stay in anything right now.
Where's the bell?
Where's
I
the
didn't hear
bell?
No
bell.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay, here we go. Less than 30. All right, it's been real. Oh, look at this. I mean, both sides got screwed. Yeah. It's leaking. What we got?
Yeah, we'll see what happens right now. We'll see. We might be able to go into the market short.
Couple seconds.
End of the day.
Boom. There we go. All right, Eddie, take it out. Jack, that was awesome. DannysTrades, you the man. Jack, thanks for trading it up in there, dude. Good stuff. Yeah, Paul breast. All right, Eddie, take us from there.
That was fun. I enjoyed myself just sitting back. Great job, guys. Tomorrow, we've got a light day tomorrow. We've got coming up here early in the morning, 9 o'clock. We've got the Red Book. I'm sorry, 7:55 Red Book. We've got 11 o'clock here, EIA Energy Outlook. We got the FOMC member Mester speaking at 11, and a 3-year note auction at 12, and the crude stock API later that day. As far as our scheduled menu tomorrow, we got Rips. Rip's going to join us here late on the opening call into Fast Markets. Hoagland, Mick, and Shoulder Tap Power Play. We got Joey M, Dolby, and Andre. We've got TopQuiz with Jack, Hoagland, JD, back to group coaching. And we do have we got Deanna going to be with us tomorrow. Robert and myself will be with Deanna for market stalking. And of course, that favorite segment, Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, and Cami Capital tomorrow. So thank you very much for being with us, guys. Once again, thanks for keeping the knowledge, sharing the knowledge and the education. Thank you, those bell to bell, and we'll be back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. for opening call. Take care. Have a great evening. Get energized. See you tomorrow.